Welcome to another Ice Guys live Stanley Cup playoffs Betcast, Tuesday, May the 9th. Ian Cameron with you, and we are ready for a pair of Game 4s in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. We are just moments away from the Carolina Hurricanes and New Jersey Devils. It's Game 4 of this series, Canes leading 2-1. But boy, right back in the series are the New Jersey Devils after an emphatic victory in Game 3, 8-4, as they look to get back even here in this series. And we will see if that can carry over here into tonight's Game 4. And of course, later on tonight, we've got the Dallas Stars and the Seattle Kraken in Game 4 of that series. Seattle leading 2-1 after a very convincing Game 3 victory. The Dallas Stars will look to even up that series tonight in the Emerald City. That game will be at around 9:50 p.m. Eastern time with the puck drop there with that game, and that'll be the second game of tonight's doubleheader. They're playing the national anthem right now in New Jersey as we are getting set for opening puck drop here with the Hurricanes and Devils in Game 4. Just to recap the bets that I am on pre-game, Carolina first period plus 125, Carolina plus 145 full game. I am on the Devils in the series, but a team that's as good as Carolina off of shellacking the likes of which they took in Game 3, I think has a response in them here tonight. They decide to stick, by the way, with Freddie Anderson in net. He is back in goal after getting pulled in Game 3. It was not a good game for him. 2 of the 3 goals in the first period, I think you could safely say were goals he probably should have had. The one was a great shot by Hughes, but he clearly didn't play his best. He was swimming in the net in the second period, and the goal he gave up before Kochetkov replaced him. But he's getting another opportunity. And look, Carolina's got to play better in front of him, too. That was a monstrosity defensively for them, the likes of which we rarely see. Certainly give them up 8 goals like that, and Brind'Amour said it. So I'd expect a strong start early in this hockey game. I do like the over again, although I caution you with the over. This does feel like if there's one game in this series that's going to stay under, it could be tonight, because I think Carolina really tries to tighten up. I mentioned that on the show today. But look, I'm 3-0 to the over in this series. We're going to ride it until we lose at this point. So that's why I'm on it. But I also wouldn't be totally shocked if it's like a 3-1, 3-2 type of hockey game. So it is underway. Game 4 just dropped the puck, Carolina and New Jersey. Mikey is joining us here, our first guest here on the Betcast. Of course, we'll send the links out to everybody. I've sent them out to a few people. We'll send them out to a few more in the next few minutes. Mikey, thanks for being here. How are things?
Pretty good. Just getting ready to watch this game now, see if we can get some goals like last game. I agree with what you said. I mean, Carolina is definitely going to tighten up. That was one of their worst games that I've seen them play in a while. But Freddie Anderson hasn't played 5 games in a row in a long time. And I don't trust Vanacek. So you got to just keep going with the over, see what happens.
Yeah, and I think the loss in the 8-4 victory is that Vanacek's fortunate they had a big fucking lead. I will be completely honest with you. There were a couple of goals he gave up. I didn't like them.
No,
quite honestly. The couple of goals that Carolina got on Sunday. So he's got to play pretty well, a little bit better than I saw. Thankfully, they scored a bunch for him, and they had a huge lead. But this is going to be a taller order for them because, look, Carolina is going to be in this game from start to finish. I have a feeling that they are going to be pushing New Jersey quite hard tonight in this game, and they better be ready to get those key saves from Vanacek, who, look, let's be honest, didn't play well in the first 2 games of the opening round against the Rangers, and we saw Akira Schmid not long after that. So interesting to see how both really of these goalies play. Anderson off a bounce back, one of his worst games in a while, and, of course, Vanacek, who obviously got the job done and got the W next to his name in game 3, but didn't exactly have to be great.
Yeah, you would think both goaltenders are going to be on a short leash. We'll see. But, I mean, I feel like Carolina's not the only team that needs to clean things up. I mean, New Jersey, what's up with them allowing 3-4 shorties? I mean, that's ridiculous. So they got some areas to clean up as well.
They sure do. They allowed 2 shorties on the same damn power play, in that game as well. Just I think falling asleep with a big lead is part of it. Getting a little too casual, with the puck. That often happens to a team when obviously they have a big lead like that. So obviously they got a little complacent with such a huge lead, but nice early save just now for Anderson. So getting him into the game early with a nice early save as New Jersey having a nice shift here in the offensive zone. Again, bolstered by the home crowd. They are obviously a team that, back in the series here again. And there's another nice save by Anderson. Dougie Hamilton, look at that. Rover, let Dougie Hamilton come over. Holy shit. Right up from the blue line and got a close partial breakaway chance. And it ended up in the back of the net for a big save for Anderson. Right there. Oh, and just as I say that, New Jersey has struck with the opening goal. The shot, I believe, by Meyer, was it deflected on the way in, but it definitely hit something and beats Anderson. And the Devils get the start they got in game 3, even earlier here in game 4. Remember, it wasn't until like 6 minutes or so when they scored in game 3. But they are on the board first, 1-0 Devils. And what a horrible turnover there. Did I just see the Carolina Hurricanes make that kind of play with the puck? A fucking pizza with extra cheese and pepperonis right up the middle of the ice in their own zone. Picked off, and Meyer takes advantage and hammers it past a stunned Freddie. I can't even blame Anderson for that. What the hell kind of play was that? That's just not something you see from Carolina. Brutal defensive zone turnover. Brutal.
They tell you, like, since you get on skates, they tell you never down the middle, never down the middle. I mean, why would this guy not bang it off the boards? All that pressure, that made no sense.
That's as bad as I'll see any team give that puck away, quite honestly. For Carolina to give it away like that, that is just and this is the kind of team that will make you pay for it with the skill level they have. If you're going to just hand the puck back to them in the offensive zone, so just brutal. Goal to give up for Carolina based on the defensive blunder. So it's 1-0 Devils. Meyer with the opening goal of this hockey game, and 1-0 New Jersey with the lead. Let's see how Carolina responds. They have had a nice little shift here in the New Jersey zone following that goal, which is good to see. But bit of a startling development here. Terrible giveaway that was by the Hurricanes, and they paid the price for it. You give up you deserve to have the puck go in the back of your own net when you make a play like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 3 minutes in, but this is not the start Carolina was looking for.
No, not at all. Now, Meyer shot this. We're going to just get confirmation that it did Hughes touch it on the way in. They're looking at it. I think the way and again, I don't have the sound up on the broadcast, so and the reason is I don't want to get.
It is Jackie boy.
I think it was. It sure looked that way to me, Mikey, that he got a stick on it. So Meyer
right
with the shot, but Hughes with the tip. So it'll be Jack Hughes' goal.
It's hard to tell if it went off Jackie's shin or skate, but because the angle, you couldn't really see a stick, but they gave him credit for it. So
yeah, Hughes they gave him credit for the goal, his 6th of the playoffs, his 3rd goal here in New Jersey. In this series, game 3 and game 4 combined. So, all that talk about, and I've said it after game 2, they need more out of Jack Hughes. He clearly listens to the Ice Guys show because he's been pretty good since then.
Yeah, he answered the bell the last 2 games. I have nothing really. I mean, game 1, I think game 1, to be honest with you, they were just fresh off that game 7 win, 24 hours in between games. Game 2 wasn't the best. They weren't as bad, but New Jersey's awake now.
They are, and remember, let's not forget what they did in that New York Rangers series, this New Jersey team. They basically, started slow, and they won 4 of the next 5 games to win that series in very impressive fashion. And holy shit, couple of big saves by Vitek Vanacek as the Devils get a little sloppy with the puck in front of their goaltender, and Jordan Staal gets robbed not once but twice.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Wow, that was Hughes of all people. Jack, the guy that scored the goal, is talking about him playing so well here in the game 3 and game 4. That was more, I think he got his stick check there that was a nice defensive play, more than a giveaway, but still, it was a cough up by Jack Hughes regardless, and bailed out by Vitek Vanacek. So that's a good positive development there for Vitek Vanacek, who again I think still has a lot to prove in these playoffs, because all we've seen of him really is 2 bad games against the Rangers. Schmid got the net. He came in game 2, and that game was out of reach. Game 3 didn't have to be that good because they had scored so many goals. I want to see Vanacek here tonight, because I think this is going to be, I think a competitive game. Can you make some big saves in a tight game, close game, and give your team a chance to win? And that's a good start with those 2 early saves on Staal.
Yeah, he looked big up front with those saves on Staal. Vanacek is very hard to figure out. I mean, he is a little bit more of a vet compared to Akira, but I mean, he's got to think he's on a short leash tonight as well. So we'll see his bounce back game tonight. But so far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good for him, and also the New Jersey Devils off to the 1-0 lead here in the first period. And again, already I'm sure if you've got an under bet in this game, you're already a little bit nervous with the way this game has started. But no question about it. This is, it's just sometimes you get 2 teams playing each other. There's really no clear cut and defined reason for, okay, every game goes over or every game goes under. But obviously, we've seen it in the Carolina-New Jersey series. Every game's gone over. It's been the same thing with the game coming up later tonight, Dallas-Seattle. In fact, it was also like that with Dallas-Seattle in the regular season. Every single game going over the total. It's just sometimes when you get 2 teams playing each other, you get a style of play that's fairly consistent and doesn't get altered and clearly doesn't get noticed by the odds makers because no adjustment gets made.
I was like, I know it's the playoffs, so they try not to bump the totals too much, but I tweeted it about an hour ago. 8 goals. Oh, they're averaging 8 goals per game for the first 3 games, and the total doesn't move to at least 6. That, I don't know if you look at things like that, but to me it was a slight concern, so I kind of laid off the over. And I'm afraid of Ottinger's bounce back games. Small sample size, but when he gives up 4 or 5, he's good for only allowing 2 the next game.
Yeah, that's the one thing that would, there's always something that would concern you about making any bet. But for me, it was Carolina tightening it up here with the over in this game. With the Dallas-Seattle game, you're right, bounce back Ottinger, who, usually in a game like this where he got pulled or, he had a bad night the night before and the team had a bad night, he's usually given up 2 or less. More often than not. That's how good he's been in these kind of situations. So interesting. One thing I just saw, Dougie Hamilton just shot the puck from the point. And I'm telling you what, Freddie Anderson with a rebound, he spit it right back into the slot area. Rebound control, man, that's important for a goaltender. And that was put right back into an area that could create another dangerous scoring chance for the Devils. So that's a little bit of a characteristic of Freddie's game here that, you got to clean it up if you're him.
Yeah, especially when you have a New Jersey team that's always going to the greasy areas. You have Palat always going to the greasy areas, Halla going to the greasy areas. You can't be allowing rebounds like that.
No, he cannot. And like I said, and you know what the thing about Freddie is? Freddie has not been a great playoff goaltender. Remember Toronto, of course. Now, maybe part of that was just it's a cursed franchise, so to speak. But he wasn't great in any of those playoff series. And you got to see him play a bunch in the playoffs, you in particular, Mikey, because they played the Bruins multiple years, and Freddie Anderson was their goalie. And I remember there was a Game 7 in particular in Boston, and the game got away because of 2 Freddie Anderson soft goals. Essentially in that one Game 7 that the Leafs lost to the Bruins. And, there's some chatter out there that he's had a pretty good career overall, but he hasn't been able to step up and lead his team to victory as a playoff goaltender in his career. Anaheim, Toronto, and here in Carolina, he's playing probably behind the best defense core that he's had in his entire career because they just don't give up many shots. They don't play in the defensive zone very often. And as a result, it ends up being a situation where he's actually able to thrive because, the Hurricanes D in front of him makes life easy for him. But now all of a sudden we're seeing Carolina have a few little chinks in the armor defensively here, game 3, and so far early here in game 4. And all of a sudden Freddie Anderson's got you nervous if you're a Canes fan.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't show up playoff time with a defensive core like this, I mean, then it is what it is. Even with Anaheim back in the 2014, 2015, their defensive core wasn't bad, and he still wasn't that great. I mean, he wasn't bad, but he still gave up those rebounds that you're worrying about 7, 8 years later. It's the same song and dance with him.
Yeah, he did. Oh, just as you say that, Mike, he makes a nice save. Anderson does, I think, on Meyer again. I mean, Carolina's running around here. They really are. Early on in this game, and a deflected puck, and I think we're going to get our first TV timeout of the game. But wow, this is a good time for a TV timeout if you're Carolina. This is a breathe, boys, breathe. That's what you got to be saying right now. If you're Rod Brindamore right now, it's just take a breath. Calm down. It's 1-0, but you got to get back to puck possession and carrying the play. That's the hallmark of Carolina. They consistently outshoot the opponent. They consistently have the puck. They consistently have some of the best zone exits in the NHL because they rarely play in their own end. All I've seen so far in 7 minutes tonight is more like game 3 where New Jersey's just hemming them in and they can't get out and they can't break out. And that's very uncharacteristic for Carolina.
Yeah, it's been all New Jersey for the first 7 minutes, minus Carolina peppering Vanacek for 3 quick shots. But they got to clean up in front of the net. There's way too many chances right in front of the blue paint. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that. That's not really Carolina's game. But, I mean, we can kind of say Carolina's lucky New Jersey's not up at least 2-0 at the moment.
Exactly. You're right about that. It's been there's definitely not been. See, sometimes there's going to always be, you win bets, you lose bets. I like to win bets and have my handicap be correct. This is not only the first period bet on Carolina may lose, but my handicap is incorrect because Carolina's not carrying the play. They did not have that burst out of the gate, that I expected. It's the Devils having that. So it's interesting to see what Carolina. Now it's the TV timeout. They've had a minute or two now to finally, catch their breath. Take a breather and say to themselves, "Whoa, fellas! Like let's wake the fuck up here." It's been a bad start, but it's early in this hockey game, and we've just got to make sure we win puck battles and get the puck, get possession. That's always been where Carolina's been at their absolute best. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can get their game back together again. And they're showing in the crowd here on the one of the I think it's the Rogers broadcast, because I've actually got both broadcasts on in front of me. I've got ESPN on one screen and Rogers Sportsnet in Canada on the other screen. It was the Rogers Sportsnet feed just now that showed this. Jack Hughes' father is and Luke Hughes, I should say, father in the building. Do you know who's sitting with them watching the game? Trevor Zegras of the Anaheim Ducks.
I would not have guessed that.
Trevor Zegras is there with Pops Hughes in the crowd in New Jersey watching the game. I think Hughes and Zegras are good friends, though, really good buddies. So it doesn't surprise me. He's probably been childhood buddies, and he's probably been at Jack Hughes' place, and there's Mom and Dad Hughes there. So that's just it's like having another kid brother, so to speak. But yeah, but Trevor Hughes is in the building and sitting with Jack's father, Jack and Luke, Luke's father. I keep omitting Luke. Luke, because I think Jack. Yeah, Luke Hughes is there now too. So the Hughes brothers' father. He's in attendance, and Trevor Zegras is sitting with him watching the game.
Is there a delay between your ESPN feed and your Rogers Net feed, or your Sportsnet feed?
It's funny you asked that. I believe ESPN for me is like 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Anytime you say a huge save, I don't see it for about 7 seconds later. ESPN, I don't know why that is, but it's always like that with them.
Yeah, didn't Zegras help Jack? He might have. You're right. I think you're right about that, John. Yeah, that he was helping Jack Hughes in the shootout challenge and on All-Star Weekend. So interesting. Yeah, it's funny down the road. Yeah, is he going to want to join the Hughes clan in New Jersey? Wait and see, I guess. But it's interesting because he's in Anaheim, and I'll say this about Connor Bedard, who of course is now going to Chicago with the Blackhawks winning the #1 overall pick. If Anaheim had gotten the #1 overall pick, it would have been pretty scary to think of what they would have up front next year. I mean, with Zegras and Terry and Mason McTavish is only going to get better. They've got an incredible young stud defenseman for many years. He had injuries this year, but don't you worry. He's going to be a good one. And Jamie Drysdale, he's on that team too. And then you put Bedard with all those kids. That would have been a really, really exciting team to watch. And Anaheim, I'm sure, of any team that didn't get Bedard, they've got to be one of the most disappointed teams.
Did you see the reaction from who was it? I want to say, was it Arizona's reaction, or maybe no, it was Columbus's reaction when they found out that they were third. Just sat back in their seats, a little almost an eye roll from their GM. Just they were so pissed.
Yeah, pissed, upset, disappointed. I think all those emotions were being felt, at that moment, no question. And it's just, especially when you've come into it, as a team, as one of the teams that's going to have the best opportunity. Columbus was right there as well, but obviously it ends up going to Chicago. There is one thing I don't want to rain on the Blackhawks parade with getting the #1 overall pick, and it's a game changer, it's a franchise changer, and it's got the potential probably to speed up the rebuild process as well for the Blackhawks. But I'll say this about them in particular getting Bedard. It's not like he's got a boatload of or high-end talent around him right out the chute next year. So that's going to be interesting now. Is Connor Bedard, without even playing an NHL game, already going to be good enough where he can elevate other players around him? Or is, they're going to be maybe that learning curve, and he for as great a career as he might have, maybe he's going to need others to make him good and better. Because usually in the initial wave of a new player's career, when they're insulated by, let's say, they're on a Pittsburgh with Crosby in his prime and Malkin in his prime and Gensel in his prime, or they're in Tampa Bay with Stamkos and Kucherov and Point in their prime. It obviously makes you a better player because you're around great talent and great players, and they know they've been there, they've done that. That's not going to be the case for Bedard in Chicago. Other than maybe Lucas Reichel, for Chicago, there's not that, boatload of those high-end, young, up-and-coming forwards that are going to be bona fide stars in the NHL. So it's going to be interesting to see, if Bedard is just going to be so fucking good out of the gate that it's not going to matter that the roster around him in Chicago isn't that great. He's still going to be able to just kill it.
Yeah, I think he'll do well putting up points his first year. I think Chicago is still going to be bottom 10. They're going to have another rough year. I shouldn't say rough, but I feel like they're going to be bottom 10 in the standings again next year. But we'll see who they sign. Because, who are you going to put up front with them? Tyler Johnson, Jason Dickinson. You have Anders Bjork, Athanasiou. We're not talking about household names here, like you said. So it'll be interesting to see if they elevate their game in front of them. But I'm not expecting a great year out of Chicago next year. But we'll see.
By the way, the camera's going to go dark for me because I'm going to play some bets in the coming minutes here. So that way people don't have to see me just looking down and punching in all the bets. But, you'll be able to hear me still, though, of course. But, you look at this situation here that we've got with this game. I just looking at the amount of time left on the clock, 1-0 New Jersey. I'm tempted to maybe look at a live over 1.5 first period. We'll have to wait and see on that. So, but it's on my radar right now. Let's put it that way. Speaking of on our radar, it looks like another member of the our regular fraternity on the Betcast joining us here. Perlo is on our radar here. Perlo,
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just this game was tough to cap. I couldn't take a side. I was leaning New Jersey, but I just kept riding the over. But doing great, dude. Glad to have you on. Mikey's here. That's awesome. Loving that. And what a great guest you had on today. Wow, that was awesome, dude.
He was phenomenal. And I said that to Alex, and Alex felt so bad that he missed the show today, especially because he's a Blackhawks fan. And Jason Williams, played for the Blackhawks for a couple of seasons there. Yeah. You can tell this guy is dialed in when it comes to, he still follows the game. He still loves the sport. He's coaching and training young kids in London, Ontario right now, which is where he lives. And his insight and just the stories and talking about the players that he played with, especially those Detroit teams with Zetterberg and Datsuk and Nick Lidstrom. It's unreal how many great players, especially in Detroit, that guy got to play with, Jason Williams. And he said so many stories and just, reflecting on his experiences playing with all those guys earlier on our show today. So, yeah, absolutely. If you missed the show today, make sure you go back and watch it. It was totally worth it. We went almost 2 hours. I didn't think it would be that long, but like an hour and a half, and probably an hour of it was Jason's career. And all
I was late for a job that I had to do. I lost track of time watching it. It's really good.
That's the thing. That's when you know it's a good show, when you clearly stop doing whatever it is you had to get done. And because what you're listening to or what you're watching is just so captivating. Yeah. So I appreciate that.
But I mean, he was an underrated
I just love listening to that stuff. Yeah.
He was an underrated player himself. Like, he was a very, very good player, very fast, offensively gifted. He was a really good player. He
was. And again, a career marred a little prematurely by injuries, which started to creep up in the Chicago days. And then it carried. Then there was the work stop, and then by the time the NHL came back after the work stoppage, 10 years ago, he was now well into his 30s, and the injuries had mounted, and then he had that wrist problem that he mentioned, and it just got to the point where it hampered his ability. That shot that he was so known for, and we saw a great example of it in the clip we played, where he scored the tying and the game-winning goal for the Chicago Blackhawks to beat the Dallas Stars, Halloween night 2007 in Dallas. It's amazing when you start to have wrist injuries, and he was talking about putting a plate in his wrist, and then that's when you know, hey, you're not going to be able to shoot the puck well, probably ever again well, and that really hampered him.
Yeah, I like what he said about stretching and all of those sort of things like that, and he mentioned Hull on that too, because Hull was not a big gym guy, but he stretched like crazy. And I've heard other athletes about that too. Like, you can do all the gym stuff you want, but if you don't stretch, it's not going to be benefit you in the long run. So I thought that was pretty cool hearing him say that.
Yeah, it's important because I think people automatically assume you got to work your friggin' tail off and bag off, with the weights and the crunches and everything in the exercise room. Clearly, Brett Hull wasn't someone that was, did that all the time. And yet he still ended up having just a remarkable career. It's fantastic NHL career. So is Phil Kessel a fucking physical specimen? Not by any stretch of the imagination.
He's a freak of nature, that dude.
But man, he still had a pretty nice career for himself. So there you go.
He's a freak of nature, that guy.
Yeah.
I was going to mention something. Oh, Tom Brady was all about that.
Yep.
Tom Brady talked about that a lot. That's he mostly it got to the point at the end of his career that most of his workouts were stretches.
Yeah. That's an excellent point. He of course he's doing his whole pretty much post-retirement career is this TB12 stuff.
Is that right?
He's got that. He's got the Brady brand, and he's just, it's basically exercise and training programs. And then there's, apparel for male athletes. And he's just going to town with all of that stuff. I'm going to jump in actually on this plus 150 right now is the price. We're at a TV timeout, plus 150 for this first period over 1.5. Just a small bet, just some light action to get the Betcast going.
Yeah, why not? Plus 150 for one more goal?
Yeah, with almost 6 minutes to go in the period still. So yeah. Not a bad look at all. Pie Guy, we welcome back Pie Guy to the Betcast. He's been on with us a few times here the last couple of months. How are you doing, Pie Guy? I know you're a Leaf fan. Have you given up hope, or you're still holding out hope?
Well, it's not over yet. I mean, there's one more second round game tomorrow than there has been in who knows how long. So before this season, so might as well enjoy it.
Well, I mean, if you're the Leafs, you got to think of it as shift by shift, period by period, game by game. You can't even look at it as we got to win 4. No. How about you win a period, win a shift? That's what I wanted them to focus on. Win your shift. Like, win some puck battles, for crying out loud, which you haven't been doing in this series.
It was embarrassing. How is David Kampf and Sam Lafferty your best line? It's with all of that
4-4,
talent.
can't find him with a telescope. That's how. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It was yeah. I don't know. They might quit tomorrow, but Wall starting or Wall or however you pronounce it, I'm not sure yet. But
Joe Wall. I've always
yeah,
called him Joe.
yeah,
It's
Joe Wall.
Woll. Some people will say Wool, but it's Wall to me. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that might be enough to I think he was playing really well. There was like almost no rebounds as soon as he got in the game for Florida to jump on.
Yeah.
So he was really good with the rebound control. And I think if he can hold down the fort for the first period, I think they can maybe get some confidence going and that, hey, we're still in this. And but yeah, you're like you said, it's got to be period by period. Don't worry about the series score. Just we have a game to play. We got to win this game, and then if we make it to the next one, we make it to the next one, and so forth.
That's the way it's got to be. You can't look at this. If you look at this as, wow, we got to win 4 straight, you'll never do it. You'll never accomplish it. You've got to really look. You got to segment this task that's in front of you. If you're the Toronto Maple Leafs, you've got to segment it into little pieces. Win this first piece of the puzzle, as in first period of game 4. Win the next period. Win the game. Then it's the same thing. Then if you get to game 5, win the periods. Win your shifts. And you've got to take it in smaller doses, smaller segments of hockey. Not look at it as just, wow, the big picture, 4 games in a row we got to win. Because if you encapsulate it into all that you need to do, you're never going to get the job done.
Yeah, and it's not like they've been blown out. They lost by 1-2 goals in each game. Like they can beat the Panthers. Obviously, they've been favorites every game. They're still favorites tomorrow for now. I don't know if that's going to last. If you like Florida, I'd probably get in now. If you like the Leafs, wait.
The Leafs have been favored in every game in this. Obviously, at the 2 home games they were. Game 3, they were upwards of -135, -140 favorites. And actually, they closed higher than that. And even after being down 3-0 in this series, they still opened a favorite. Now, smallest favorite of the series so far, but still opened a favorite in game 4. The Leafs here, right around they're down to -120 to 25 right now. So they actually opened -130, and some money's come in on Florida here. But they've been favored in every game, and they still are.
I bet him to sweep after the second, and I already had the series, so I probably will just leave that alone tomorrow. I get enough on that game now.
Yeah, you've got them to finish off the series right in 4 already. So, and I think Alex, who's going to be he's going to be in and out this week because he's back home in Chicago for Mother's Day weekend. But I think he is. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure he's going to be on Florida tomorrow night. Pretty sure of it. I think he said it on Monday's show that if Florida,
he said he was going to be on Florida.
Yeah. By the way, Alex is on. He's on the over in this game, but later on, by the way, and it's posted on the Patreon page. He did send in what his card is today. He's on the first period over for Seattle, Dallas, and he's on the Dallas Stars -140. So first period over and Dallas -140 for Alex in the second game.
Did you puck line first period for the Stars?
I did. I just went like the money line was around -145. I'm like, I don't want to lay that kind of price. Just give me the +170. In a lot of instances, the money, it hasn't been a push or a tie after the first period. We've seen the team lead like Toronto did, and Vegas, would have cashed a nice puck line in the first period last night. The puck line first period looks for a team that's off a bad loss has been pretty good the last few nights.
Are you going back to tomorrow, Ian? Are you going back to it tomorrow, Ian? Are you going back to the Toronto first period?
There we go. Oh, bam! Carolina has tied it.
Nice.
Marty Natchez, and it's 1-1, and there's our live over 1.5.
Got the live over.
Nice call, Ian.
Great
start.
Got the
live over.
Yep.
Nice.
Turnover in the neutral zone. Michael McLeod, who's had a nice playoffs here for New Jersey. That was not one of his better moments right there. Too fancy in the neutral zone. Coughed it up. Carolina on the counterattack. Puts it in the back of the net.
That being said, that was anticipated well by Carolina, too. It was probably not – it wasn't the best pass in the world. Like, what's he going to do with that pass, really? But, I can't blame Vanacek for that. But He's like Smith. He's susceptible up high.
Yeah. And that's huge for Carolina. And that's definitely momentum for Carolina now as well, because that was a very shaky first 5-10 minutes. And now here we are tied 1-1. And that was not good for Michael McLeod. And that's unfortunate because this guy's been on the fourth line all playoffs for New Jersey. And he's scored he had a hell of a goal in game 3. That shorthanded goal was a beautiful thing. And he's had some big goals. He scored in the Rangers series, I remember, a big goal or two as well. But that was you can't turn the puck over in that area of the ice. You just can't.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, with to defend him a little bit, that was a terrible pass. He was surrounded. What was he going to do with that pass? Like
that suicide pass. Sometimes, I think there's some truth to that. If you see on the replay, he kind of led the pass to McLeod, who then had 2 canes.
What am I going to do? I got canes all over me here. He should have just dumped it in, though. You're right. Shouldn't have
chip and chase. Yeah, chip and chase. He tried to make it. He did try to make a fancy move, though. That you can't do, especially with 2 guys around you.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, the Leafs try that every time. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
trying to be like the Leafs.
That's the MO. Leafs MO.
Yeah.
Just call that the Leaf.
Half these playoffs games, I've been screaming at you. Why don't you dump the puck in for once in your life? Because you don't want to run and go get it. That's why.
Is Mikey on now? Did you see that pregame quote speech by Keith?
Mikey, listen, I made a video about it because I couldn't believe that speech. I mean, that was like a doom and gloom speech, but I'm not surprised. I don't want to pack it on Toronto because, I mean, most of their fans are nice, but I couldn't believe that speech by Keith. I just down fucking nothing.
That was terrible. Yeah. You guys go and have fun. And if you do, we're going to take you to Dairy Queen afterwards. And like you said, Mitch's mom is going to make you.
Yeah. Everyone gets chicken tendies and chocolate milky if you have fun.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah. Mitch's mom's going to make you some tendies and chocolate milk.
I couldn't believe it. And then you have Mitch Marner today for a guy that says he doesn't listen to the media, he says this every year in the playoffs. And you can just tell it's such a lie. Like, it's just he aggravates me for some reason. I don't know anything about this guy personally. Just he's not in front of the media very good talker, if that even makes any sense.
Oh, he aggravates me with his play on the ice, but I mean that's
there you go. Razzle dazzle Marner.
They need some warriors. They need some
pass
warriors.
To nobody in game 2 was the worst. Like. Or at his own blue line, like. Oh.
I mean, he's in the offensive end. He's got 2 players on him, and he's trying to wine and dine Deke and all this. Like, dude, it's just frustrating. If I was a Leafs fan, I'd be so frustrated.
That's the thing about the Leafs is you don't even have to be a fan of the Leafs for them to piss you off. Like,
yeah.
Maybe Mitch Marner should be listening to what the media is saying. Like, you're giving the puck away. You're not hard enough on the puck. The media is right. You actually should be listening to their advice. Fuck.
They need to go out and get a guy like Bertuzzi or something like that. They need some warriors in that top 6. But I don't know how you go about it with throwing all that money at everybody. Like, I don't know what to do with that.
The answer is you don't do anything about it because you can't do anything about it. You're stuck with what you have.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been happening since 2017. And yes, they made it past the first round this year, but it's as if that didn't happen if they get swept by Florida. It's as if they didn't win the first round. That's how bad it would be. It's frustrating to watch the same song and dance since 2017.
Yeah, and especially in a playoff season where they finally get I thought for sure, and I think many people did, that if they won the first round this year, it would be like a release. They'd be able to, breathe easy and just start flying and playing with extreme confidence. And they have done anything but that, in this series. And it's just absolutely mind-boggling to see it. And and it's absolutely 100% right. This notion that there's still some Leaf fans, even I've talked to, that say, yeah, but we still got our first round finally victory under our belts. It's still been positive steps forward this year. No, there's nothing positive. Okay?
It's not going to keep Keith's job. He's going to get fired, I'm sure of it.
No, if you win the first round and you turn around and you get swept by with all due respect, the Florida Panthers who just barely snuck into the playoffs, That is not a successful season. That is not a step forward in my book. Sorry, it's not.
It's like winning in the first round and then shitting all over it.
That's right. Yeah.
That's pretty much what they did. But
It's like winning the Stanley Cup and then losing the Calder Cup.
It's like winning the
kind of what it
Stanley
is,
Cup
yeah.
and then shitting in the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Someone might have actually done that, but
Yeah.
Well, probably. I better not say that too loud. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. But what was I going to say? But before the series started, I just you look at that Florida team. One thing you got to say, they got a lot of Warriors on that team in the top 6.
They do. Yeah. They definitely do. Yeah. And these have got guys that are working harder right now, to be quite honest with you. I think that's been the main difference with the Florida Panthers. Jason said it. Jason on our show today, Williams, who, again, did a great job. He said it, that right now the Florida Panthers are going that extra mile to win a battle for a puck, to be harder on the walls and on the boards areas to get those pucks. They're just making better decisions managing the puck. They're not turning it over in their own zone. Toronto's doing that. They're not turning it over at their own blue line. Toronto's doing that. They're not turning it over in the neutral zone. Toronto's doing that. They're not letting Sam Reinhart on an overtime goal just skate unabated into the offensive zone. Not a single player lays a finger on him. And he's already skating with all kinds of time and space into the zone, able to freewheel all the way, all he wants, and put the puck in the net against you. Toronto's allowing that. Florida's not. That's the difference in the series right there. All those things.
It's been nonstop forecheck after forecheck after forecheck for Florida, and you can't say that about Toronto. They don't forecheck hard every single game. Florida does. It's just bigger, faster, stronger on loose pucks. Everything is just I hate to say it's the same song and dance, but we talk about this every year with the Leafs.
But they also, if you look at Florida, and this is what my problem with the Rangers were, is Florida backs each other up in the neutral zone. If they lose the puck, there's a guy right on it right there. And that's like the modern day way. That's what Maurice has been trying to instill in that group. And they're grabbing onto it right now. We're watching 2 teams right now with Carolina and New Jersey that are fantastic at it when they're at the top of their game, right? Toronto, if you lose the puck in the neutral zone, oh well. I guess we lost it. That's it. Like there's nobody backing each other up. It's really sad.
Puck support. That's the term.
Support,
puck
yeah.
support. Yeah.
Puck support. Yeah.
Yep. Haven't seen it consistently from the Leafs either. So far here in these playoffs so far, no doubt. And look, they want to win. Okay, this is that's the one thing I'm disagreeing with some people, that Matthews, Marner, Nylander, Tavares, they don't care. They do care. They want this, but they are not willing to play the way they have to get it. They want it, but they're not playing the way they have to get it. That's the thing. They want it easily. They want to do it the easy way, the finesse way. We can just zip up and down the ice, try to, dipsy-do and dangle and do all this shit with the puck and hope that's going to do the job. It's not going to be the case here for sure when it comes to them. So there we go. Is that who I think it is in our chat? It is, I believe. Our old friend, Vito, Renus Vitalins. I got to know. He's in our chat serious? Right now.
Yeah, there he is.
Bitterly disappointed me with many attacks many months ago on Andrew McGinnis, our good friend, and that's kind of why we had a falling out with our guy Vito. And it was just to me uncalled for, but he's in our chat, and like I say, we're here to have a good time. I'm making peace with what happened in the past, but like I say, I was not
Alex is here.
But, hey, what's up, speaking of things we are happy about, Alex B. Smith is here. And Alex, welcome back to the Ice Guys show. And we missed you today, of course. First of all, this is Alex's first time since we talked Monday afternoon, right? You were on Monday afternoon before the draft lottery, before last night's games. And Alex, congratulations on behalf of the Chicago Blackhawks for winning that number 1 overall pick. I did not even know until I saw the clip that you were on a live reaction show with the Hammer Network crew and the Edgework crew for the draft lottery last night. And I saw that thing and I was like, that's exactly the kind of reaction I thought I'd get from our guy, Alex B. Smith. Let's fucking go. And that's what I'm talking. That was just absolutely hilarious. I've made the joke on Twitter. Yeah, get an ambulance for Alex. I don't know what he's doing right now. But Alex, what a night for you and your team.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, just a great moment for the organization, and obviously being a fan for so long, and now seeing, now the second number 1 pick in the last 20 years for this team, and to have a generational talent to pick like Connor Bedard, that's going to be amazing. Of course, there's a lot of work still left to be done with this organization and this team, but this is a great way to start and great way to rebuild moving forward. The future is officially now with this pick, but this whole draft. I mean, keep in mind the Hawks are loaded for the next 2 drafts, so it starts with Bedard, but the work is far from over. So just happy to see it, and hopefully this is the start of some good things to continue with Cal Davidson and that team.
Exactly. It's exciting times, and we were talking too, and I didn't mention this today on the show. I don't think I did. We were busy, and Jason Williams, who did such an incredible job. It was such a great show with Jason Williams. That's about as good as you can get with him dominating playing days, the experiences playing with all those great players, and in his career with the Red Wings and the Blackhawks, and playing with to hear Jason Williams talk about playing with Zetterberg and Datsuk and Dominic Hasek, I mean, that was some great shit. I enjoyed hearing that because I remember watching these. I was a high schooler, college kid back in those days when Datsuk and Zetterberg were ripping it up for the Detroit Red Wings. And for Jason Williams to talk about all his experiences earlier today playing with those guys, it was a lot of fun to hear about it. But we did touch on the draft lottery with Jason, but I didn't mention it on the show today. The ticket sales for the Chicago Blackhawks, I mean, the last 24 hours, it's insane. I think it's now, over $5 million worth of season seats and individual game packages and, multi-game packages have been sold since the announcement that the Blackhawks got the number 1 overall pick last night during the lottery. So you talk about a fan base that's energized. Holy shit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a great sign to see. That means, that crowd that had been dead for 3 or 4 years now, the roar might be restored at 1901 West Madison for a little bit. Let's see what happens. Of course, it's a lot of big time, money people buying these tickets. Let's hope it doesn't become a Toronto kind of situation necessarily as far as the crowd goes. But I don't think that's the case. I think this is a lot of just generally interested people and true fans that are happy to see that, a top tier talent is coming to town once again and finally, build upon what has been such a great run these last 13, 14 years. So, it's great to see that excitement because, I remember how it was as a kid when Belfour and Roenick left, and Chelios left, and everything just went downhill, and things stayed downhill for quite a long time. So to see the fans react and bounce back that way by spending their hard-earned money and getting tickets lined up for next season and beyond, that's a good thing.
No, and by the way, I think it's absolutely ludicrous that I'm seeing, did the Chicago Blackhawks act in a horrible manner? Many people in the organization for the whole Kyle Beach saga and scenario. Absolutely. There's absolutely no defending, what happened there and the people that were involved in it, or maybe tried to sweep it up under the rug and that kind of thing. But, for the most part, the people involved in that era of the Blackhawks, they're all gone now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the thing. They're pretty much all gone now. And I don't think Connor Bedard, some people were thinking that this kid, it's going to matter to this kid what happened in the Beach situation. I don't think Connor Bedard's first thought when he saw Chicago Blackhawks, the number 1 overall pick, is, oh, there's that team that, swept that under the rug with Kyle Beach. I think his first thought is, wow, this is probably the team I'm going to. I'm excited about it. And to me, this nonsense. This is you talk about the Wes McCauley stuff being nuts and whack job conspiracy theory shit. Talking about how he's got an axe to grind with the Leafs because there's a connection with him and Keefe and that whole stuff. The more whack job thing is people saying that Connor Bedard now is going to pull an Eric Lindros and demand to be traded after the Blackhawks got the number 1 overall pick.
No.
That ain't happening. That's just not
This-
happening, folks.
This is a guy that was loyal to freaking Regina.
Yeah.
He could have left Regina and chose to stick with them. I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty loyal to Chicago. I mean,
And two things I want to say on that. One, I really don't want to hear a lot of hypocrisy from people, especially when I'm finding out that there are several teams, one notably the Calgary Flames, are looking to hire Stan Bowman. I've been hearing talks about Joe Quenneville possibly being, looking to be reinstated to sign elsewhere. So save your hypocrisy for somebody else. It's a bad situation, but if you can't just, throw all the shade at the Hawks and then your team goes out and gets one of the people who we fired because of that incident. So that's number one. And number two, yeah, except that no player is going to pull a Lindros. That was a one-time thing in the NHL, and we probably will never see it again. So anybody thinking that has their head up somewhere else too. So
you know why Lindros
Blackhawks,
did that, by the way? Lindros did that because the owner of – did you know that? The owner of the Quebec Nordiques made sexual passes to his mom.
Oh, no, really? I didn't know that.
That's out of his own mouth.
What?
He said that himself.
Yep.
So it wasn't anything to do with the city of Quebec or anything. And he said that right from the beginning.
You know when it happened, Perlo, they all
didn't
thought
want
he
to
hated
create-
French people. He hated people from
Right,
Quebec.
that's what I'd always believed, that was the whole thing, that he was afraid that he was going to struggle and then he would be heckled in a French crowd for not being
No,
French.
had nothing to do with it.
Wow.
Had nothing to do with it. It was all to do with that. And
And
he
if-
said that later because he said, I didn't want to create a big – I just got in the league. I didn't want to create anything. I just wasn't going to play for him. And it sucks that I couldn't tell everybody at the time. But after his career was over, he came out and told everybody.
There have been over 40 franchises in National Hockey League history, and I promise you will find something dirty, at least one thing, if not dozens, with every single franchise that has existed.
It's just that the Chicago incident with Beach became public knowledge because of the investigation and the evidence that came to light. Yeah.
And trust me, there's things I've heard or rumors I've heard within the Hawks years ago that were way worse. That they tried or they did cover up. So, like I said, it's in every league, it's in every team. When you start talking about corporations with this kind of money, there's always some dirtiness afoot.
And the hazing in hockey, not to compare it to sexual assault, but just the hazing in hockey. I remember started as early as bantams. For me, it continued into high school where they wanted you to shave your head, and if they'd force you in the bathroom, shave your head with clippers. Like, the hazing has been going on for decades and decades and decades. And like Ian just said, this was just a story that came out in the public. There's been so many other stories that have been swept under the rug. And why are we going to punish the Chicago Blackhawks and the fans and these players? It just makes absolutely no sense.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, there's skeletons. There's some skeleton in the closet of every NHL team, maybe except Seattle and Vegas because they haven't been around long enough to have anything.
Maybe not Seattle, but probably Vegas.
Vegas, yeah. Come on, it's Las Vegas. Some shit's got to have gone down by now, even though it's still only been 5 or 6 years.
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't think much happens in Columbus either. I'll give Columbus.
So you think Columbus has been around 20 years? There's not been a scandal. There's not been some affair going on.
Have you been
in a college town where Ohio State is? Yeah.
Have you been to Columbus? There's literally nothing there. Like I've been there. After 10 o'clock, the streets are empty.
Well, I know there's a strip club
Sounds like
there
fun.
because Theo Fleury got his ass kicked in one a long time ago.
Lack is in.
Yeah, we got our
Hey,
guy,
Eddie, how
our
you doing?
goalie expert, Eddie Lack. What's going on, my friend? How are you?
I'm a Columbus expert. There's fucking nothing there.
There you go. There's your proof right there. Eddie Lack telling you Columbus has fuck all
I've
to
been
do
there.
downtown. Yeah. So how are you doing? How's the hockey going? The basketball? How's the bets going? More importantly.
I have been catching up on work, so I just got to check here. I got to double check. What is the score in the game?
So 1-1, Carolina, New Jersey, after the first period in that
Good.
game. I know we're into the NBA, you and I. We talk about that. It's not a good start for the Celtics. It's 33-26 Philadelphia, leading by 7 after the first quarter. So
I have the Hurricanes and Devils over 5.5, and the New Jersey team total over 2.5.
was that really only 2.5? I never even looked, honestly, at the team total in that. I just assumed
Yeah.
they're pretty heavy favorites. It would be 3.5. No, it was 3. I've got it at 3.5 plus money. You must have had 2.5 at a big price, right?
I have minus money. I have
Pre-game, it was actually
-145.
minus 115 for 2.5.
Oh,
Carolina.
okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Okay. But you have Devils team total over. So you need only 3, though, right?
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. They got 1 on the board already. 1-1. They had a great start. They were flying early in the game. And Carolina was running around, making mistakes with the puck. Like, it's just, I couldn't recognize the Hurricanes, Eddie, early in the game. That just, they're coughing up the puck. They're not possessing the puck. That's their game. Puck possession, carrying the play, out shooting the other opponent, being in the offensive zone. It hasn't really happened all that much to them here in the early going. And then finally, though, they withstood the early onslaught, and then they got the game tied with Marty Necas late in the period.
They were so bad in the last game too, though, that it's just like I was like, if they scored 8 in the last game and they only need 3 in this, I feel pretty confident about it.
Well, no doubt, especially with you getting 2.5 with the team total. Yeah, no doubt. Them only needing 3 goals. It's a big difference with the team totals, 2.5 as opposed to 3.5. But obviously we last night. What was last night? Vegas and Edmonton. That was a bit of a frustrating game there for me because I had the Oilers team total. I had Vegas though, money line and first period and full game money line split, but I also had the Oilers team total over 3.5. They finally got shut down there last night, but that looks like just one of those series where look, it's 2 really good teams. And the team that got their ass beat handily the previous game is going to come back strong with a much better game the next time out. Vegas did in game 3 last night after they got beaten badly in game 2. And now I expect Edmonton to return the favor, in game 4. And they're probably going to be the team that's really strong coming out of the gate on tomorrow night. That is game 4. So, probably first period Edmonton is probably what I'm looking at tomorrow night there.
That's what I told you yesterday already. I'm like, it's looking bad in Edmonton, but at least they have the first period in the next game.
We're not exactly splitting the atom figuring out today. It's one of those series where the team that got beat pretty badly the game before is going to show up strong the next game, especially early. So I'd definitely expect Edmonton to have a strong start there in that game. What did you think of Did you see how much of that game did you see last night, Eddie? The Vegas game.
Just the highlights after.
Just the highlights. Do you think Aiden Hill, if he has to play the rest of this year, because remember Laurent Brossoit got injured early in that game last night. Aiden Hill had to take over. Do you think he's good? He looked great to me. He looked really ready and poised. Aiden Hill.
I think Hill is a really, really good goalie. Obviously Brossoit looked like good, and he's been battling all year to come back to this. I just feel sorry for him, but I don't think that they're gonna miss a beat with Hill and Ned either. Like it's not like they're going from Luongo to Lack. You know what I mean?
That's true. You're right. A minimal downgrade instead of the gargantuan gap between you and Bobby Lou, Roberto Luongo, back in the day for sure. But I would totally agree with you there. But you're right. I think Aiden Hill's been great. And by the way, Eddie, my colleague and good friend here, Alex, he was chatting it up with Aiden Hill's pops, Aiden Hill's father, in Minnesota when the team was in town for a road game, the Golden Knights against the Wild. That was quite.
And I'm regretting that we didn't exchange cell phone numbers, because with Aiden Hill now being a UFA, I would have loved to have had a chat with him and talk to him about how lovely Chicago is. It's a great place.
Yeah, exactly. Do some bargaining here. Wooing him here to Chicago to join the Blackhawks. Yeah.
You finally have one good player now, at least.
yeah, we got one. You got to start.
Hey, Lucas Reichel could be pretty good too. Still, never know.
I texted Peter Mrazek this morning. I said, "Hey, you have one player now in front of you. That's good. That's great."
What do you say?
He was just laughing. He was in Bali on vacation and was like, "Oh, we got the first overall." I'm like, "Yeah, dude."
He didn't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
he
might
needs
be-
a good long vacation after the season he endured. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I was just about to say he might get a real different surprising phone call come draft night, possibly. I don't know. That's where you're going.
Yeah. You ain't with us.
He got one last
No.
year.
You gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, I mean, he wasn't sure if it was him or not. Batman didn't know his name.
That's the bad thing about Chicago getting Bedard is just that, man, it's going to be rough sledding even with Bedard for a while. I saw Connor McDavid doing everything for the Oilers when he first came in. It was hard to watch.
It's
It was
not.
hard
Yeah,
to watch.
we're not betting Hawks to win the Central or Western future
No,
next year. Like
no,
it's not.
no,
Like, it's not.
no.
You know,
no.
I don't like anyone talking that is mad. Like no, that's like it's a start of the rebuild. Like you know,
Yeah.
if we compete for a wild card spot and fall out in the last 2 weeks of the season, that'd be a humongous improvement. You know?
That would be gargantuan, dude.
Yeah.
I was gonna say a 30-win season would be a really
Like,
good.
I tweeted out if he gets 50 points, that's like Connor McDavid level for what he's got to work with there in Chicago.
Yeah, but also at the same time, we don't know what he's going to be working with because there will be
That's true.
such
They
a big
could go out and
changeover.
get some people for him. Yeah.
They could
Gotta
get
think.
if they could get a upgraded level of scrubs, then they could be like a fringe middle of the road team.
Upgraded scrubs.
You know, yeah, yeah, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
we can if we can be a C average team instead of a D minus team, then yeah, that's you know, that's
The first thing that came to my mind was because he's still young, was a guy like Bertuzzi or something like that.
You think like Patty Kane is gonna come back, or
I don't think it'd be wise, but
it would depend on like what other free agents would be coming
Yeah.
in too. Like they would have to look somewhat, you know, halfway competitive for Kane to come back.
would Jonathan Taves play again? That's
I don't
like the
think
big question.
I don't really think. I think his health issues are, you know, he's trying to figure that out, and then he's going to officially retire at some point. But based on the way that he came back and then said he's not going to be back with the team, it just seems like he may not play anymore.
I mean, he like probably it's not gonna like what people are gonna offer him either, salary wise and everything.
Yeah.
And like, do you go back and play for like 1/4 or 1/5 of what you played for the last 10 years?
I could see him playing for like 1.2 and go back home to Winnipeg.
Maybe.
I could see
Yeah.
that.
Or maybe a real surefire contender pays him a bargain, and he maybe wants to chase one more title. But I don't know.
I don't see that.
Does he want one that badly?
Yeah.
He's won a bunch already. It's not like he's
And that's the thing.
yearning for another Stanley Cup. Yeah.
And that's the thing. I think with Kane getting bounced early with the Rangers, it's like maybe he's like, you know, do I really feel like chasing another cup? You know, or am I good with where I'm at? I think he has to kind of sit and really think about that too. So both of those guys might retire, honestly, which is what I had kind of alluded to at the beginning of this year.
Yeah.
I'm just looking here at the I did take it right now. The NBA, I know it's a Ice Guys Betcast, still 1-1 by the way. I took Boston just now plus 120 money line because they're down by 12 against the Sixers early, and now you're getting a decent price with them money line. I could see Philly giving this away, like
I
they
think
did.
they're down 14.
Yeah, right. Down. They've closed the gap a little. It's 11 right now, 42-31.
Yeah.
I'm taking the
Wait.
Devils to score next, just so you know. I'm taking them.
Yeah, Devils have had some good chances here
Yeah,
the
okay,
last
right.
couple of
That's
minutes.
it.
So if you're a momentum, live better.
At minus 106, I'm in on that.
There you go.
Yeah, it
Devils
was
next
like
goal.
130 earlier.
That's why I'm taking it minus 106 is a good price on it.
Well, now's the time to bet it because Devils just took a penalty actually, so you're getting a really good price now.
Then wait.
They got a
Wait.
Was that for bumping?
They took a
Anderson?
penalty, then wait for it to go up, and then grab it. That'll probably be plus money now when it come back.
Yeah, last
Oh.
night at the end of the first period, I don't know.
Carolina
Well,
power play. Yeah.
It'll be plus money for everybody but you, Alex, because they'll lock you out of your bet.
Yeah, right.
I think last night, I don't know if the books caught on to it, but Evander Kane got a penalty to end the first period, and Vegas to score the next goal was plus 115, which is not what you see when you're about to go on a power play.
Oh yeah, they were quick to or slow to move to it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
That
were.
was kind of a weak penalty too.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
What,
Yeah,
the
that-
cross check or?
Goal,
Something else.
goalie interference.
Goalie
It was
interference.
for bumping
He
in.
gets
Okay.
pushed in, like
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought you were talking
Ooh.
about Evander Kane.
Almost
That's what
got
we've
a
talked
shorty.
about, Eddie, for months, all season on this show. Nobody knows what goalie interference is now. It's different from one game to the next, one incident to the next, one crew to the next.
You
Everyone's
want me
got
to
a different
explain it to you?
interpretation. Yeah,
You want me to explain it to you?
Sure.
you try. Yeah,
I can't.
no, you can't. Nobody can. Nobody can. Nobody can because they've got it in the rule book what it is, but that standard is not implemented league wide, game to game, crew to crew. It's different. That's the frustrating part.
Oh, Devils. You guys are way ahead of me, I think. So, like, you guys are probably going to tell me if they score.
You're probably right. I
That's
mean,
why I
I've been
see
ahead
it.
of most people on the feed here. It
Yeah.
seems like, but yeah. See,
Yeah,
I just got a save by Vanacek there and a face-off coming up. So you're probably just going to see that in 10 minutes from now.
My Devils next to score just went from in the span of 20 seconds minus $1.02, minus $1.11, minus $1.14. Now it's frozen.
Yeah.
Like I don't even
Mine's up
understand
to
what that is.
120.
I got in at 106 before you said wait. So I
Yeah,
already
well,
have it.
good call. Now it's back to 102 again. Now, all right, now I'm grabbing that. Weird.
Did you have a face off? Oh my God. I'm like 30, 40 seconds. Like, that
Yeah,
just happened.
ESPN is at
Like,
least
he just made a
15
save.
seconds behind.
He just made a save now.
Wow. And I saw that like I thought it would be 10 minutes, and it feels like 10 minutes. That's for sure.
Yeah. If you're on
Holy
ESPN, you're a good 20 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least I knew he was going to make the save.
Yeah. At least you weren't taken by surprise. We gave you the news bulletin before you even got to see it. Yeah.
Because right now I'm at 1350. What are you guys at?
1336.
13. I'm at 1320.
Jesus.
13.
What are you on, Alex? ESPN?
No, I got I'm watching through the Bet Online like streaming.
Okay.
Oh, they're even ahead. Bet online, the bet. Yeah, there you go.
I'm
They
at
Ahead.
got they got the
14,
European
10.
satellite.
Yeah. You're a minute behind me because I'm at 13:10. Yeah.
No.
Wow, good chances for Carolina, but not able to score at the end of that power play. So still 1-1. Goose is with us, and Pie Guy is a Leaf fan. Goose, we know you're a Leaf fan. I mean, I'm sick and tired about talking about the Leafs. Quite honestly, I'm sick of it. So I'm going to let you talk about them.
Well, first off, let's say Florida's playing a hell of a series. Kudos and credit to them.
Right.
That forecheck is
And that triple check.
fantastic.
But
Having said that, and I don't say this because I can, I say it because I've been saying it. The end of this season, Nylander is out the door and gone for whatever I can get for him. He had a great season. He's trade bait. He's going to bring in prospects. They can't play playoff hockey. They
You're
can't.
getting rid of Nylander before Marner? I feel like Nylander's been the best player so far for him.
Well, this is the problem though with Nylander. He's always the best player. Like you know what? He'll come out and he'll probably pot 2 goals tomorrow night, and everybody go, "Oh fuck, there's Nylander, the playoff performer." He did this last year, but go back and watch the first 3 games against Florida. He's pulled up. He hasn't fought for pucks. So I made a comment to a buddy of mine in Ontario. I said it'd be nice to see Nylander fight for a puck just once this series. He says to me, he can't check a coat. And I fucking howled for 5 minutes because it's true.
It's not bad.
Right? It's a pretty good joke, I thought.
Yeah.
So Marner's under contract for, I think, 3 more years under his current deal. Nylander's due at the end of next season. You can't sign him because at his numbers, he's going to command 8 or 9 mil. You can't. Like, you just can't sign him. So you got to trade him. So he'd be the first one out the door. The money you save on him, you sign Samsonov because I'm convinced Samsonov is the goalie to bridge from now till Joseph Wall's ready. I don't know
We're
what to
going
do
to
with
find out a
Matthews.
lot more if Joseph Wall's ready tomorrow night because he's already
True.
been confirmed as the starter. Joe Wall, Brick Wall, Joe
True.
Brick Wall. Hoping he is. Yeah.
Pink Floyd the Wall. There you go.
I've been telling you for 2 weeks that they should start Wall instead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, but I had no problem with Samsonov. Like, he was playing good hockey. He really was. He was playing. He was a good goalie. But now he's hurt, right? And Shen sliding into him was a total accident. But I think he dislocated his shoulder. Is I think what happened there.
Yeah, it sure looked like a shoulder injury to me too when looking at it live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Carolina goal.
There you go. Nice.
Again.
Good thing
But
Matt
then,
never went in, I guess. Jesus.
Yeah.
But then I'm also convinced that you can't sign Matthews for 8 years at what, 14 mil? Like, you can't do that either.
Wait,
So I'm almost
not to change topics, but you think Samsonov's injury is shoulder, not groin?
Yeah, well, see, I think it was the knee. The knee seemed to hit the post, but I'm convinced it's the shoulder because that's where Shen had his initial contact, and Shen was coming in pretty hard.
And that's a big boy coming at you.
Yeah, Shen's huge.
Yeah, Shen's a 220-pound boy, so
That's
The way
so
he
far
was
as all that
walking-
pounds soaking wet like me coming after you. Yeah.
The way he was walking off the ice, it made it seem like his right leg was very ginger, so I assumed it was his groin, the groin, but I could be wrong.
yeah. If when I watched the replay, I seen his knee slam into the post, so that's why I think it might be a knee contusion, something along that line. But the shoulder definitely took the brunt of the impact by Shen. So I don't think we'll see him back this series, right? Even if they will win a game, I'm convinced of that. But they're not going to be a 42 Leafs and nothing.
I was saying this to a friend of mine who was just so disappointed,
Okay.
and disillusioned, and depressed, just like many Leaf fans are. And I said, and I truly believe this could happen. What they're going to do is it would be such a Leaf way for the season to end.
Yeah,
They're going to have this
7.
dominant Game 4 win tomorrow night against the Florida 6-1 or something. And Wall is excellent in his first official playoff start. And then they'll come back home for Game 5 Friday night, and that's when they'll get theirs knocked out. And that's when the season will end.
They'll get a shit kicking in Toronto.
That would be very concerning potentially because you're talking about a Friday night and the Leafs possibly getting bounced in that fashion at home. You're asking for like a fucking riot. Like that's the same perfect storm that happened with Vancouver in that Game 7 in 2011.
But that's the difference. We're not Vancouver. We won't ride in our own city, Alex. Don't you worry about that.
Okay.
Never say never. Vancouver didn't think they'd do that shit after Game 7 against Boston.
I was there.
You kidding? The Suchi crowd can't find a way to get their asses out onto Yonge Street to celebrate a win. So they ain't riding.
Yeah. I was shocked Vancouver Eddie did that actually after
I was
7. That was I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, no. It was just
That
like,
couple making out on the ground with the fire burning behind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great. They did a whole story about them. They had just met like 3 weeks before that. Like the guy was like a foreign exchange student or something. Like it was a really cool story, and I think they ended up getting married.
Wow.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
With their big public moment of affection broadcast for all to see with a roaring fire right behind them.
The still photograph is like super cool. Like they like blown up. It's like when you see all the tear gas and like everybody, and then like just them like right in the middle. It's like a whole love is war kind of thing. Very poetic.
So, but if I was going to touch anything tomorrow night, it'd be the team total for the Leafs over 3.5, and that'd be it.
That'd be it. Yeah. And that's assuming we get the big core 4 actually scoring their first goal of the series, which they have not done yet.
I think it's just as possible that they totally get just shot to bed tomorrow and it's over. I think both are equally as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
laying
that's what I
off.
said. Right? That's why I'm saying the team total is the only thing I touch tomorrow. Other than that, you know what I mean? Like, because you're right, Perlo. They could come out. It could be 4-0 at the end of the first, and they could just be there to fucking cash a paycheck, which they're not cashing anyway because it's playoffs. But you know what I mean, right? They're showing up to show up. So, but as always, I will be wearing my Leaf jersey, and I will die a slow and painful death as I do every other year.
I just hope Mikey gets the inside on the freaking pregame speech for Keefe. I want to hear that. Was absolutely horrible. You guys
How
got
does that
Can't
bump
be.
up a team? When I was hearing that, I'm like, how does that get the boys going?
no
Listening to
fucking
that.
idea. Sounds like
Just,
my grade 9 science
they
teacher
should,
freaking
Yep.
do a chemistry project or something. It was awesome. Did you hear that, Eddie? Did you hear
No.
that? Oh, you have to send it on Twitter. My God, it was just absolutely diabolical.
Sheldon
Yeah.
Keefe speech.
And the Leafs,
I haven't
Leafs
heard it.
guys were sitting there going, "This is pumping us up." All right.
Yep.
Might as well took
Well,
some
3-1.
down.
Oh, Carolina strikes again.
Oh,
Wow.
jeez.
Whoa.
Wow.
And one more thing. I'll say this right now. Keith
Slavin.
will be gone. Keith will be gone at the end of this year.
Oh,
Pesci,
yeah.
sorry.
He's not the coach for the Leafs.
Not the coach for anyone.
Well, you know what? He's like that coach that you bring in to bridge until you can find, like, they need somebody. I hate to say it, but they need like somebody like a Joel Quenneville, somebody that's going to put in because. Answer me this one. What do we got here? We got 7, 8 guys on.
He still hasn't even been
Answer me this. What
Yeah.
system do the Leafs play?
They don't.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
They play.
Right, thank you.
Don't dump the puck
Same
in
as
and
the
try to
Rangers.
dangle.
They play the
They
same
play the
system.
system that doesn't involve winning a puck battle, being
They-
hard on the puck.
They
being
consider
hard on the
themselves
forward
being
net.
an amoeba, and then they can play any kind of style, but they really can't.
So
But they
Goose,
can't,
what
no.
you're doing is the trick with
Nope.
Keefe was get a coach that's so bad that the next coach is going to seem like a god. Is that the bridge you're talking about? Like, so if we make
No,
a mistake,
so
it can't be that
so-
bad.
I kind of look at it this way: is Keefe was the coach to bring in to get the young guys kind of playing together, to grow together. After Babcock, like, holy shit.
Yeah.
But to me, Keefe was kind of the coach that he's like DJ Smith in Ottawa, right? You bring DJ in to get the guys playing together so they grow. But you gotta find that next step coach. Ottawa's in the same position, I think, as Toronto. I don't think DJ Smith is there next year either. At least he shouldn't be. But I'm just not sure
Another one.
who you bring in for Toronto. Like, if I was listening to Toronto radio this morning on my way to my day surgery, and they were talking about Bruce Boudreau. Bring back Bruce. Well, Bruce is great, but Bruce isn't a long-term fix in my mind. So I'm not sure. Like, if you ask me to name a coaching, I can't name a coach that I would like to see in Toronto right now. Nobody comes to mind. Like, there's no clear cut. The only one I would have liked to have seen would have been the gentleman who just signed in Nashville as the GM.
Barry Trotz.
Barry Trotz. Thank you. I think
Everybody in
Trotz
the
would have
league
been a
wants
really
that
good
guy.
coach for Toronto because he's got a really good defensive system that once you master that defensive system, it turns your offense on. And that's, I think, what Toronto needs.
And
But
then
at the-
what happens when Leafs Nation comes storming and kicking down his door because he's benching Marner and Matthews for not playing well defensively? Because he'll do that.
Well, that's fine. That's what needs to be done.
And then
Right?
and then they
Marner
lose every
should
game
have
3-1.
Would they respond to it the right way is the question.
Probably not.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like the other night, second period, Nylander gave up on a puck that a 10-year-old could have got and fought for. His ass should have been stapled to the pine for at least half a period. Well, where was he? He was back out next shift, right? There's no punishment in Toronto, and they know that. So I think that's kind of created a little bit of a shitty culture there. Don't get me wrong. I like watching them play. Regular season, they're a fantastic team. Playoffs, they can't seem to find that second gear. And I'm firmly convinced half of that is the players because they don't have the right coach behind the bench. So,
Well, it's funny you mentioned Keith's flaws and that he might be in jeopardy if they lose this series. There's a couple of his assistants that are going to be interviewed for head coaching jobs. That there's teams that really like some of these assistants on the Leafs, believe it or not. Everybody keeps talking about the Spencer Carberry, who's on the coaching staff for the Leafs. There's multiple teams that want to interview him. Manny Malhotra, same thing. He's an assistant for the Leafs, and apparently there's teams interested in interviewing him for their vacant head coaching spot. So for as much as Keefe is, maybe in jeopardy here if they don't win this series, his assistants are getting a lot of attention from teams that are looking for a new head coach, including the New York Rangers, who apparently are going to interview both guys, Carberry and Malhotra, at some point.
See, and go ahead. Whoever was going ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, no, keep in mind, too, with the Hawks having 3 assistant coaches, one of them being Derek King, he might be a guy who would be wanting to take a head coaching job somewhere.
Oh, good hit.
Overloaded with it. He'd be a good fit. He would be a really good fit, actually, I think.
There's another one.
Yeah, we should point out, by the way, we have a great conversation. But in the midst of all our great discussion, it went from 3-1 Carolina to 4-1 Carolina to now 5-1 Carolina.
5.5.
Brent Burns has just made it 5-1, and that's it for Vanacek. He is getting the hook, and Akira Schmid is coming into the game. Wow.
So do we think this is Carolina finding their groove at the right time, and you can probably kind of say goodnight to New Jersey?
It could be.
Right?
New Jersey's got to get a goaltender next year. Schmidt isn't going to be the guy right away. He's only 22. They got to get.
Well, that's it, right? You need that bridge goalie, that the vet who's still got a good couple years in him, can teach Schmidt some, and then get Schmidt to that point, right?
Yeah.
Vanacek certainly isn't it. No.
Vanacek is yelling. I don't know if he's yelling. I think he's just yelling at himself. I don't think he was yelling at Ruff or the coaching staff that he's pulled. What do you want, man? 5 goals on 17 fucking shots. You can't be mad that he's been pulled, right?
Well, it's tough when your goalie have been pulled 3 out of the 4 games that you played, and the other one he let in 4.
For sure.
Tough series.
He's never been able to settle in. Like, he had those bad games against the Rangers, or those games where they lost, and I wouldn't say he was awful, but he was below average. And then Schmid takes over in Game 3. They get on that roll in the Rangers series with Schmid in net. He leads them to that series win. Schmid then bobbles a bit in the first 2 games. They come back to Vanacek again in Game 3. He doesn't have to be great last game because they scored 8 goals. They got the early lead. He could settle in. But now tonight, it was 1-1 after the first period. Pressure's on Vanacek, right, Eddie? You know this as a goalie. It's 1-1 in a playoff game. Suddenly, you've got to be the guy to make saves and be strong and keep your team in the game. You didn't have to worry anything about that in Game 3. They scored 8 goals. They gave them tons of run support, so to speak. Now, tonight, 1-1, tight game, a big moment in the series. You can't go down 3-1. He's got to slam the door shut, keep his team in it. He hasn't done it, and now they're back in the same predicament they were after the Game 2 against the Rangers.
Yeah, and I kind of feel that Lindy probably mismanaged the goalies a little bit too. It's like
I can see you.
When you pull
I got
guy,
the camera shut off right now.
it is an extra kind of slap in the face, and when you're only down 3-1 or 3-0 or 4-1, and goalie hasn't really made a bad mistake or anything, you should probably leave him in there because it's not really his fault, and they probably should have kept Akira Schmid in there one of the first 2 games down in Raleigh and just see the game out, right? Yeah. But then when you pull them both, you don't really have another choice than to go back with Vanacek first home game, and then you're kind of setting yourself up for that. And it's no real question that Akira has been a lot better, right? So you probably just
he has been. Yeah, he has been. He hasn't been as good in this series, but he was good for a large part of the Ranger series. And this first, the first 2 games, the whole team wasn't great. He did have that one bad giveaway. He mishandled the puck in Game 2. It was a really bad play by Schmid, but he's still been better. Clearly, we know now he's been better than Vanacek. I mean, this has been a rough period for Vanacek. Now, the whole team hasn't been great, but there are a couple of those. I'd like to see my goalie stop it, quite honestly.
Sure. That was
Eddie Lack would have made some of those damn saves. Come on. Yeah.
That was Vanacek's 6th start or appearance in the playoffs this year. He's allowed 4 more goals in 4 of them.
Garrett would have made those saves. Yeah.
As I was saying before the playoffs started. I was not confident in Vantage yet. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's a shame they're going to get knocked out of the playoffs probably, in the next couple of games because they've been a fun team to bet the overs with so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I know.
I bet.
We don't give two shits about their season and their goals and their dreams colliding. All we care about is, this team being knocked out. Yeah, it's going to screw our opportunities.
Gonna screw up our overs, man. Jesus,
Of
mercy.
Welcome to the family we roll with, Eddie.
Yeah.
We're just cared about. Yeah, we're winning overs with you guys. Now you're going to get bounced from the playoffs. We're not going to get our overs anymore. Who cares?
But
if your
guys,
team
do you
comes
want
over?
do you want to know something? It is possible to bet unders too.
I just don't choose not to.
Yeah.
No, I know.
As you know.
No, I know.
I do them every now and then.
Because you're a goalie hater. That's why.
The goalies aren't really giving me much reason to bet them at the moment.
What is wrong
Eddie,
with cheering for the goalies? Why do you always
Eddie,
got to cheer for the goal scorers?
Unders are a regular season thing.
You know what? Unders
Well,
are a
it's
never
usually a
season
playoff
thing
thing.
for me. No season thing for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, I grabbed. So the other night I'm not feeling good about any of the guys on the Leafs. So I grabbed. Bet365 they'll give you a list of like 10 guys to score goals, and then at the bottom is other. So either on the first or last goal, if somebody other than the top six or whatever score a goal, it pays. I think it paid $450 the other night, plus $450. So don't I nail Lafferty on the first goal at plus $450?
Nice.
Yeah, it was a nice little one of those. I'm like, I got no faith in. Like I won't. I refuse to put any money on Nylander anymore. That little prick has cost me so much money this playoff. Fucking god.
Where's his pops? Where the hell's Michael Nylander saying, "Hey, son,
Yeah, right?
He's
your
still
head
out.
working on his
Let's go
skills
here,
for the comeback.
yeah,
I tell you, his younger brother has more balls than he does.
Alex,
Oh, yeah,
Alexander,
yeah.
He's
Where is
definitely got way more physicality to his
Pittsburgh.
game.
He's
Yeah,
where?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
I'm gonna eat some dinner, guys. See you later.
Cheers,
Eddie.
good to see you, buddy.
enjoy it.
Good to
What
see
are you
man.
having?
What?
What are you having?
My wife had made some fajitas for us. Yeah.
Oh, chicken fajitas going Mexican
Yeah.
tonight. Very good.
Yeah.
I like anything. Fajitas, tacos, Mexican food's good.
I know, Goose. I know, Goose. That started off kind of questionable.
You don't say anything controversial here.
That was kind of a Freudian slip there, Ed, but that's okay. You got yourself, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, Goose.
Hey, Eddie's getting out of here before Cheshire Cat shows up, so he's
yeah.
probably,
Yeah.
then the real shit
You
would hit
still
the
can.
fan. Yeah.
I might come back when I walk my dolphins. Sorry, dogs.
There you go.
How about, speaking of the Dolphins, Eddie, they're playing later. The Seattle
Jersey
Dolphins.
just scored.
Seattle Dolphins are playing.
No,
later.
they
Jersey
didn't.
just
Oh,
scored.
no.
I just need one
No,
more.
no,
then.
they didn't. They didn't. It looked
Oh, I was gonna say I bet Jersey next to score. That looked like.
I already lost that one. New Jersey to score next. Big time.
Well, after the fifth goal, they looked like something was brewing, and Carolina might not try to score the rest of the game. So
no.
Well, now they'll try to, they'll probably try
I was going to say, after Ed's
Yeah.
comment about eating dinner, I was going to bet on him to score next, but
Yeah, right.
My wife is 6 months pregnant. There's not much scoring here. Let me tell you.
Sorry to hear that.
by not by choice, obviously. Yeah.
Not by choice.
All right, my friend, go eat your meal.
All
All right, be good, Eddie. Take care,
All
buddy.
right, boys. Talk to
Yeah,
you soon.
See you
Bye.
later. Yeah. There he is, Eddie. Lyon.
Goosey, I caught that right along there with you at the same time. I was like, wait a minute. That pause.
The way it slid in there with the pause, I'm like, go, Eddie. Yeah, baby. Oh,
He might be back later. He said that, Cheshire Cat. So hold your horses there. He might be back later. We'll see. Yeah. 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 That's what he did last week. He was on for a bit, then he came back. He went for an outside stroll in the Arizona desert wind, it looked like last week.
yeah, we had him out walking his dogs there last week.
Yeah, exactly. So Yeah, that might not be the last of them tonight. We'll see. But it is the last of the New Jersey Devils, at least as far as this game is concerned. It looks like 5-1 Carolina late in the second period. And disappointing. I mean, it just unraveled for New Jersey. And, give Carolina credit. This was a good response. Rod Brindamore said it was the worst loss I've seen our team have, especially defensively, the way we played in Game 3. And they are definitely making amends for it here. So far tonight. So 5-1 Carolina, and again, 2:15 to go in the second period of this game. So no live bets at the moment. We'll see if we can find something in the third period, but these games that are, pretty hefty margin, not always easy to do that.
I live bet Jersey to score next, but that's only.
I would lean that way. Like, is New Jersey really going to roll over completely?
It's even money
they're down
too,
5-1 at home, like this, and let it get worse. I think they're going to want to put a good third period on the board, even if it isn't enough to win the game.
I would consider
about Dallas.
I would consider Devils minus 0.53 Pete.
Okay. I'm liking Dallas tonight. I took Carolina too in this game at plus 140. I heard Ian talking about it on the Ice Guys this afternoon. I think, if one of these teams is going to give you plus money in this game, I was going to take it. So Carolina at plus 140 to win this game. I figured it was a coin toss. Some team was going to come out and some team wasn't, and it happens to be New Jersey. So,
the value is on Carolina for sure. Totally.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Yeah. Couple of guys though. I got the Meyer over point prop taken care of. Then I just got a Jarvis point prop. I got a Kotkaniemi goal prop, and then I got a Jesper Bratt point prop.
I hit fast ATG. I also had
I saw Perlo. You mentioned that. You know what? I went with Kotkaniemi instead of, but they're playing on the same line. Like, they've elevated Fost and Kotkaniemi to like their second line. So from a value standpoint, it was good value on Fost, whether he scored or not, and obviously he did with that fifth goal. Yep.
Well, his point was plus 145. Like, that was freaking. He's had points every single game this series.
Yeah, and even in the Rangers series, he had a couple games too where he found the score sheet. So he's had a nice playoffs. And again, this was a former Ranger, and
good.
We know where the Rangers are right now. Nowhere to be found in the postseason. Yep.
They got a lot of Shea and Fost. Yeah.
Let's be honest. The kid line, which was so good for them last year in the playoffs, the Rangers did nothing for them in that New Jersey series, and that was a problem too. Like, Hedl had a disappointing playoffs too, after everything he did last year.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he didn't put up nearly as he didn't have nearly as good a series as what he probably should have.
I forgot he was on the team. It was so bad.
No, it's Philip. It's not Philip Hedl anymore. It's Philip Koldel. Nice gold.
Ian's never going to be a dad, so he can't do dad jokes. So he's got to do cap jokes.
It'll be stress-free single man jokes is what it's going to be.
Stress-free single man cap jokes. That's
right.
Yeah. I don't know what's the but they're good ones. They make me chuckle every time. They make me chuckle.
Ian can get a dog.
Yeah. If you consider that fatherhood, yeah.
Well, now on a personal note, Ian, here's one for you. I was single till I was 40.
Yeah.
I met Joe. We dated for 10 years. We got married 3 years ago, and I inherited 3 kids.
There you go. So it's never too late. There you go. And I'm not 40 yet, so.
No, right? There's lots of time.
Yeah.
I think, Ian, you'd have to find somebody that caps all day like you. That's
the thing. You want to deal with the 14-hour workday for me, like almost every day throughout the year. Yeah. Good luck with that. That's been the whole issue from the beginning for me.
Just marry like a college professor or somebody who works in somebody who has a crazy busy schedule.
Well, you need a mathematics professor. That's exactly what you need.
That's right.
Yeah, I would be a statistician.
Get a relationship where she can only see you 2 hours a week, and one where I can only see her 2 hours a week, and I got it made.
Yeah, there you go.
Listen, my dad got married twice. His first marriage was to a doctor. Second marriage was to a nurse. So sometimes,
look at him go.
You gotta stay with your party.
It's almost like this is me. Hello? Yes. Oh, hi there, sweetie. Yes, I'd like to make an appointment to see my girlfriend. I've only got an hour free. I think it's like this weekend. That's about it. So there you go.
Oh my
does it
God.
work for you?
Carolina
Yes, there you go.
plots
All right.
another
So that Saturday we'll see you 1 p.m. All right.
6-1.
Oh,
Who
6-1
was
for
that?
Carolina.
Wow.
Martinuk. There's another guy that's been underrated.
I didn't take Martinuk. Shit.
Yeah. What a shot.
I did have Kokaniemi point though. I did have.
I was looking at Martinuk on the ride home because Buddy had to drive me home from the hospital, and I thought about it twice, and I never pulled the trigger. I just couldn't because I'm like, one of those he should, but you never know, and crap.
This
So
is
the
one of
thing
those
I
where
was
I-
concerned about with Carolina, especially with Tara Vinen out and Svechnikov lost for the season, and Pacioretty's been out for a long time as well, is would they have the scoring depth to
big
overcome
time.
that? And right now they're proving they have it. Like what they've gotten from Kotkaniemi and Jesper Fast and now Martinuk, who's had multiple points in this series now, to go with Natchez and Aho and Jarvis. It's been pretty impressive.
Look at that
It's been
Kraken
pretty
jersey.
impressive. They do have the
Oh,
offense to
jeez.
withstand those absences.
Oh,
President of
Look
the
at
Kraken
that.
fan club, Cheshire Cat, with us.
Bam.
Seattle Dolphins with us.
yeah.
Seattle
Those
Kraken,
Dolphins.
the deep
That
sea
move around the
monster.
ice like dolphins, as you said last week. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. You can see it. You can see it. It's beautiful. They're all connected. It's all one unit moving as multiple units.
Yeah.
It is the Sea Kraken.
It's funny. Eddie actually, the day after last week's Betcast, we were funny. He's joking, and he says, "I'm actually starting to think of it now that I think of it." And he said that about the Seattle Kraken. They like dolphins. He's actually kind of right. He's
Dude, they're all connected, man.
Yeah.
They're all playing for each other. And they play their ass off. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's so fucking cool. I was looking back through my tweets yesterday because I was like, I know I tweeted this out sometime in like September, like late September, early October, about the team and like the way they constructed it, because I thought it was so fucking cool. I was like, these are all the guys I would probably pick off of different teams, and they're all just random dudes that work really hard, that do their fucking shit, and that are always contributing to the team. And
So none
they
of the
put them
Leafs
all
top
together.
six.
It's basically the anti-leaf blueprint.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, the anti-Leaf group. But I wasn't. I at the time I thought that Hackstall sucked, so I was kind of like giving Hackstall shit because he had said some stupid shit after this terrible loss.
So let's clarify the
Kraken
Hackstall
had.
thing. Let's clarify the Hackstall
Yeah.
thing. We've got Cheshire Cat here saying at one time I thought this guy was a complete and utter moron, idiot, and not a very good
I
head
did.
coach. And then on a recent
Yeah.
Betcast, I remember Perlo talking about the genius of Dave Hackstall. So
I like them right
let's
from the
not go with
beginning.
either extreme. Let's agree on that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can have both opinions. I think he's a mid-range bordering on bad coach, but he had a great season this year. And at one point, the Kraken were the best team in the West. That's why I took an 18-1 shot on him to win Jack Adams. So you know,
I think he's really. I think he's very, very good. Maybe genius, but I mean, I'm talking about
Not
NHL coaches.
okay.
They're all kind of genius.
Geniuses
You can't
aren't
make it to
real.
the NHL and not be a
Probably
pro.
the right guy for
he's a
that
bright
job,
guy.
though.
He's
It's
a
something
bright
that
guy.
we all put together is like a
He's a
thing.
bright guy. He's
Geniuses
just not
aren't real though.
the best coach in the league. So.
No.
I'm not calling
Even
him an idiot.
just
Einstein
a
wasn't a
good
genius.
fit.
He was a highly intelligent human.
I
wouldn't
think
say that he's a
he'll get
genius.
an Adams eventually.
There are some idiot coaches. He's not one of them.
No.
And
Yeah.
Hackstall certainly isn't what you would consider to be a
Well,
normal
who's
genius.
the guy in Nashville who was terrible?
But I like him a lot.
Hines is not bad.
Hines.
You want to talk
yeah.
about? I'll tell you, genius coaches, or at least coaches I think are elite in the sport. Scotty Bowman going back in the day, Barry Trotz, and John
course.
Cooper current day. Yeah,
Oh,
Tortorella,
those are
man.
elite. Those are elite,
Tortorella.
high level
Tortorella.
coaches.
Tortorella.
No,
I
no,
put
no.
I put Tortorella up there too.
He's up there
At
with
the
Mike
level?
Keenan.
I love Tortorella. Love.
And well, Keenan has how many
Are
rings?
you
Keenan
being
has?
serious right now, Pearl?
1 ring?
Yeah, I'm being serious. I love Tortorella. I think he's a brilliant
Good
coach.
God, bro.
He
I don't
turned
think-
he turned the New York Rangers, who had no possession game at all. They didn't have the players to do it, into the best shot blocking team of all time. They almost won a cup blocking shots.
They got to a
which is
cup
not
final,
the
I
way it's
remember.
supposed to
Yeah,
be.
1 year with them.
Like
yeah.
he,
I mean,
look what he did in Tampa Bay. Le Cavalier probably wouldn't have had a career if it wasn't for Tortorella.
Yeah, won the Stanley Cup there. I like Torts. Torts is a good coach.
I like it.
Good
I
coach.
firmly-
He's not a
good.
genius
Yeah.
coach. He's not
Genius
a
He
coach.
did
genius.
grow on me. He grew
That's a
on
little
me.
strong.
I think
For me.
he's
I
up
would-
with the best.
I wouldn't even call
I think he's
Joe
up there with
Quenneville
You
a
call him a
genius.
genius or
Torts,
some shit though,
everybody.
Perlo. I
As
swear
much
to
as I
God.
love Quenneville, I wouldn't call him a genius coach.
Trotz. I'd put him up there with Trotz. All those guys.
They're not like none of these guys are
Trotz-
geniuses.
Quenneville also had like the best team in the last 20 years.
Trotz has gotten multiple just franchises that
What
are
are we
absolute
talking
crap.
about here?
Got him over the hump. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are the Islanders doing in the
This is
playoffs?
a
this
really
year?
Not throwing the
loose.
word genius
What-
around loosely here.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
did-
This
the
is a
only
really
place
like
that
loose idea of
Tortorella-
what genius means.
The only place that Tortorella didn't do anything was Vancouver, and that's because they're a bunch of bitches and they couldn't handle him. Besides that, he did he was doing everywhere he wanted.
Vancouver's Leafs West. It's
Yeah.
And they're proving it. Vancouver's proving it right now. They're proving it.
Here's the thing about Trotz. In the post 05 lockout era of high speed and increased offense and smaller goalie pads, he is a defensive genius.
Yeah.
Okay, he's been able to find a way to establish quality defenses, and his blueprint has been copied all the way over by many teams
I agree. Yeah.
in the last 15 years.
And the system works. His system works.
Now-
We've seen it. Yeah.
Now you have to find a way to get offense. He's not going to provide you with any offense, but
No.
the defense, he's got that unlocked.
Whereas Bowman, of course, going back to the 70s, 80s, and 90s now with Scotty Bowman, but this guy was the ultimate line matcher. Jason Williams said it today because remember he was on that cup winning team 2002, the last one with Bowman before Scotty retired, and Jason said it. He's the ultimate line matcher. He's one of those guys that would say, if they're putting out defense on the ice, I'm putting out offense and vice versa. My best offensive line, and I'm getting my best checking line out there. And the moment their best offensive line comes out onto the ice, he was
Is that the guy?
he worked overtime for the line matching. Actually, line matching was born in NHL coaching because of Scotty Bowman.
Scotty Bowman, that's right.
Yeah.
Is he the guy that created this roster for the Kraken, or is
Who?
this a totally different person?
You're
No,
talking about
I
Hacksaw?
am really interested in. No, I don't think Dave Hackstall was in charge of making the roster of like his team.
No.
I think
No,
that he
Francis.
had like
Francis.
Yeah,
Who
Ron
was it?
Francis is the
Francis?
GM.
Oh,
But I'm
yeah.
sure Hacksaw was hired before the team was built, so I'm sure he had some input in it.
oh yeah, absolutely.
As
I'm
an
sure he did too.
expansion coach, yeah, he definitely had
It-
more input than other coaches would because he's an
To
expansion.
get back to like the original question from Ian, I just wanted to say that I don't think that Hackstall is a worthless piece of shit or anything like that. Not that I tweeted that out, but if I ever tweeted out something and
I'll tweet that to Hack tomorrow, Cheshire. I'll let him know that
yeah, don't do
you
that.
don't think he's a worthless piece of
One is not true. Two, he's a really nice dude.
I'll tell
And I
you who
don't
the
like
best
that.
coach in the league is, either head coach or assistant or associate. Whoever the hell's in charge of Edmonton's power play, that's who deserves the award.
That power play is like the reason
I
why they
don't know
lost
if
last
that's
night
good
finally is
or-
Vegas didn't. Wow, shocker! Vegas doesn't take penalties. Vegas stays out of the penalty box. They win last.
Yeah,
night. That's what
exactly.
Yeah, that's surprising because Vegas usually doesn't take penalties.
Well, they got back to because they were the least penalized team in the NHL in the regular season.
They're the
Oh,
least
if,
penalized team and one of the worst PKs at the same time. So
Holy shit!
if you can
If,
get them in the box,
If Florida ends up facing Edmonton, Edmonton's going to run them over because all they do is take penalties.
yeah.
Now, to get back to coaches for one quick second, one name I didn't get thrown out was Roger Nielsen. Probably one of the best coaches to never win a
Roger had a
Stanley
nice
Cup.
career. Roger, I agree. Roger was really good.
Right? He revolutionized, using video replay. A lot of if you look back at his systems that he was
Cutting
using,
edge, trailblazer. I don't know about
Yeah,
genius,
exactly.
but trailblazer,
Oh,
cutting
yeah.
edge. Yeah,
He was a
absolutely.
Yeah,
with Nielsen.
if you develop something that everybody else uses down the road, that qualifies as genius.
Right?
He was a
Yeah.
great assistant coach. I wouldn't go as far as to say he was
That's
a
our
great
working definition of genius now.
Amazing.
As far as coaching in sports, sure.
Well, what do they call him?
Yeah.
They called him Captain Video. That was his
Captain
nickname.
Video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you look at what he was doing with Toronto in the late 70s. 20 years later, all of a sudden, those came into vogue, and teams were winning cups with those systems.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So it's unfortunate he was screwed in Toronto because Ballard wouldn't spend the money to get him a team. And
He got to the
Vancouver,
semis
he was just in
77,
Vancouver at the wrong
78
time.
with Lanny and with Lanny and Sittler. Yeah,
Yeah.
Lanny and Sittler, 77, 78. They got to the semifinals, and then old fuckhead, because I really hate the guy. I really do. Harold Ballard. So that's what I call him. Well, the old fuckhead. Harold Ballard decided I'm too cheap, and I'm going to dismantle a team that was this close to winning a Stanley Cup. How fucked is that? How stupid is that?
Exactly.
Harold Ballard did it. Watch that documentary if you haven't already. It would drive you nuts if you were a Leaf fan in that era. Even more.
And Rick Vibes isn't playing. He was in it to make money. He didn't give a shit what happened.
Yep. He didn't care about winning. He wanted to be a sideshow, clown show in the crowd, and just have the seats and sell merch and sell tickets. But then again, Leaf fans, fed into that. They were too stupid to not go to the games when they started to suck so bad under Ballard. Yeah. He owned the Ticats too. I'm sickened by that. It's awful. It pains me that they call the Argos Ticat CFL rivalry games the Harold Ballard Cup, or like we should be calling it the Harold Ballard Cup. Really? There's a lot about that guy we should be remembering with great pride. I don't think
they
so.
still call it that.
Yeah.
If you look at the background I have in the college football like rivalry trophies, they probably all should be gone.
Yeah. Same thing. Yeah, exactly. Like based on shit that probably nobody should care about or nobody should want to care about. Yeah.
So I forgot to say one thing earlier. I was up in Edmonton yesterday with my wife doing some things, so I caught the Ice Guys on the podcast. Ian, thumbs up for the rant. You are now a Maple Leafs fan for life, buddy. You've been promoted.
Well, you know what it is? When I rant about the Leafs, I try to put myself
like.
in the shoes. Yeah, I try to put myself in the shoes. I appreciate that, Goose, but I try to put myself in the shoes of a Leaf fan. Because I know if I were, I'd be beside myself watching this.
I would sit in the Safeway parking lot at a picnic table, howling. Just fucking howling at you going off. And I was watching Alex in the other window just killing himself laughing. And it was a perfect Maple Leafs fan rant. So cheers to you, buddy.
I gotta see that.
Glad you enjoyed it. That's what I'm here for. To hopefully enjoy this shit when I go nuts. Yeah.
It's one of the few podcasts I saw I didn't listen to hardly at all.
Well, go back and give it a watch, Perlo. It's the first 10 minutes. It's classic.
It was yesterday's show. It was Monday.
Yeah,
it was.
Yep.
It was very.
It's not as harsh as a couple of years ago. I think.
The Montreal one was ridiculous.
Oh my god!
Lost it. I had to listen to Mitch Marner. This is what I really lost it on. It was games. They hadn't even lost the series yet. It was game 6.
As mad as I've seen you.
Yeah, it was game 6 against Montreal, and they were still had to play game 7, which they could have won, and of course they didn't. But after game 6, I'm hearing Marner say we weren't ready to play. Like what? Oh. The franchise hasn't won a thing in 19 years. You have a second chance in that Montreal series to win the series and win your first round series for a first time in 20 years. And I got to hear bullshit out of your fucking mouth that you weren't ready for it. You weren't ready for that game. That is such that drove me just insane.
Now look what you did, Goose.
Yeah.
You got him going again.
Yes.
There you go. Like Mitch Marner actually had the gall to say that after game 6 against Montreal. We weren't ready to play that hockey game.
Did you see how he's played like the last 3 games?
Yeah.
He's been kind of a giant puss.
He hasn't looked ready to play the last 3
he's
games
a ghost out there.
Austin
the guy's
Matthews,
non-existent out there.
Yeah.
Austin Matthews.
You might as well sit on the bench.
Austin Matthews has been criticized over and over and over again about not playing defense. And now that's what his mind has been on. It hasn't been on shooting first. And he's one of the best shooters in the league. And so now he's focused on trying to throw hits, which really it's not his thing. Let's be honest. He doesn't really do that. And it looks awkward when he does it. But he's doing it. He is doing his fucking job as to like what he's been criticized for. But Nylander, Marner, Tavares, fucking don't get me started on that motherfucker, are just kind of worthless. Like you look at them and you're like, dude, I don't want any of those guys. They're not going to do what Yanni Gourde does in a shift.
That is
Like Yanni
100%
Gord-
true. That's one of the most true statements and accurate statements I've ever heard Cheshire Cat make right there. That Yanni Gord just does all the little things that a Matthews and a Marner and a Nylander will never, ever do. Win puck battles, have the heart and the hustle and the will to be hard on your stick, hard on the puck. To just say, hey, it's a close battle for a puck that's up there and available. I'm going to win it. I'm going to get it, not you. The Leafs don't have that.
I'm going to get up there and fucking get it. Yeah. Eberle, too. You know, I have to say, like, since McCann's been out, I've been really impressed with Eberle. He's doing all sorts of shit that I've never seen.
Yeah, Eberle picked his game up.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, Eberle has really picked his game up.
This is not a given for Dallas. Let's be honest. Like, I like Dallas. Alex likes Dallas tonight and to bounce back and tie this series up, but it's not a given by any like they've been a good.
I got Dallas too, but I got to admit I'm not like, I'm kind of, especially at minus 140.
Yeah,
I got Dallas in the first period puck line.
Yeah,
I would rather play that. Seattle's just been a money train. Like,
I got the over is my favorite bet of that game.
Oh yeah, I got.
I went first period over, and I took a small shot. I got Leafs. Stars. How about Leafs? Stars.
I hope you don't have
I have Panthers tomorrow, actually. So yeah.
I was going to ask you, Alex, what put you on that? Considering that none of the games have been going over in the first period. You're the first period god. I might tail you if you give me a good reason.
All right, so the way that Seattle just completely, obliterated Dallas in the last game was mostly because they were able to slow things down in the first period and take away what Dallas' strength. Dallas' strength is building up momentum early. So I think they're going to come out even harder to try to build that momentum early, get the first goal, and they're going to draw Seattle right back into that fight we saw in game 1 and 2, and it's going to be a high-scoring game. So at $1.10, I'm like, yeah, that's worth taking a shot on.
It's plus $1.10?
No, I laid minus $1.10, but I've seen plus.
$1.10?
Let's see, I'll shop around now and look. Beauty of being back home, I get to use all these books. Minus 108 at FanDuel. That's probably the cheapest thing you're gonna get, or minus.
My biggest surprise in Seattle is how well Grubauer is playing. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I mean, when he's healthy, he's great. It's just that was a question of how healthy is he, and
God damn, he's good.
Defensive team in front of him.
He's been really, really good.
He has.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Are
you wearing a Stars jersey?
Am I?
Rico? No, Rico.
Hey, yeah,
are you wearing a Stars jersey?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, go us. Hey, fucking varsity game, man. We got. Hey,
I won it. I didn't buy it.
I think Ben's gonna have a good game.
Yeah.
I think he's
what?
I don't even have my props in for that game yet. That's right.
I took Yanni Gord and I took a couple value point props with Johnston and Max Domi tonight.
Yeah, Domi.
I've been taking Johnston all along.
Eberle is plus 100, dude, to get a point.
Yeah, I was looking at that too.
That's ridiculous to me. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking that for sure. Eberle point.
Yeah, I got him. I got him for a point.
It was plus 100 on DK, I think.
So I did
Holy
second
shit.
period over 2 in Dallas and Seattle. If you look at their numbers, they're top 2 in goals for in the second period. So, and you can get that at plus 120, second period over 2. They're the top 2 teams for second period goals.
That's fucking fantastic.
I think that's already a great bet as it is, but it's going to become an even better, I think, wager if we have what we saw in game 3, where it's a slow start and it's a low-scoring first period. And I think it becomes a strong bet in the second.
Eberle over 2.5 shots is plus 145. He's hit it 3 of the last 4 and 2 last game.
Yeah.
Does he do that? And he's hit it every game on the road.
Who was that, Perlo?
Eberle over 2.5 shots, plus 145.
Gotcha.
I don't know how intense. I don't know how intense Dallas is going to be tonight, but I'd imagine it's going to be fucking intense. So I'm not really looking at like the shots on goal stuff. I'd imagine Marchment and Ben are probably the best way to go.
There we go.
Third period just started. Yeah, I don't want to go this whole period without any bet. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little on New Jersey next goal. I don't think they're gonna completely roll over, and Carolina might ease up now that it's 6-1. So at plus 130 for New Jersey next goal, I'm in. There we go.
I want to play. Shit, I forgot about that. I want to play Jersey minus 0.5 3P. I think they'll get one. I don't think Carolina will score anything. If anybody's going to score, it's probably going to be New Jersey.
They will sit back. Like Carolina's the one team that, there's some teams that actually will try to still be aggressive up by 5. True. Carolina won't. They're just going to puck in deep, get this game over with. Especially that's their style. They park the bus anytime they have a lead.
Well, you say that, Ian, and I just watched the first minute here. They had 3 guys in on the forecheck. Like they were heavy forechecking on Jersey. It doesn't look like they're going to sit back. It looks like Rod's going to keep on them. Probably keep the foot on the gas until the 10-minute mark, right? Try not let them basically gun themselves down. So
there we go. Hurricanes, one more goal. Next to score, plus 138.
Might be a good bet.
Yeah.
Especially if Rod's going to keep him on the heavy forecheck, right? 2 or 3 guys in on the forecheck.
I'm gonna, you know what I might do too? Third period draw plus 140. I'm going to sprinkle on that just a little. Because think about the Vegas Edmonton games that we just saw. It was 5-1 Edmonton going into the third. How did that game end? 5-1.
Yeah.
It was
exactly.
Vegas last night entering the third. How did that game end? 5-1. The draw.
Yeah, that's actually probably a better deal. Yeah, I was looking at that too.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little draw here at plus 140.
Am I seeing this stat right? New Jersey, 20 giveaways to Carolina, just 1.
That's correct.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's the difference in the game right there. Look at that.
Right.
20-1. Is it really 20 giveaways for New Jersey?
20 giveaways to 1.
That's unheard of.
Wow.
Carolina only has 1.
I want New Jersey to pot a couple here,
21.
but I don't think they're going to because I need them for props. I hit all my Carolina props, and I've only hit 1 Jersey prop. That happens all the time, I guess.
Yeah, 20-1. Wow.
Hi guys.
That'll lose you a playoff hockey game right there when you're down 20-1 in that category.
No, certainly.
Yeah.
So, hey, Alex, congratulations on getting Bedard.
Thanks.
Congratulations to the Blackhawks. Best place for Bedard, let's be honest, is getting stuck in fucking Columbus or some other hellhole where nobody's
San Jose or something like that.
Yeah, right. At least in Chicago, he'll get some. You'll see a lot of games. He'll get some good media exposure,
endorsements.
It's good for the league. It's good for the league. It really is.
Absolutely.
I would second that.
And then how do we feel about Snoop Dogg jumping in on Ottawa?
Well, wait, you hear the new group now?
The Weekend.
It has the Weekend in it. So
yeah,
now
we got with this other guy and Snoop apparently.
We got Snoop Dogg versus the Weekend versus Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah,
what a trio that would be.
Right, it's coming for the Ottawa Senators. Yeah.
I think Ryan Reynolds is probably the most interesting to me. Right.
Wait, there'll probably be a fourth.
The Weekend make me kind of interesting. He's Canadian guy.
Yeah,
he's
an
Ontario
cool
boy.
Yeah, he is cool.
See, but I think it's more interesting with Snoop because Snoop is American.
Yeah.
Right.
He does everything though. I feel like he's been whored out. Sorry.
But he knows his hockey. Like if you catch him on an LA broadcast, he understands the game.
Yeah.
Like he's got it going.
Yeah.
Reynolds also have more money available to him because his team got promoted, I think. To
I just don't. I'm always confused about whether he supports the Kings or the Ducks more because I know he was really into Anaheim for a while there.
Yeah, he kind of flip-flops. He's everything that's just LA.
He's anything California, right?
Yeah.
But
Southern Cali,
yeah.
Kings and Ducks. Yeah, when the Kings are really roaring, he'll be at their games. When the Ducks are I remember when the Ducks were in the Cup final, which was funny against the Ottawa Senators. Snoop Dogg was interviewed on CBC that year during the final.
That was when Don Cherry made his NBC debut, which was hilarious.
That's right. Yeah.
Who wears 86 for the Devils? Anybody know offhand?
Yeah, Jack Hughes.
Hughes, probably Hughes.
Jack Hughes. Yeah.
Hughes just took a hit inside the blue line and kind of went hobbling off to the bench.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Myers in pain too, actually, on the Devil bench. Yep.
Maybe it was.
I thought I'd never look at.
I'm terrible.
Myers
Sorry, it was Meyer.
Yeah,
Meyer.
Myers.
96. My bad. 96.
Thank
I'm
God,
terrible
man.
with numbers. I never pay attention.
Yeah, usually Jack Hughes is good at like getting out of the way. He's quick. His tooth missing though. I don't know. It's fascinating.
What
That's
about,
why that's why he's got the bubble on. I don't know if he had some kind of.
what about Grubauer over 26 and a half? Anybody like that?
That's probably good. Yeah, that's probably
The thing is, though, these goalie save props, a lot of them have been staying under. We've seen a lot of goalie pulls lately, too.
Yeah.
They're not pulling him for Jones. No way.
They get rolled. If it's like 5-0, yeah. Then the game's out of reach. Like he's not going to get pulled for Jones to try to save the game. He's going to get pulled for Jones because he needs a rest because his game's over.
Yeah.
Can't fucking sit down. God damn it.
You'll hear the words, I guess we got to put fucking Jones in.
Yeah, right. I guess it's fucking time for Marty.
Somebody get the beach ball.
I wish Eddie was in when we were talking.
All right.
I mean, they score for him though. They do score for him.
I know. But the problem is he can't make saves for them.
No,
that's the problem. They score lots of goals for him, but he can't stop anything. Right?
Do you remember when Campbell came in the first time?
You can't forget the game Martin Jones got the win, allowing 8 goals.
Yeah, we were on
9-8.
like that was a live Betcast night.
Yeah, it was
hilarious. It was 9-8. Oh my God, we couldn't stop laughing. We're like, they're not gonna pull him. They're like, no, of course not. Why would you at this point? I think Alex said that.
Carlo, were you in on the 50-50 last night, brother?
No.
Who, me? Oh.
No. So everybody. So Edmonton's 50-50 routinely gets above $2 million.
Yeah.
So $1 million plus to the winner. It was when I was coming down from Edmonton last night. It was at 2.3 million.
Wow.
Were you super busy yesterday or what? You could have.
Sorry.
Were you super busy yesterday or what? You could have Twittered me. I could have at least grabbed that.
Tim, you know what, dude? I was actually driving to and from Edmonton. Joe had to go up for some service dog training, so I was kind of jacking around Edmonton, and I actually ended up by Rogers Place or Rogers Center. What the fuck's it called? Rogers Place?
Rogers Place. I would have grabbed. I would have bought you a Timmy's and said hi at least.
Dude, I never even thought of it because we were so concentrated on what we were doing, right? And then I had to go do a treasure hunt for some wine for the wife. And I never even
sorry, Goose.
No, I just never even thought to give you a heads up, Perlo. It was one thing after another yesterday.
Okay. If I ever
they found the lady that won the 50-50 from the Jays. I guess they've been looking for the person that won $2.9 million, and they found out the person was at the home opener for the Jays game, and they found her today. It was some lady named Deb from Hamilton. I guess they found her today, and they located her
from Hamilton.
And that's how long it's been. They've been searching for the winner, and they determined they found that there was a person who was at the Jays home opener. I don't know how they tracked her down, but
that's so dope. They tracked her down.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Sometimes I worry about that. I'm like, well, what if I did win and nobody looked for me?
Yeah.
That's so cool. She did.
At least with the Oilers ones, you can buy them online, right? So then that way they've got your address and they've got your name and everything in the system if you do win. So. And it's not a bad price. You pay $25, you get 80 tickets in the draw. So it's a decent price.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yours are. You can buy the Jays ones online too, but you can also buy them at the stadium. So then,
but the Jays, you got to be in Ontario. They won't let you buy them out of province.
Yeah.
Right. That's the thing with Edmonton. At least I'm in province, right? If I want to buy some, I can. You don't got to be in the city of Edmonton, but Jays, you got to be Toronto, you got to be in province. Now I could use my mom's address. She lives in Ontario, shit like that, right? So I could get there, but
it's completely stupid. They got an imaginary line around the province. Oh no, you can't bet outside here.
Like you don't want more money coming in? Seriously?
Yeah, none of that shit's real anyway.
Oh,
The partitions of countries, none of it's real. It's only real because we made it real. Hey, I've been grading shit, okay, all fucking day.
Cheshire, one of my final assignments, I was literally a letter to Ontario saying, "Hey, why are you limiting gambling inside the border?"
What the fuck's going on here?
Did they answer?
I didn't send it. I could. I have the video. It's just unlisted.
Oh, I'm taking Pavelski.
I think you would have to write a really cool letter.
Pavelski goal.
Well, no, I made a YouTube video.
Yeah. I'm
definitely Pavelski goal prop for sure. I think
because
Pavelski's going to get back on the hog tonight.
Is juice. You can't take a shot prop. It's like almost double.
No.
Like it's horrible.
No, you're still getting plus money on an anytime goal though.
Yeah,
by the way, Alex had to go. Remember, Alex is back home with the family and Alex's mom. So he's he might be back a little bit later, but if not, we'll see him tomorrow on the Daily Show.
Heiskanen is warming up. Dellandrea is not.
There you go. So that means there might be a change up front for the Dallas Stars. So, Dellandrea out, someone's coming in the forward.
They showed McCann walking into the building too earlier.
Yeah. There it is.
way.
Alex is in the chat saying, yeah, he'll try to be back on later for a bit during the Dallas game. Yep. So let me see if I can get an update on the situation because Heiskanen, I figured Heiskanen was going to give it a go tonight because he was practicing. They figured he'd be ready to go. He'll be in, it looks like, for the Stars. Dellandrea not in, which means who does get in, and I'm just looking at the forward group right now for Dallas. Robertson, Hintz, Pavelski, Marchment, Domi, Sagan, Ben, Johnston, Dodonov, Foxa, Glenn. I think it's Yoel Kiviranta is the guy that's going to get in.
Yeah,
he's the guy that's going to take Dellandrea's spot.
I took both teams to score first period. I got Dallas team total over 3.5 at plus. I think it was plus 145. Good number there.
Yep.
Got Sagan at an anytime goal for fucking plus 425.
That's a really good price. I think that might even be better because I have that too, but I don't even think I have that good of a price. I have a plus.
Yeah, I jumped all over that one. What else did I take? I took Eberle for an assist.
Yep.
I know I grabbed. Oh, I took Wyatt Johnson on an anytime goal.
Yeah.
He's been quiet, but you know what I mean. I kind of thought maybe tonight might be his night to jump one in, so I grabbed that.
I wish they can give us some McCann props now that he's warming up. I wouldn't mind taking a goal on him.
Yeah, I'd probably take him for a point more than a goal, just because you're a little off. You're a little off timing.
We haven't heard that he's in for sure, but that's a good sign anyway.
Yeah,
but again, he's been out for a while. Sometimes the first game it takes you a while.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking more a point than a goal, right? More apt to maybe get fire a shot on net and then somebody picks up the rebound and pots a goal. So that's kind of my thinking on him that way.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm seeing he's skating well. I'm seeing video right now of him warming up. He looks like he's skating. Yeah, I think he's going to play. Sure looks like it. Sure looks like Jared McCann's going to be in.
And Sprong is out. And they haven't talked about anyone else coming in to replace him. So you got to think McCann's in.
There's your substitution. Yeah, with Sprong out. And Sprong, by the way, his absence for Seattle is upper body. It's injury related. So it looks like McCann coming back is just perfect timing. So where will he slot in? Obviously, they'll probably put him back on the top line.
Yeah,
there's Pie Guy. So Pie Guy and me tomorrow, trust us, will either be yelling and screaming and laughing or fucking crying and swearing at the TV. But either way, we're going to be watching the Leafs.
Oh,
that's right.
How many times during a game have you yelled, "Why don't you dump the fucking puck in for once?"
Oh, dude. My tagline is I learned how to swear watching Leaf games with my old man in the 70s because all I ever heard from him was, "You dumb, stupid prick, fucking cocksucker." That was all he said during Leaf games, all through the 70s. So
Leaf fans are saying now too,
right?
Yeah.
So other than that, I got to get some painkillers into me, guys. This fucking freezing's starting to wear off, and I
Oh,
feel
you know
like
what
shit.
also is a pet peeve of the Leafs? The fucking drop pass constantly on the power
I
play.
fucking hate that.
Oh,
I hate that drop pass.
The drop
I do.
pass in
Terrible.
general
Yeah.
is
Yes.
You
like
got
a
more
bad idea
fucking
90% of the time.
You got more
Horrible to
speed than a 900 horsepower fucking race car. Use it for fucking once.
Yeah, don't
So-
just drop it back and then you got longer to go and you got a chance for the defense to recoil and stop you from even getting into the zone.
Right? Exactly.
I think
So-
it's the dumbest thing. Yeah.
Cheers, everybody. Have a good night, and we'll see you next week.
Yes, sir.
All right, Goose. Take care.
Goose,
Good
okay.
night.
Later, boys. Be good.
Yeah. Win or lose, Godspeed tomorrow night to our guy Goose.
Godspeed. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of
I
good
think
stuff,
they're done.
I need a refill. That's what I call good stuff. So I'll be back
I
in
just
just a
went
minute.
for one.
Yeah.
So interesting.
Rico and I did a show last night, actually. We did a little cool thing with
Oh,
the
really?
feud. That was cool. That's fun.
Yeah, it
we
was a
go
good
on with
time.
this guy called the Sports Beard. He's really good.
Yeah, I let her rip about the Leafs a little bit. I had a few beers in me and I got pretty fired up.
Man,
I called the next game the hope or rope game. The Leafs are gonna get hung. Which players are gonna get hung for the Leafs if they lose?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's either you got hope and you're going back home, or guys are getting a rope.
I don't know
Who
what
do
it
you
is
think's getting
about
the rope?
being on there with the Sports Beard.
They're gonna hang Keep in Maple Leaf
Could be
Square.
offensive, but
I don't know.
give a
I don't know
shit.
what it is about being on with that guy, but he gets that out of
Could be
he gets that out
I
of me
don't
too.
care. I don't
He's
care.
down in
Try to
Florida.
be.
I probably
He gets-
should.
He gets that out of me too. I go on rants every time I'm on the Sports Beard guy there. Every time. You get it's
So who
somehow
do you-
it's a
So who gets the rope? Who gets the rope?
Oh, I think
I
Sheldon
think, I think
Keefe gets
Goose
the
is
rope.
probably right. It's
It might
gonna
be
have to
everybody. It
him.
might just be a massacre.
Well, Keith is
Yeah,
gone.
it might just be. Yeah, it might be. I would
Keith is
keep Morgan
gone.
Riley. I would snag Morgan Riley to get him on my team.
Do you think Morgan
Oh,
Riley was
Morgan
hanging
Riley's
around
the best
with
player on
those
the team right
pussies,
now.
man? No way.
Totally, 100%. I
But
100%.
they just
agree
locked
with
him up.
my
He's
guy.
not going anywhere. He's the guy who's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Morgan Riley isn't.
No,
Well,
he's
Nylander-
safe.
Ryan
He's the
O'Reilly.
only one who's safe.
Yeah,
O'Reilly won't
Yeah.
resign.
I
with
would steal
Toronto.
Riley.
No, Riley, not O'Reilly.
Oh,
The one
that
Riley.
screwed him over the most
Yeah,
is
Riley.
Tavares.
I would
They
steal.
just
fucking
signed him for
Riley in
8
a
years
second.
at like a
Nobody's
team
taking
friendly
that
price. He's
contract,
not
no.
going anywhere.
That would be
Yeah.
the guy I'd be
Is it, Phil?
after. I was like,
Tavares
that guy's
just
good.
handcuffed
He
his
actually-
team.
Tavares sucks ass,
Oh,
dude.
He's
too
yeah.
It's painful to watch him.
I wasn't
Nylander at
crazy
least
about the
has, like-
signing. Nobody really was in Toronto because we're like, we don't need forwards. What? We have. Look, why are you
Yeah.
going after another forward?
Yeah.
I'll probably
Yeah,
do
I
my
thought-
yearly Nylander trade video.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna be. He's the only one that makes sense. Nobody, as
Where-
good as Marner is, I don't think anybody's pulling that 11.5 mil. I don't think you're getting enough return because of it.
Probably not. How he's only what? He's got 3 years left. It may be a rebuilding team.
Maybe, but he,
That might
yeah,
be
and
the
he doesn't
playoff
have a no
player.
trade clause till next year. So
And who knows
you
if
could get a
Matthews gonna want to stick
sweet
around, man. He's got one more year left.
I don't. Whereas
Matthews should
if
go.
Arizona
Dude,
moves
he
to a
needs to
different
go
city, he's
somewhere.
not going anywhere. Where's he gonna go?
I would say Matthews needs to go somewhere and like fucking flourish and have his fucking career. Have an actual career.
Like, he'll go
He's too
somewhere
good
like
to be-
Anaheim where it's hot.
Do you guys? Do you think he's hurt?
Yeah.
Do you think he's hurt?
I don't. Matthews?
He looks hurt.
No,
Coming
not
out of a
sure.
series
Maybe
with
it's
Tampa, I
just
wouldn't
he's-
put it by any of them. Coming out of a series against Tampa, I wouldn't put it by
Yeah.
any of them.
Yeah, it's
Be a
Because
little banged
he's
up,
still
but-
because you look at him,
Good point.
he looks like he's really trying to get in there, but it looks like he just doesn't have it. The other three I've given up on, but he
Well, that and
How
apparently they went over.
relentlessly- He's been criticized all season by Leafs fans about not playing defense and about not checking people and getting into fights and doing all this other shit. And now he's doing it, and he's getting criticized for not shooting the puck and scoring goals and
Who are you
doing all this
talking
shit
to?
that he's actually supposed to be.
Matthews.
I'm talking about Matthews.
No,
Yeah. Matthews, look, he's going to only be an offensive player. That's how he was born and raised, and like all of his trainings were built that way. And I feel like you just need to understand that. Not you guys, but if you're coaching him, I think you would have to understand that when he's on the ice, you're not going to get like awesome forecheck and like
he's not
somebody
diabolically
stealing the
bad.
puck.
He's not diabolically bad defensively. Like
He's not. He fucking tries. He's been trying really hard.
He's not too bad. He's not too bad. There's plenty worse, that's for sure, for big guys like that.
I feel bad for him. He gets criticized for anything that he fucking does. And I almost feel bad for him. I didn't feel like that my first year watching him. I hated him. But now that I watch him and I see him try to make adjustments for what he's being criticized for, and he'll get criticized for the adjustments that he's made and that he's not doing this other thing. And he just always finds himself in this fucking tricky situation.
If you're in Toronto, you can't
The
listen
Toronto
to
media's got a bunch of idiots in it. Like half these guys have no idea what they're talking. Some of them don't even watch the games. I guarantee it. Some of these guys don't even watch the games. Like what they're spewing out there.
Who's that? O-Dog and the ex-goalie. He's not bad. And the other guy,
Jamie
guys
McClellan
are decent. They're
Jamie McClellan, Hayes, and O-Dog. Yeah,
when
Jamie
Samuelson got his contract in Buffalo, who was their top lefty, they sat there for 20 minutes laughing, saying, "Who's this guy?" I'm like, dude, you're getting paid $500,000 a year to know who Buffalo's top lefty is.
For real.
Fucking morons.
Yeah.
How do you not know that? And then they're joking about it. Like, I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I've listened to them over and over again. They're idiots.
That the Biz guy on the NHL broadcast.
Oh,
he's every fucking night. God, it drives me nuts. I just want to punch him in the dick.
Who?
Biz. I don't know.
You don't like Biz?
Yeah, no,
like
fuck
Biz?
no. He's
gotten a little full of himself.
Fucking, he's got like brick head, dude.
You
cannot get through to that guy.
He's a clown. He's not. He doesn't know hockey very well. What's he going to know? He was a fourth liner.
Fourth liners know things.
He's on there though. I don't know.
Yeah, but he
drives me nuts.
There are fourth liners.
What's his name? The guy on
Stepan would probably know.
The guy who's on Pittsburgh. Rupp. He knows what.
Yeah, Rupp is good. Rupp is good. Rupp is good.
Yeah.
But the Biz Nasty. Yeah, he's a clown. He makes himself out to be a clown.
It's funny how
he's a guy that would haze you so hard that you'd want to quit hockey.
Oh, 100%.
Feel like that. He'd be the guy that would like pee on you in the shower, and then like,
I feel that more.
Fucking come up and poke your butt or something. Like do weird.
I feel like that about
like, bro.
Whitney.
Like the poke your butt isn't that big of a deal, but peeing on the shower that would piss me off. Right? It's like you're not gonna fucking do that to me. Oh,
well, they got a lot of ex-enforcers on there. You got Louis DeBrusque, and Jody Shelley. Biz.
Yeah.
You get a lot of ex-guys, ex-tough guys, either doing podcasts or trying to get into commentary and game analysis and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't make all that. I mean, they did okay, but they did okay.
Well, I guess they didn't make the money, so they got to try and keep her going, I guess.
But you got to say about Biz, he's made more money after his career. He's doing well.
How is he making money?
Times.
He's like the
he started spitting
really annoying.
Well, that spitting chicklets wasn't nothing until he showed up, man. Nobody heard about it until Biz showed up, who was Whitney and Grinnell. Like, who was listening to Ryan Whitney talk about anything?
No, nobody.
Nobody until Biz showed up. When he showed up, he had a Twitter following, and then it blew
Ryan
up.
Whitney. Yeah. He's horrible.
Who's the guy on ESPN that gets in trouble all the time? He's got
Looks
a really
like we're
loud
gonna
mouth.
get this draw, by the way. Do we have anybody
PK Subban.
I like
PK's.
PK.
No, I don't like him. He's very annoying on ESPN.
I don't think Messier likes him, when they first
started
getting on the panel together. PK started talking shit and just trying
that
to
game 7 you saw
Messier keeps giving him the look.
I'm a moron.
I love him. I think
he's fucking way dumber. I swear to God.
Well, he's not
an idiot.
He's not a good hockey guy, but he's he's a clown, and he's great at it. He's good at it.
PK's been
He's not-
annoying even as a player. Montreal, Nashville.
Yeah.
He's just that annoying fucking pest.
Well, on the ice, it's one thing to be annoying. That's a skill. You know, like
Right.
Marchand's annoying.
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
but
Right.
Now,
Good point.
Yeah, I just don't find him interesting, funny, but I mean, I could be on my own on that one.
I think he's. I love guys that are out there. I've always been.
You're not on your own, Mikey.
Thank you, Chesser.
Yeah, I really liked Talkett the other day. Actually, I thought he did a really
Talkett's
good job.
Yes.
Talkett's good, yeah.
X's and O's breakdown. I love listening to him.
Yeah, he's good that way. For
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Talkett was really fair. His assessment and shit. I was like, dude, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I'm learning something.
well,
As long
Talkett's
as
a
I'm-
good hockey mind. You got Arizona to play well. That team, nobody.
Well, all he did with Arizona was a collapsed defense because he had no other thing he could do.
Well, yeah, there's nobody else. He has
He
Clayton
just
Keller and a
collapsed
bunch of
defense
scrubs.
Made Kemper look like he was a Vezina candidate. Yeah.
Kemper's all right.
Well, no, because
He's okay.
they played such a collapsed defense around him. Like it was so goalie friendly. It was insane. They couldn't score worth shit. That's what I was worried about when he went to Vancouver. I was like, okay, does he have another thing he can do? And he does. It looks like he does. I'm really impressed with him. He looks
He's
like
got a
he
lot
could
more
actually-
skilled forwards too with Vancouver.
Way more. Yeah. Yeah. I think Vancouver won't
I
be
mean-
bad if they pick up another defenseman next year. I don't think
I
they're
don't
gonna be
know.
that.
You know what? Biz might be okay in real life. I don't know, but yeah, he's a fucking clown for sure. He is definitely a sad.
Oh, I agree. He would
Clown.
have been the bully in the locker room.
100%. Yeah, man. he would, for
100%. You
sure.
can just see it.
Yeah,
You can just see
you
it
can
the
see
way,
it.
the way he
Yeah.
carries himself.
Yeah, he'd be the guy pushing everybody for. Oh my god. Yeah, we all know dudes like that. I don't know. I never cared for them. Maybe if you think they're cool.
I think Biz is
But
funny
I
and he
don't.
doesn't take hockey all that seriously and he has fun doing it. And I like that about him. And that's what I like about him. But as a pure hockey guy, no, he doesn't. No. I'm not going to listen to Biz run down anything about hockey.
He's just
He's
a
just
comedic
funny.
relief.
He's very funny. He's
Yeah.
just very funny.
Yeah.
I'd rather
Whoever
listen
thought
to-
that Biz would be having an intelligent conversation on a panel with Henrik Lundqvist?
Yeah.
It's like two
I
opposite
was
guys.
thinking about that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. Like, who would I would not hire him for that. There are other meatheads that would do a way better job than I feel like Biz does. That's my own personal opinion. There are
Yeah,
dudes
He's
that
just
are
got a following, right?
Not everybody's flavor.
Yeah. Yeah, not my flavor.
Not your flavor. Yeah. It's like Kelly Rudy. Apparently, he's an amazing dude off the ice. I cannot stand listening to that guy talk. Would you shut
He's
up
a
already?
goalie. They're just different, Perlo. It's
He's
just the way
horrible.
he is. The
doesn't
goalies are
know
on.
he's-
They're different people, man. Like he weirds me out sometimes too. But he knows what he's talking about. He's just a goalie.
I don't think he knows what he's talking. He talks about when he talks about goalie stuff, but when he talks
Yeah,
about
goalie
anything
stuff.
else,
Goalie
like-
stuff. The rest of the ice, take with a grain of salt. But the goalie stuff, he's really good.
when he talks about goalie stuff. But the thing is, I don't like. Apparently, off the ice, he's just an amazing human being. So, whatever.
What about Gene Principe out in Edmonton? He's all right, eh?
He's just a
For
clown dude,
Sportsnet?
Yeah, he's just a promoter.
I don't-
Dude.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't
he's
mind
all right
him.
though. He's always in a good
What the
mood. He's
fuck?
happy and
What's your problem, Pearl? Like,
What?
he's totally okay.
Yeah, he's okay.
yeah. What?
He's okay.
why do you gotta
He's
hate
what he
people,
is.
man?
He's
Yeah,
okay.
but he's not gonna pee on you in the shower or like fucking
says-
try to
He says real dad jokes
do weird
real dad.
shit.
because
Yeah.
he's actually dad.
He's not gonna poke you in the bum.
Yeah, he's not gonna poke your butt, right?
He's not like this.
Fucking, Biz is gonna do that. Maybe as a joke, maybe for real.
Oh,
Who
okay.
knows?
Now I didn't
I'm
know
just
where
kidding.
I had to
I'm
connect.
just fucking around.
Biz.
I'm just fucking
I was
around.
like,
But
Yeah.
no, I just he's polarizing. Biz, that fella.
He's got the most interesting mullet I've ever seen in my life. That's for sure. Team Principe.
Yeah.
It's like a mullet that is almost like if a redneck was going to a classical music thing, and he happened to stumble into a studio with like 3 really cool gay guys. And they did his hair for the show. That's what it would look like.
Oh, did you just make this
Dude, he'd
up,
be
bro?
way cooler if he was gay. He's not gay.
Yeah, he would
Biz.
actually.
Biz
Yeah,
would be
he'd
way
be
cooler if he
cool.
was gay, but
Oh,
he's not gay
Biz.
at all.
You think
Yeah,
Biz
no,
would be?
Biz.
Oh,
Fuck yeah, he
I
would
thought you were
be.
talking
I
about
think.
Principe stuff.
Oh yeah, no, not Gene. Not Gene. Gene's his own dude. He's a cat.
If
Right,
Gene
like, that's
wasn't
what you'd-
doing that,
That's
he
what
would
you'd
be
say
a
a
grade
cat
3
is,
gym
like a
teacher.
mature cat who's developed a shitload of habits, and they're weird and eccentric, and you know the cat
Dude.
already knows what's going on in its mind.
If
And
he
you're like,
wasn't
"That's
doing
fucking-
that, he'd be a grade 3 gym teacher.
That's
what he
Gene.
would do. That's
With Ryan Leslie in Calgary, both of them would be gym teachers.
Yes. They'd be wearing like Argyle socks and green short and white shorts with the.
I'm jealous of the Edmonton broadcast. They have like great. I love DeBrusque and Michael.
Yeah.
Like they're
Yeah.
so good. The
Really?
Leafs broadcast. I like Cuthbert, but I can't stand Simpson. He drives me insane. He says the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah. I think that's
You-
because he just wants to watch what he says because he's in that market. Like,
Yeah, he's in
the
Toronto.
thing I don't
know.
like about Toronto is nobody wants to step on anything. It's just like, just get
That's the
through
thing.
here and make
He-
sure I'm
he-
not canceled by the end of it. What's that?
He never says anything bad about like if there's a bad call. It's like, oh, maybe the ref saw something. Like, shut up. There's a bad penalty. And he'll make it sound like oh, he had a different angle on it.
No,
Sure he did.
unlike Tampa Bay's guy there. What's his name? Holy shit. The grumpy old freaking cigar smoking, whiskey drinking, freaking losing his shit on his team all the time. I can't remember his name. Yeah, Babano will know when he comes on. He's hilarious.
Well, the Tampa Bay play-by-play guy was an ex-Sportsnet guy, I think. What's his name? The little Dave Randolph or Randolph? Randorf. Yeah, he was an ex-Sportsnet guy. I think he's the play-by-play in Tampa.
Weren't we supposed to get Romanuk on here or something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I heard that Romanuk might be coming on. That'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
So 49 seconds left. We're going to get the draw in the third period. Plus 140.
Oh yeah, what's going on in that game? I switched to baseball.
Oh yeah, I should switch to baseball. I got
Updated giveaways. New Jersey 24, Carolina 2.
Wow.
Oh, they got a second one. Wow, that's the shocker.
It's so lopsided, man. I don't think I've seen that in ages.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Did
Burns get his shot prop, I wonder?
I wish we could bet hits in this next game. I feel like there's going to be a million of them in the Seattle game. Whoa.
Yeah, the Brett Burns shot prop. He only had one shot. Wow, he's been usually pretty good for it. Get out of my screen! Okay.
I got the card. I got the Cubs. Shit.
Oh, I just took the Jays because they were an underdog.
Manoah had a shitty outing again today.
Yeah, I don't know. It's scaring me. I'm a Jays fan. So.
Oh, what's going on? Oh, Vladdy got hit again? You talking about that?
No, Manoah had a shitty outing today.
Oh, yeah, he's been like that all season.
Bases
They should honestly
loaded in the
Kikuchi.
bottom of the 8th for the Phillies with no outs.
Kikuchi is the ace, 100%.
Yeah, how did that happen? How did he magically just become like that?
This rotation's like going backwards now, man. It's like Kikuchi, then Barrios.
No.
Then Bassett, then Gausman.
No, it's just swap Kikuchi and Manoah. That's what it is. The Barrios is not number 2. he's still a wild card. He's like a wild man out there, man. You don't know what's coming when he's. I cannot, like, it's so hard to bet on Jose Barrios starts because you have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I'm not even a big baseball
card.
guy, but yeah, I wouldn't be on that either.
Yeah. What was it? I have a 200-1 ticket on Mitch Keller to win Cy Young, and he had a complete game shutout yesterday. I'm like, oh my god! I just put money on it. I'm like, I like the guy. He looks good. It's probably not going to happen, but I saw it yesterday. I'm like, oh, maybe there's a chance. All right, enough baseball.
Well, any last Dallas bets before the game gets dropped here?
Did I go over? Did I tell you all my props?
I don't know. I got Dallas first period. Puck line over 5.5 in the game. I got Domi with a point, Johnson with a point. I took Pavelski. I took the point prop Pavelski. I know it's 145. Then I got Yanni Gord with a point.
I got Pavelski, and I got it for a goal. Sagan point, Marchment point, and Johnston point.
Yeah, Marchment's paying pretty good.
Plus 125, yeah.
Yeah. I can't believe this Carolina New Jersey series, man. There's a lot of games in this playoffs where it's like we were talking with Beard last night at Perlo, like, man, these games are like lopsided each game. It's like one way or the other. The only two games in the playoffs in the second round are 1-goal games are the Leafs in Florida. And the only other one was Seattle-Dallas was the only 1-goal game out of all the games in the second round.
Well, look at the goaltenders on all the teams, though. I mean,
I know.
Beginning of the year, if you said those are the goaltenders that are going to be in, you'd be like, really? Oh, except for Ottinger.
Fast. Yeah.
Yeah. Got Hill and Brossois.
Yeah, see what they were saying about Landeskog too, eh? His knee, he's basically got no cartilage left in his knee.
Done.
He played on that thing in the playoffs last year, and when he shouldn't have been, and man, like
his career's over. There's no way you're coming back from
they
that.
got to rebuild that whole knee, man. And
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're just like such amazing. I don't know, but
it's unlikely. But you know, he might come back and be like, you know, the fourth line or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's got to think about whether he's going to walk when he's older too, though. Like,
for sure. Yeah, I mean, you made your money, you won a cup, and you know this. You know, life is sometimes more important, but I don't know. Rebuilding a whole knee without cartilage left, damn.
Yeah.
I doubt he would come back, but I mean, he was so good that I mean, even if he's like, you know, he fourth line potential, even if he's like half of what he was.
Yeah, and McKinnon missed him, man. He missed him more than
he literally said they were fucked.
Yeah, he missed him more than he missed Makar. He would have done without. He would rather have him again, Landeskog, I bet you, than Makar if you had to pick the two of them.
Well, I think the difference is they're so deep at defense. They're four. They have no depth.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. So.
Well, they thought Newhook was going to be way better. Without Newhook, they're improving, and I don't know. He's only 22, but. I think they thought he was going to be way better than that. And Comfer, and they didn't break out. So I think they'll be doing some serious shit this summer. Colorado.
Send Nylander there.
Yeah.
Nylander for Bo and Byron.
I would not trade Bo and Byron. I think he's too good.
For Nylander, straight up?
No.
Byron's just signing. He's going to sign a deal soon too. I think. All
right, I'm back on audio only. Still got some late bets, NBA stuff to put in too, but I'm back. Good result. Well, again, we had no goals in the third period.
Got the draw, yeah.
The draw.
I'm glad I listened to you on that one.
Yep, the draw plus 140 hits. So very happy to see that.
Nice. I tailed you on the Celtics there, Ian, too, and I just didn't come back.
No, it looks like they're going to go down 3-2 to the Sixers. Huge road win for the Sixers. Now they're going to have the chance to win the series back home, assuming they maintain this lead, which they should. We're only a few minutes away from Dallas and Seattle. I mentioned earlier today what I like in that game. Dallas first period puck line, Dallas full game money line. I think they have a strong start. Now, very interesting that we've got Heiskanen is good. He's back. He's in. He's fine after getting injured last game. And Jared McCann making his series debut, returning from a lengthy absence. He hasn't played since Cale Makar hit him, of course, in the Colorado series. So that's a big return and a big boost for Seattle. That'll help them out. And but I still like Dallas here. I am back on the over as well, 5.5. Again, every Dallas versus Seattle game this year has been over the total. And until I see evidence that it goes the other way, we're going to keep riding that. And then for as far as goal props, more Dallas goal props than Seattle tonight in this. I like Sagan, Hintz, Pavelski. Those are the main three I'm on for goal.
I forgot to put
smaller
Hintz in.
sprinkles on Marchment and Johnston as well, but primarily those three for Dallas. Hintz, Pavelski,
I got Marchment,
Sagan.
Johnston.
Yeah.
Hintz. I forgot about Hintz.
I would say you got to do Marchment.
Yeah.
Hintz has
After
got to score.
Marchment and Ben. I would do Ben too. Those are the ones that I like.
Yeah, Ben was on that next tier. Like, you can't bet everybody, but yeah, he definitely got consideration for sure.
He was super pissed about his performance last game. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
Yeah.
I agree it's a Dallas spot, but I can't bet against Seattle. They've been the biggest moneymaker in the playoffs for me.
Yeah.
Did Cardi play first line last game, or did he get bumped? He's on the top line tonight. Was he top line last game?
Who?
Cardi?
Yeah.
Ty Cartier,
Yes, sir,
you mean,
he
for
was.
Seattle?
Yeah.
Cartier with Beniers and Eberle. Yep.
He was top line? Okay.
Yeah, he still is.
I'm-
There's
bro.
no change there.
I'm gonna
Apparently, they
take
got
Hintz
McCann
over
with
Johnston.
Tanev and Donato. They're easing him back in.
Yeah, fourth
Shot
line
slotted
for
in
him.
Fourth line,
You
yeah.
might want to take Donato. Or
Donato's
Tanev.
pizza. Yeah. Yep. He's been quiet in these playoffs.
Donato's got speed.
Yep.
It doesn't matter where they plug in these players. You have Yanni Gord with the most points. He's a third line center. So they're so fucking deep, this team.
I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible. It's like the hard workers that you want on your team.
I love watching them. Like, now that the Bruins are out, I'm rooting for Seattle. I know it's an expansion team.
Woo!
I just love watching this team, honestly.
They're fun to watch. They are. They are. Yeah, they definitely are.
Hey, Cheshire, where did this Cartier guy come from? I never heard of this guy before.
He came from the minor leagues. Yeah, he came from the
He was in the
AHL.
minor leagues all
So
season?
apparently,
or-
yeah, he wasn't drafted. They told
He's
him
a
that he wasn't
Kitchener
going to be able
kid.
to have a.
Well, I think
They told
is he
they told
from
him that he wasn't
Kitchener?
going to have a professional hockey career.
Yeah,
And
he's
so
from
he
Kitchener.
had to try out to get on the AHL team. He tried out to get on the AHL team, and then he worked himself through that whole program, and now here he is. So he was in the AHL for a year, and he worked his way through it. That's what I know, Mikey. I don't know. Maybe you know more, but
No, I don't
And
know
our
that
guy-
much about him.
that guy Birdie,
he's-
one of our guys,
he's-
Birdie, coached him when he was on the AHL team. So he was
Oh,
there to
shit.
witness like his progress over this last year, which is really cool. It's cool to see
Yeah,
him
he
step
really,
up.
he
though.
really didn't have a
I mean-
stellar junior career. Like, really, not that. Not
That's
that
the way it
great.
always is. It's the guy. It's the guys you never expect to score the big goals.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell? He has
Well-
2 playoff goals, and goals are hard to get in the playoffs.
No,
It's a
I
really
always
big
go back
deal.
to 2009, the Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Max Talbot scores both goals for Pittsburgh to win the game. It's like no one saw that coming.
The thing about those guys, though, is they got nothing to lose, right? So they're out there just going, woo!
Yeah.
You know, if I just
I
happen
don't
to
think
pot a couple.
I don't think he's just kind of shitting around. I mean, he does his work when he's out there.
Oh
He
yeah,
does
no.
what
What I
he's supposed
mean,
to
what I
do.
mean by that though is they're not holding their stick too tight. You still work hard and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But you're playing loose,
He-
is what I mean. It's like you got nothing.
He's
to
kind
lose.
of a rock star. I feel like the kid could have done probably any profession, but this is the one that he ended up doing. And he's kind of a rock star. I don't know. That's how I look at him. He kind of has a rock star mentality. He's an easy dude to like when I see him, I'm like, oh shit, this kid's cool. But I am fascinated to watch this game, so I need to get this on.
Yeah,
it's just
I
gonna be
love
interesting.
watching Seattle.
They're
It's
fun.
been a great it's been a very, very fast series so far, Dallas and Seattle. There's no question. It's been very, very fun to watch. This is going to really show what Seattle's made of. If they withstand what I know is going to be a huge push and onslaught from the Dallas Stars tonight, that will be impressive to me. So I'm fascinated to see if they can.
Well, the Seattle Colorado series was fast too. If you watched that series and then you watched any other game, it was almost like slow motion. When you turned on Seattle Colorado, it was fast hockey.
That's exactly how I felt yesterday when I was watching the Leafs and the Panthers. When I watched the Leafs actually skate, I was like, God damn, this is like slow-mo, bro. Like, compared to what I've been watching. Because I've watched every game that the Kraken have played in the playoffs up to this point. And mind you, I'm not from Seattle. I'm not any of that. I just really like the team. I've liked them for a long time. But I love the way that they play, too. It's fascinating. It's so fucking cool to see. Because they're all trying their asses off every shift. But watching the Leafs a couple of days ago against the Panthers, I was like, Jesus Christ.
Seattle's like a Carolina. They're deep.
Yeah.
Seattle's like Carolina,
Yeah.
man. If those two teams play each other in the final, the point props would be nuts, man. Because everybody can go score, assist,
I haven't
points.
heard anybody say that yet. That'd be fucking fascinating. What an interesting matchup that would be in 7
They're
games.
both deep.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting. Nobody said that yet.
Yeah, well, who knew
Shit.
Colorado, Boston, and Tampa would be out in the first round too?
Right.
Crazy.
I mean,
It's been an unpredictable. That's what I love about these playoffs. We've gotten some crazy, unpredictable results, and Boston out, Colorado out, but it's good. That's why we love the playoffs. We like unexpected. Yeah. I do. Even if I get the series wrong, I like it. As a fan, anyway.
oh, thank God there's no Biz tonight.
No, it's ESPN tonight, both games. Yeah. What do you mean no Biz? What problem have you got with Biz?
What a relief!
Oh, you missed it. He was going off on Biz.
Ian, you missed the drama. He was bad mouthing Biz.
There was no drama.
Well,
There's no drama.
He's there to entertain. Like he's a charismatic guy. He's he tries to have fun, make it funny and entertaining, and that's why people love him. That's why he's got 1 million people watching Spittin' Chicklets every week because he's funny.
Man, he's not.
He's hilarious. He can be annoying at times. I will admit, there's some shit that he tries to be funny at and misses the mark. I will say that about Paul Bissonnette, that some of the stuff he does does miss the mark. But he's there to be entertaining. He is. He loosens up the whole panel around him. Rick Tocchet is having more fun because of Biz. Lundqvist is having more fun because of Biz. Anson Carter's having more fun because of Biz being there. Whereas if he wasn't there, maybe there'd be too many sticks in the mud. It would be too serious. It would be too much of a
good point. It's a good point.
Right? He loosens it up.
Everybody has
fun and entertaining and loose.
Everybody has their own social.
And people think he's a cement head. Hold on. He's actually got good hockey takes when he's not clowning around and acting like, a jokester all the time. He actually has some good hockey, sound analysis, I think. For a guy that only was a fourth liner, he wasn't a great hockey player. Even he'll admit that.
I think what Chester Cat's afraid of. I think what Chester.
You don't like him clearly. I'm just
no. It's fine. No. He's fine. Sorry, Mikey. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I think Chester Cat's just afraid of getting peed on Biz. I think that's what the main concern was. Getting pissed on by Biz.
Okay.
He said he's the type of guy that would do that in the locker room. If you're playing junior hockey with Biz, he'd be the type of guy that pee on you or do something.
Of course, he's the guy that would do that. He'd be the first guy in the shower.
He'd like to be the hazer guy.
Yeah.
I think he's matured quite a bit.
I think so in his older days. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think there's some truth to that. Yeah.
I don't know.
He's there to make it keep it loose. Like TNT wants one of those guys. Like, what would the NBA panel be without Charles Barkley? who can be, goofballs sometimes, right?
They're blowing ESPN out of the water because of who they have on the panels, both basketball and hockey.
Yeah, you need that guy to keep everybody loose and relaxed and having some fun and, not be uptight. If you want uptight, boring, dull, fucking ridiculous halftime shows and studio shows, watch ESPN.
Ryan Reeves.
Look for. Yeah.
I think Ryan Reeves would be fantastic at that job. Probably peed on people in the shower too.
All right, here we go.
He'll
The
probably get one
Kraken.
too. Wow.
All right, we're underway, by the way, in Seattle. Yeah.
Huge save by Grubauer to start this.
He has been fantastic.
Now, you talk about ESPN. The one thing they got right is making this guy that's calling this game for ESPN a play-by-play guy for hockey, Bob Wischusen. He's fantastic.
He reminds me of the guy from the 90s. Who was the voice of
Thorne.
ESPN? Yeah, Gary Thorne.
He's
good.
He's got that energy, and he's got that
Yeah.
great goal call too, as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't know anybody from the Kraken though for the first 5 games. It was a little embarrassing, but he got better.
The play-by-play guy?
Yeah. I think it was maybe the first couple.
You're talking about Boucher, the analyst, because usually the analyst is the guy that's got to know, a lot about the players,
not the
and
play-by-play.
coaches and the systems and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about Brian Boucher, his partner. Okay.
Yeah. He's good though. He's gotten better, so no complaints for me.
No, that's the one thing. ESPN's got some talented play-by-play guys for their hockey, but their studio stuff. PK's charismatic and gregarious and outgoing and all that stuff, but he tries too hard. He really does at times try too hard. Lays it on thick. Now Dallas is just buzzing right now, but good save by Grubauer. That's a couple big saves early. You knew Dallas is going to have an early push. After getting trampled in Game 3. That they'd come out strong.
Oh my God,
Seattle's
these
just
games
got to
are
survive
so
it.
Fucking fascinating. I love this shit.
What a great start to this
Dude,
game, though. Wow. Yeah.
It's fucking on acid.
TV every night.
And it helps that the environment is already A+ level in Seattle.
Yeah.
Fans are into it.
Justin Schultz. How the hell is he scoring goals?
Well, there's a good
Schultz is good.
A good shift here for Seattle. Yeah.
He's a worker, man. I see Justin Schultz doing all the right shit, but
He's a good player. I mean, Edmonton, Pittsburgh, he's been with a couple teams, and, he's when he's on his game, he's really good, but he has those brain farts every now and then with the puck management at times has been a problem for him in his own end, but he's got the skating ability. He's got the offensive-minded ability from the blue line, so that's been good to see.
Alexiak, holy shit.
I mean, Susie's another one on the back end that's not a bad player.
Yeah. They're all durable as fuck, too. I like that a lot. Woo.
I mean, did they nail it with the Kraken jerseys or what? Seriously.
I was just thinking the same
They are.
thing.
That's the one thing you have to agree with Seattle. The jerseys are a beauty.
So good.
They are,
and
especially their home jerseys with the shade they've got on right now.
Yeah, it's just so good.
Beautiful. It's nice. It's even looking nice on Cheshire Cat, which tells you how nice looking the jersey is.
Well, people had a problem with the name when it first came out because it was the Emeralds or this and that, but I think it worked out well, I think
so. I think it's one of the coolest. I don't know. It's one of the coolest things that you could have picked for the Seattle. Like this
other than Dolphins.
It was pretty
Dolphins would have been good.
That they wanted
Dolphins
to
be
cross.
sick.
They couldn't name it Dolphins because then they know how they'd play. It would give it away.
Yeah.
Everyone would have a
Yeah. Exactly. Who's down and out there?
There's a penalty.
Mason Marchment got knocked down. I think it's going to be a Seattle penalty. Looks like it. Yeah, elbowing right there. Yep.
Mason Marchment looks
Wenberg
like
is going to get called here.
I don't think that was intentional.
Mason Marchment
That
looks
was a
like a
late whistle.
1930s villain in movies. Have you ever noticed that? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
What's that?
Mason Marchment looks like a 1930s villain. His face.
Yeah,
with the mustache.
yeah, he's got that little duster on
Yeah.
him.
Look at
One of
here.
those, you know, he looks like one of those 1930s, 40s, 50s timepiece villains in the movies.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah. Somebody on a wanted poster.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, dude.
exactly. That's right.
He's so far behind you guys.
Yeah.
But boy, he was just spinning around on the ice.
Why didn't we do Beach's first team to 6 for Dallas? I love that. I love that bet.
Oh, is there
I only see it on FanDuel. What, first to X amount of shots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin
I only
Beach,
see
you're right.
that.
Kevin Beach has been great with recommending
he's-
that
yeah.
as a good. That's a good bet
Yeah.
to look at. You can capitalize
Kevin
on
Beach
it.
has
Yeah.
been fantastic. He's
Yeah, we
been
like
really
having
good.
him.
Yeah,
We like
yeah.
having him on the. He's been our Saturday. He's been our weekend guy since our old
He's been
weekend
great.
guy fucked up royally with a bad thing he did, and he's in our chat
Yeah.
right now.
It's for you.
Um,
Yeah, we all know who that is.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I'm just fucking around. Sorry, it's a bad joke.
I didn't know anything about what happened. I don't need to know anyways.
No.
We
I
don't
like
need
that.
nobody
I
needs
like
to
that.
litigate
months
it.
ago, it was very disheartening, but
I like Beach. Beach
Yeah.
is
Well,
good.
there's.
Kevin
Are they
Beach has
sending
been,
Marchment up for a concussion check?
Beach is-
and that guy played, like crazy, in terms of different countries, different leagues, you look at it, and he was Germany. I mean, many countries in Europe. He played ECHL. He played C8. He played the Central Hockey League. When it was still called the Central Hockey League at the time. He's been around the block for sure. Kevin Beach played a lot of pro hockey in a lot of different places, a lot of different leagues.
Do you
And
see
managed to
Houston
survive
is-
and do it for 10, 12 years. It doesn't matter that he never made the NHL. He managed to play pro hockey and do it at a bunch of different levels for 10 to 12 years, something
Yeah.
he loved.
Seriously, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
If that's your calling and you're making money doing it, who cares?
There's lots of really good goaltenders that never made it to the NHL and went all over the place. Tokarski did eventually get there, but he was kind of like that before he actually made it. He was everywhere, Tokarski. Like freaking, I think he even played in Denmark and everywhere.
Heiskanen has a nice little gash on his face, eh?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah,
These guys are
pretty
so
nasty.
badass. Basketball players out for the season.
Yeah.
They have the same injury.
Yeah, it looks like right up near the cheekbone, near the nose.
Robertson's kind of looked like a bitch in this playoff series. In this series,
He hasn't had a great playoffs at all for Dallas, that guy. Like, he should be making a much bigger impact than he has. They've gotten this far in spite
Jack
of him.
Hughes lost. Jack Hughes is the same size. He lost a tooth
Yeah.
and tackled Aho in like the cutest puppy
Robertson.
fight ever.
Definitely has to insert himself into this series for Dallas to get going.
So what happened? The glass broke?
Yeah, they got a glass repairs right now. Speedy glass repair. Speedy glass replace. Yeah. Got to wait on that now.
Vito in the chat saying the glass break-in means it's going to be an under. The game's going to slow down.
So, question, Ian, was that fight between Jack Hughes and Sebastian Aho a fight, or was it puppy love?
That was a cat fight. It's a male cat fight, is what it was.
Yeah.
That's about it. Yeah.
I mean,
Dude,
even
it
Jack
just
Hughes
reminded
said
me
it
of,
wasn't
like,
a fight.
little kids.
So.
No.
Yeah,
They're
he said
pawing
it.
at each other.
Stop it.
That's what it was.
But
It
it was-
reminded me of.
Stop it. Stop
It
it.
reminded me of
Yeah,
like
that's
little
what it
kids
Stop
tackling each other.
it.
It was just
Yeah.
kind of cute. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with it.
And
But it
Jack
wasn't
Hughes
serious.
doesn't need to be fighting anyways. Look, you know what I'm saying?
Seriously,
Like,
yeah.
Reminds
First
me of
of all,
that
they've
fight
never
with
been
Alex
fight
Semin.
before, either guy, Aho or Hughes. And second of all, they're probably not great at it. And third of all, they shouldn't even be doing it anyway.
Didn't Alex Semin do that one time? Like on
That
top
was
of
the
somebody?
worst. That's exactly the impression was Alex Semin many years ago. And who was, I don't even remember who he was fighting, but he was.
They
it was
didn't look like
embarrassing.
bitches though.
That might be
I
a
didn't
good
feel
clip
like-
to pull up, Ian.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Jack Hughes and Sebastian Aho.
I think he
looked
was
like bitches or
pounding
something.
on his back like,
Yeah.
like a drummer. That's I
Yeah.
think what he was doing there, if I remember correctly. Yeah,
That's right.
Oh,
it was
from
not
Rico?
pretty. Yeah,
Mark
No,
Stahl.
I thought it was cool that he actually tackled Aho and was trying to get his team riled
was
up.
Mark
and, like,
Stahl.
Hey,
Mark
Was it?
Stahl,
It was
right?
Mark
Yeah.
Stahl. Yeah.
Okay, now I do remember. It was Rangers and Capitals. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Mark Stahl. What a sneaky pickup by the Panthers too, huh?
Yep.
I did. pull
He
the
actually hasn't
trigger
played
on
that badly for them, to be quite honest with you, Mark Stahl. So
Considering
far,
everything, I mean, it's
Good hockey
Defensive
IQ, smart
analytics.
guy in the back end.
Yep.
Not going to get you in trouble.
his defensive analytics are pretty horrible, but they're better than they have been the past 2 years.
Yeah, he's better than horrible, which means he's been good for him. That's what that means. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, that's very, very funny.
That
Very
is definitely
funny.
a step up for Mark Stahl, especially.
But
at
the
this
thing
stage.
about those Stahl brothers is they're
Yeah.
warriors, anyways. Like
Yeah.
they bring a warrior mentality, right? Both
Yeah.
of the Stahl brothers. I did put some on the 26.5. I just think that Grubauer will get over 26.5 saves too.
Yeah, that's a good bet, Perlo.
Yeah, he's already got 4 saves on the board. Grubauer early. The thing is, and I agree, this is definitely the spot to take him over saves because you would expect the desperate team or the more urgent team, Dallas, to have the more greater shots tonight. Carry the play
Yeah.
a little bit.
yeah,
more.
I don't
It's
think he's
just-
gonna get
it-
pulled.
It's
You wanna
just
get
if they
close.
blow him out. If
Yeah.
they blow him out,
Yeah.
then. But I think he's playing so good right now. I don't see it being him being blown out.
Yeah,
I
he
think
looks
this
really
all, like,
comfortable.
4-2, something like that. 4-2.
Right.
Especially different being at home too. They're going to try not to pull him at home. If it was on the road and Dallas is pulling him out, it's different.
Dude, it's crazy McCann's back in. Gotta think about this.
He had a nice shot
I
already.
didn't see McCann for a minute.
That was their only shot.
Yeah, it was a good one. Almost fooled Ottinger.
Eberle's tenacious, man. He's playing like I've never seen him before, too.
Yeah, very impressive. Yeah.
He was great in Edmonton too. People, it's just stupid the way they blew him out of town. How
I
many
think
good
he's one of the
players-
feel-good stories.
Yep.
One of the feel-good stories on Seattle. If they go deep, I'd be happy for Jordan Eberle.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
he's a really cool. He's a really.
Yeah, it's a cool dude. I do like him.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Like
Yeah,
Chris.
he's just a good guy. Just a good guy.
We did pretty good.
Kind of
on
like
the shots
how
on
I've
goal
never
last
seen.
game. Yep.
I've never seen Bennett fucking play the way that he's playing right now in Florida either. He's like a man possessed, dude. Oh my god.
Playoff player.
Oh, it helps
Playoff
when
player.
there's nobody challenging him for the puck.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, who
It's
would
just-
challenge him?
Unless the David Camp's line.
O'Reilly?
No one's
Maybe.
And
That's
Well,
not
he-
even O'Reilly's job.
But the problem with
O'Reilly's not
O'Reilly
supposed
is
to be out
that
there trying to.
he keeps changing his line mates, and he's only been there for a cup of coffee. He doesn't know how anybody plays.
Not only
One-
that,
one-
he's watching everybody else play like pussies. Like
One
this is
big problem
O'Reilly
with the
going,
Leafs.
are you
For real.
freaking kidding me
I mean,
here?
that's
Are you?
for
This
real.
is what you
Yeah.
guys are doing? Like really?
Imagine
Like, I
being
don't-
O'Reilly going to
I don't think he's staying in
Leafs.
Toronto.
poor guy.
Well,
I
they
like
didn't bring
the-
Luke Shen to go to Toronto to play 20 minutes a night with Morgan Riley. I don't think that's why
That's
Luke
true.
Shen is there. They're using him wrong.
I
Luke
like what
Shen is
Ian said about Reinhardt
Tough
that
as
last.
shit.
Like when Reinhardt went in on that one play, he almost looked like he was saying, "Really, nobody's going to touch me." Like he almost hesitated. Like I can just do this. Holy shit! Okay, like it was crazy, man. It was nuts. That was one of the craziest plays. Nobody did nothing. Nothing.
Well, they came out half asleep in overtime. I don't know how you come out half asleep for fucking overtime.
They iced
in
the puck
playoffs.
3 times. Tells you all you need to know.
yeah.
They were
Well,
nervous.
I would have liked to have heard Keith's motivational speech before that overtime.
Yeah.
'Cause I'll tell you, the one before the game is just laughable.
Ian,
Tough to get
they
anybody
need you
pumped up.
there.
Yeah.
You need to get there.
Yeah.
Do their motivational speech. You
Lose-
worthless fucking bums.
Ian loses his
I-
shit.
I was telling my buddies, I'm like, they're in Florida. They should just call up Edge to give him a nice speech. He's down
Yeah, but
there
you would
too.
think they've been through 6-7 years of these fucking early playoff exits. Isn't anybody pissed off by now? Like really angry and just go
they
off to
don't
the
look-
media that, hey, this is unacceptable. This is embarrassing. We have to be a whole lot fucking better than this. Nobody's gone off, and that's concerning. It's almost like it's become accepted that, hey, we just fall short.
Everybody
They
just
need to play like
everybody's
this.
afraid to speak in Toronto.
Yeah.
Man. It's just
Yeah.
they're afraid to speak.
Yeah. Don't want to upset the apple cart.
That's right. They got gravy
fucking-
digs, and they got there they didn't get there by spouting off and shit like that. They like their guys that pat everybody on the back there in Toronto.
You know
But then
what?
on the other hand, you got the fringe guys that just absolutely blast the shit out of the Leafs.
Well, when O'Reilly got there, they should have
Dude,
just ripped the
Matthew
C
Knight.
right off of Tavares, and Tavares should have just handed it over to Ryan O'Reilly and said, "All right, lead us to a cup."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally
Good
right.
point.
Yeah.
Not a bad point.
I wonder
You're the
where
captain,
O'Reilly's
know.
You're a ghost for what? 50 minutes out there. Holy.
We're going to put
I
this
wonder
on the
where
screen right
O'Reilly's
now because we said we'd play it tonight. I was hoping Alex would still be around. We'll play it tomorrow, too, when he's on the Daily Show with us.
Well, what's this
Alex
penalty
was
for?
on the live reaction draft lottery show for
Wow.
he does also a show for the Hammer Network, Edgework. They did a live reaction show or a betcast, not a betcast, but a live cast, if you will, for the draft lottery. And Alex was on it. So this is as the number 1 overall pick was announced. By the way, Dallas is going on the power play, but number 1 overall pick here for the was announced as the Chicago Blackhawks. And here was Alex B. Smith's reaction. Here we go.
Selection in the 2023 NHL draft belongs to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yes, let's fucking go, baby! That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Yes, yes.
Why was Zach
Original
Phillips so
16,
mad?
so money. I'm so sorry, Let's man. That's
go,
pain.
baby.
And then a big
That's
swig.
Alex.
Watch this swig of beer right here. Look at this. Look how long it was. Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Alex,
go.
yes.
So-
Yeah, say
Oh,
congrats,
oh,
But
Go.
nice one.
man.
hey, I
The
like
first
the head
overall
nod after.
selection
Like,
in the
yeah, I'm proud of
2023
that.
NHL draft.
That's gold right there. Oh, great stuff. Hey, way to go, Alex. Yeah.
I watched Zach Phillips after Leaf games too. He has everybody on that show and all the people calling in and in the chat and stuff. He puts in a lot of work after Leaf games too.
Yeah.
That's then I got on Twitter to see how much he was going to rub it in everybody's faces, and he did.
And he did. He did. Dude,
Right,
that
he did,
clown gift that he has is so dope. I really like that one. The one of the clowns got like a fro. It's like walking in its red shoes. I don't know why. Dude, I've always found clowns like fascinating.
Oh,
Grubauer,
yeah.
what a save.
Oh,
Yeah, that was a
good
great
save.
stop, Grubauer. Yep. Big early save here on this Stars man advantage. Yeah.
I
So we
hope
hit over 4.5 minus 175.
not yet. I'm waiting it out. I got
Yeah.
over 3.5 last game. That was beautiful.
Well, this is.
I mean,
they
if
kill
this goes
extra
0-0
seconds here,
first period, that's kind of
Dallas
a
went
win
0 for 2 already.
for the Kraken, I would think.
Well, last game was scoreless first period, and then there was the explosion in the second period. So
Yeah,
that's why I
I
think
bet on
second
the-
period over.
I mean, the
is- that's
Stars,
look.
I
the
did
Stars
that.
are supposed to come out hot, right?
Yeah.
Like I heard a lot of people think that the Stars were going to dominate the first period
Yeah.
and the whole game.
They sort of
I took the second period highest scoring period of
Yep.
the game. I took
That's
that.
not
bet.
bad.
Here comes
That's the
Seattle.
way it's been a lot in this series. Yep.
If you get out of this period scoreless, I would see that as a win. You kind of weathered the storm a little bit.
Well, they already
I
killed
guess.
2 penalties.
They are getting outplayed pretty bad though.
Yeah, we need Dallas.
They got
top
hit
line.
pretty hard at certain times last game too.
Well, they're not. Considering there's been 2 penalties for Seattle, they're not going to get played as bad as they could be.
That's true.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, they could be totally fucked right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't look that way.
Grubauer just looks so comfortable and confident.
Yeah, I haven't seen Grubauer look this good in a long time since Washington. Like in the
When I first started watching hockey, he was this good.
Washington.
Yeah, he looked really good. That was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, he went through a stretch there in Washington where he looked like this. Yeah. Who the hell is the goaltending coach for the Kraken, I wonder? Because it seems like every goaltender does well there.
Yeah. I don't
Oh,
know.
Jones did for a while, and then
Yeah, but I mean the fact that Jones did at all.
Yeah, how many wins
right.
did they get out of Martin Jones? That's
Yep.
that's
no,
incredible.
there's some truth to
Shit
that.
ton.
You know,
Shit ton.
goalie coach for Seattle.
Yes.
You know,
They
did
got
that.
shit
Steve
ton of
Briere.
wins.
Steve Briere's the head coach there, or the goalie coach there. Yeah,
Who is
He's
it?
well known.
Steve
He's
Briere.
well known.
Steve
Yeah.
Briere. Okay.
And they didn't pull him after 8 goals, which is kind of dope in my opinion.
He had the
Like,
lead.
I think that- Yeah. That game was so crazy. It was so much fun. I love
That was
that
a
game.
crazy game, and nobody got pulled
Oh.
in that 9-8 game. That was the
Yeah.
No, I think didn't the
They
Kings
did
guy
pull
get
the other
pulled?
guy. They did. I think they pulled
Quick
him.
or
and they kept
Peters.
Murray.
I don't know who it was.
Yeah.
but one of the two.
It was Quick. Yeah, I think it was Quick.
Quick wants
That was
to
I think that
play
was
again
before
next year.
Copley.
God, that was a fun game.
That was one of the memorable betcasts of our season so far, for sure. Was the way? Wow, what a couple of stops there by Grubauer just now.
Oh,
Unbelievable goaltending right there. That was all Philip Grubauer, totally robbing Sagan.
I think
That
my
John
over
Propp's
saves is
looking
gonna
yeah,
be
good.
Sagan's
okay.
got that
Saves
look.
prop.
Like
It's
what?
fucking-
the fuck?
I think my saves
10.
prop is going to be okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I?
Man,
That's
I don't
terrible.
know about
by
advertising
Robertson. He didn't even hit
7-Eleven
the
on
net
your
that.
helmet. It
Wow.
kind of makes you look a little.
Yeah. What a save by Grubauer on Sagan there. Wow. Seattle, that all that matters is it's still scoreless. It's not, Dallas has had a good period. Nothing to show for it yet.
Mr. McCanner, welcome back. Jesus, 5-10. The A's versus the Yankees. You guys see that?
Oh, the
winning?
baseball, yeah.
What's that?
Oh, the Yankees killed the A's. Shocking.
Oh,
Yeah.
killing the A's. Yeah.
Oh, it's over. It's 10-5 final.
15 runs total.
Well, the A's are being priced like the worst team of all time, and they might be.
They might be.
Well,
They might be.
They can hit a little bit, but they have no pitching. Absolutely none. Zero. That
Yeah. you're not
JP Sears guy is supposed to be half decent, and his ERA is like 6, and that's their best pitcher.
My favorite pitcher's got to be McClanahan. That dude is fucking money.
Or Dylan Cease for the White Sox is nasty too.
Yeah, he is good.
Wasn't
He's got
nasty
walk
last year.
issues.
He kind of shits himself though. Like when he gets to the 4th, 5th, 6th inning, sometimes Cease starts. I don't know if his arm gets tired or what happens, but he's not doing something right, and he's giving up home runs.
I had the
Walking.
White Sox last game.
Well, you bet on the
Cease
White
was-
Sox. You're a brave man.
Once Cease was in. Yeah, I had it.
Yeah, they won, but I mean, Kansas City, I guess. It's been a good season. Nobody's
Man,
like
that is one
super
nasty
good.
freaking cut on
Except for Tampa.
Heise's gonna- That is one nasty cut.
Okay, Vito, I feel like you're getting too excited about this under. Let's get a couple goals here.
Yeah. Anytime you get excited about
Yeah.
under is trouble
Yeah.
before the game's over.
Vito's trying to say like 1-1, 1-0. I'm like,
Well,
come
this
on.
series has
Some
been
goals.
constantly low
Yeah, the second
scoring
period will be
first, and then
1-1.
they explode. So
Yeah.
this is first
This
period won't
period's
tell us
going
shit.
over. This period's definitely going over.
Only game 1 had a bunch of first period goals and nothing in the second. Games 2 and 3 scoreless first, and then they exploded. So
Yeah,
I
I'm on the
think
second. I
game
already
one
like the
was
second
what,
period over before the game. I'll like it even more now at the
Yeah,
scoreless first.
definitely like second period over for sure.
And by the way, Vito, I wasn't trying to disrespect you by saying that. I think that there's going to be goals in this series still. And I think there's going to be goals in this game.
So
I just
did
think
you
the total
guys
should be
bet
6.
second period 1.5, or did you bet second period over 2?
It's got to be 2. It's way
I'm
too
going to do the
juicy.
second period. But I'm going
Yeah,
to
I'll
wait
probably
a
just
couple
leave the
minutes.
chalk. I don't.
Kind of like Alex always talks about.
Yeah.
You know how Alex always talks about waiting a couple minutes.
Right.
and
Wait a
then
couple minutes.
putting it-
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Because pregame, the 1.5 was minus 165, but you could also get over 2 at plus 120.
Yeah.
I think 165 is kind of cheap.
It is.
For the way they've been
Honestly,
playing, yeah.
It is, yeah. I don't know. It's tricky.
When you bet
It's tricky.
fights, like you kind of get, you're not worried about laying chalk as much as
Just cashing it. Yeah.
yeah.
Because there could be five or 6 goals in the second period, if we're honest.
That's what there was in game 3 for sure. Tons of goals.
Yeah.
Here comes a rush.
Penalty
What
Dallas.
happened in
I
game
think.
2?
Penalty
that's
Dallas.
holding. Yeah. Good call. He definitely grabbed him and impeded him on a scoring chance. Or like not a scoring chance, but like a rush chance.
Game 2, there were 3 or 4. 4 goals in the second period.
I did not want Dallas to take a late penalty there. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's. I never know. This shorty happen. Dallas got a little speed.
Anybody got anything on Phoenix, Denver?
Oh, the basketball. Denver spot.
I got Denver -5.
Yep.
Jesus, he got up so quick. Acted like it didn't even hurt. Okay.
Yeah, well, Phoenix got 19 points out of with the Shamit guy the last game, and they needed
That's
all
it.
19
It's surprising
to
to see him.
beat to win.
Yep. That
Yeah,
was,
so I mean,
definitely.
I don't see him getting that on the road.
No.
I don't even bet basketball, but that's just like 101. Like the role players don't tend to score as much on the road.
Yep. Kraken power play coming up here. Still scoreless. Like I say, I will tell you ahead of time, I will be on both teams to score and the over in the second period. Both of those bets. It's just been patterned the last 2 games in this series. We've seen, little offense in the first period, quite a bit in the second. Just generally, not just this series, but just in general, I find, especially in playoff series, you get a 0-0 first period, you're going to see goals in the second.
Also, these 2 teams, as soon as the first one goes in, it feels like it explodes.
That's another thing that's been something we've seen in repeated games in this series. The first one goes in, and then things really do open up. quite a bit after that.
And Dallas has been like that for a lot. Like it's kind of their MO.
Yep.
Slow start.
Whoa. Break. Oh no.
That was a good job getting back by Seattle there. Yep. Up there goes the Seattle power play. Short-handed rush by Dallas. Great rush going to the net there, and Seattle takes a penalty. So 4-on-4 coming up for a minute.
Breaks his stick in 3 pieces. It looks like that.
Yeah,
that's a slash. All right.
It's not the worst penalty to take when this is almost might have saved the goal.
Yeah.
4-on-4, then Dallas scores with 2 minutes left, and we get our minus 0.5.
Oh yeah, it's done. He's just like, yeah, we're just gonna break your stick in half. You're not getting a shot here. I'll go to the box.
Yeah,
I'm gonna jump on the over 4.5.
Vince Dunn for slashing right there.
What's the
Over
price
4.5?
again, Lolo?
Over 4.5 at minus 105.
Oh, it's not bad.
Yeah, that's an easy. Okay, yes, please go ahead and do that shit. I'm gonna do that for 0.25.
So we got 4-on-4 with these two teams. Could be interesting.
I'm interested.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here.
2 fast
A lot of
teams
open
and a
ice for
ton of
2
open
fast
ice.
teams, especially Seattle. Yep, definitely.
I love seeing Susie get a goal last game. That was cool.
Yeah,
Well,
good
He
to
was
see
my
those
dude.
hard-working
He was my
defensemen get
dude for
rewarded.
like a short time span last year.
Yeah.
Cubano and I scored on that. Sorry, go ahead.
I love Susie. I think Susie's fun.
Yeah, me
But
too.
But that goal he scored specifically, like it was beautiful. It's
It
not like
was.
Susie's
It was
going to
like-
come in and freaking
He
top.
wasn't doing
Dallas
anything
on the power
fancy.
play now.
It was just
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm gonna do this shit because I'm fucking working.
Well, there
And
it
they
is.
strike. Jamie Benn with a wrist shot beats Grubauer on the amazing
Nice.
on the short side.
Well, who had
Grubauer
Ben
did not
Davis?
look
Brilliant
very well.
saving.
Jamie
He
Benn.
kind of gives up one that maybe
Telling
probably
you.
could have had or should have stopped. But it was a
Yeah.
good shot by Ben. But a power play goal, 1-0 Dallas.
I did not have Ben
Fucking-
for a point. Did anybody have Ben for a
That's
point?
crazy.
Yes, I said it like a
Kat
thousand
was talking
times.
about it earlier. Yeah.
I said it
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
that's too
bajillion times.
Oh,
He had a
sorry.
terrible-
He
I
said
didn't.
Ben
Not
told
that
you
he's
so
never
close.
to me, Perlo.
Upstairs, yeah.
You never listen to me.
I'll get my assistant to bring up the minutes, Chester.
And huge for our puck line, which we have minus a half.
Oh, absolutely. Yes,
Not
yes,
that
yes. Dallas puck line first
Now, come
period.
on.
Let's
Just
go.
give me
Yeah,
this.
plus
Just preserve this
170,
lead
man.
for another 2.5
Yeah,
minutes.
170. I got that too.
Yeah, plus 170.
I just
What was
Put
the
that
live
over
first
4.5
period
too.
over? Did anybody see
Live
what it
first
was?
period over?
No,
Like,
I
what
didn't
did it
think-
come
Yeah.
down to?
yeah, it was like plus 195, I think.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't
was,
think
that's
it
what I
was
would guess.
over, so I
With
wouldn't
only
have
3
liked
It
minutes
was
left.
still
Yeah,
lots
plus
of
180
I
or
would
time
play
90.
that
so.
too.
Yeah,
What a
I
great
would say
shot.
so.
Shoulda, woulda,
Now
coulda.
Dallas is.
Hey,
Will Dallas get jittery here? That's the thing.
They can't.
might.
They have a tendency to do that after they score. and then
You're right. Sometimes teams
Right.
fall asleep. Yeah, shift after scoring a goal. Toronto's done that a bunch in these playoffs.
Oh yeah.
when
Actually,
Ottinger-
Dallas
Toronto's
was
an
playoffs
enigma.
with you.
Toronto
Kinda
falls
doing that
asleep.
right now. Oh
He-
my gosh.
he hits the
Seattle
bag.
came close there. Wow. But
Wow.
I don't think
Ottinger says,
Dallas
that's
is
enough
gonna-
of this. That's a good job to freeze that puck there.
Toronto falls asleep before and after goals.
That was a nice play by Rupe Hintz to enter the zone and just drop it for Ben too. Like,
Yeah.
Hintz just
Zone entry is key.
drove
Yeah.
that play.
Bro, Toronto falls asleep so much, they might want to start bringing a bet onto the ice, man. It's bad.
Yeah, they need a little nap room there.
It's fucking beautiful
Cookies.
shit, though.
I think
I
with
love this shit.
Peter DeBoer behind the bench and they're down 2-1 on the road. I don't see them falling asleep in this one.
No, I don't. No, I didn't say fall asleep. They get hiccupy. They get
Yeah,
nervous.
I see what you're. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
That's
wondering
the
how
one
much
on the ice, make
that
sure they don't get
shooting would
nervous.
affect them. Because, that's really real. When that happens, like, in your city and in your space, it's got to affect you.
I'm really not a fan of this 7-Eleven on Dallas helmet. It makes them look so
I was
ghetto.
thinking the same thing. I'm like, out of all the ads, why the fuck?
Yeah,
is
that's not a
7-Eleven?
good one. Yeah.
No.
Well, I can
What
tell
the Leafs
you.
had TikTok.
Yeah, okay, but
that.
that's a
For how
What
much
about
they're
the-
probably paying for that 7-Eleven on the helmet, you could probably tattoo it on my ass. I would do for that one.
What's on the Leafs jerseys? Milk or ML? Is
that
it
coming.
milk?
It's the milk's a big thing in Canada. There's a lot of Canadian milk farmers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, final minute, first period, and it's 1-0 Dallas. Jamie Benn power play goal. Although they
What
iced
a
the
beautiful
puck.
thing,
Still
Jamie
1-0.
Benn. Thank you.
This shit's
Good
about
cap.
to open up in the
You want to
second.
show up in a
Watch.
game like
It
this?
is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about to open up.
Frillo's getting in my head. I might bet the Kraken live.
What?
I don't hate that. I have that in my heart.
I much
Pie guy.
hate it. Pie guy, you and I are always on the same side all the time. Don't go straight now. Don't go
But
straight.
I'm not. I
You
have
know
not
what?
bet against Seattle all playoffs. I'm not starting now. That they've been. I usually
1,000
suck
units.
at playoff betting.
Just kidding. No, but I might place. I might go. for a little
What's
bit.
the puck line? What's the +1.5?
Minus
It's
tw-
plus
minus
270
120.
right now.
That's not bad. Yeah, but
Plus
it might
270
open
money
up. That's
line.
what I'm worried about.
Yeah. What I might do, let's see, what's both teams to score to right now? Plus 115. I'm going to take that.
I like both teams. I like that. I like that
So
both
both
teams
teams
to
to score
score
two.
over.
There was a Seattle player. The puck just bounced in front of the net. They're right there, and it took a swing at it, and I either missed or he shot it wide. But
Wide. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, 24 seconds for the love of God.
Yeah, that was Eberle.
good period though for Dallas. Very good. Not only the lead, but they carried the play, which you expected they would after being down 2-1 in this series, needing this.
Oh, look who's here.
So 1-0. It is if it
Oh my
end of the
gosh.
first 1-0 Stars.
Yep.
Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Timing
All
for John
over,
Massey.
man.
First intermission of the late game. And shocker, John Massey's joining us. Yeah.
We're about to go up 10 units.
Yeah.
Mr.
John, the
Massey.
Flames aren't playing tonight.
I never got your essay on.
You're muted. You're muted. You're
Oh,
muted.
he is. He's muted. Yeah.
I did quite all right in the first game of this series, going with the draw at the second intermission live. So I don't just need the Calgary Flames to do me wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cash the first period puck line
Beauty.
with the
Can I
Dallas.
see something that really bothered me there, though?
Cheers to that.
Yep.
What bothered you?
In the run up to the Jamie Benn goal, the 4-on-4, Dallas goes to the power play from the 4-on-4, and Seattle just like tosses casually the puck behind the Dallas net.
Yeah.
And just
Gives up
lets
possession.
them-
Right. Yeah.
Gives up possession, just dumps it. No pressure on the puck, nothing. Hold on to the fucking puck. What are you doing? Put it out to the neutral zone. You're in control of the puck. You are now shorthanded. Kill time. Why are you just yielding possession, giving them a
that's
full
an
minute,
excellent
and
point.
giving them the
That's a good fucking
because you're
point.
still Cadillacing back because you got to turn around and
I
you
think
get
that's
3
the
on 2 going
coach.
the other way. Seattle not set up, and they get burned on the shot in transition.
That genius of Dave Hackstall shining.
Ah, the genius.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's not a
blame
big
the
deal.
coach now.
I mean, there are plenty of things that I can laugh about Dave Hackstall about because I watched him as the coach of the Flyers. So, and I watched him in division. I had absolutely no problem with Dave Hackstall as a coach because he didn't give the Rangers any problems.
I liked him. I thought I've liked him ever since he was in college, and I think he's a great coach. He was just in a
forget the 3 years that he did in Philadelphia, and you're fine.
He was a super shitty. He was in a super shitty situation there in Philadelphia. Who was
But
going
if
to
you're a
get those
genius,
guys?
you make
to be
shitty
ready?
situations work. Look at John Tortorella.
Yeah,
He didn't
not
walk
as
into
a
a great
rookie.
situation with the Rangers.
Wait,
As a rookie
you're not
coach
admitting
coming out
that
of
John
college-
Tortorella is a fucking genius,
But
right?
just
Oh,
a
he
second,
Gone.
Cheshire Cat. John
He's not a
Tortorella got the
genius.
Rangers to play a style of hockey that Gerard Gallant clearly could not get this year's group to play.
Yeah,
Right?
Tortorella is a brilliant
Look,
coach.
he's not.
Did you hear what
not
really happened?
really-
I haven't even brought
He's
this
not
up on the
terrible,
Ice Guys show
right?
yet. Did you hear what happened
not
with Gallant?
terrible.
Gallant
hear
and
this.
Drury had
No.
a really big blow up behind the scenes after Game
Oh.
4 of the Rangers Devils series.
Really?
Big time argument. Head coach and GM of the Rangers, Chris Drury and Gerard Gallant. It was heated. It was like you're not, and Drury came after him for not adjusting. Apparently, is what I heard, or not
The
making
only
enough
adjustment he
changes.
had was moving Miko off the point,
Yeah.
off the left side,
I mean, it's a
and
fair.
moving into the middle.
It's a fair
Which
thing
is
to
like
be
the
pissed
only good
about.
thing that he was doing was on the power play.
I'd be pissed.
Hey, not to interrupt, but real quick on BetMGM, second period over 1.5 is $1.05.
Oh,
Yeah,
What?
I'm already on it, Mikey. So yeah, I'll
1.5. We're not even
Thanks,
talking
Mikey.
2. That's crazy.
Are you
Massey,
kidding
everyone
me?
disappears to go bet it.
Fuck yeah.
Of course, yeah. Yep.
Over 1.5?
Yep. $1.05 on BetMGM. It
That's
just jumped to
insane.
minus 120.
I'm already on it, and both teams to score as well in the second period, which everybody knows. So we got some live bets now finally in play here for this Dallas and Seattle game.
I got $1.10.
I mean, the Devils in Carolina made it very difficult to put in live bets this evening.
Yeah. Wasn't the best live bet game.
And
It was
I've
mostly
found
just
that
the
to just be
Devils.
more the norm in this playoffs, especially this round of the playoffs. There's been a lot of blowouts.
Oh yeah.
And Pie Guy, you were right. The only games that have been closed for the Leafs. So you know how they're going to end. So you just put the money on Florida and you're fine.
I don't know. I mean, you think the Leafs will get a balance, but I'm
They
worried.
do bounce in the first period, and then they get served warm milk and cookies at the first intermission. Don't come out, and Florida goes bang bang, and it's a tie game. And all the
Yeah,
good
we were
in the
saying.
first 20 minutes is gone.
Yep.
Don't forget the chicken tendies.
Okay.
No, chicken tenders are at the second intermission because they played hard.
If
Oh, that was
Like,
after the game. For
the
Dairy
Keith
Queen and
versus
chicken tenders.
Maurice
After the game,
coaching this match might be the worst of all time. Like, it's real bad. Like, you could see it on the ice. Like,
I don't know. JB Bickerstaff versus Tom Thibodeau in round one, and Budenholzer
basketball?
against Spolstra were both very lopsided round one matchups.
in hockey.
Oh, in hockey. I don't know.
Spolstra against
Lindy
any
Ruff, Gerard
NBA head
Gallant.
coach seems like a mismatch right now, quite honestly. Yeah.
Except maybe Kerr or whatever his name is.
Not even Kerr. Kerr's not even. Kerr got out and worked by Darvin fucking Green Eggs and Ham last night. Seriously. Yeah.
Let me tell you, if
LeBron James is the coach of that team, come on.
Darvin Ham put Lonnie Walker into the game for the fourth quarter, and look what it did for his team. Won them the game essentially. Yeah.
let me put it this way: if Pat Riley says you're my guy over any superstar in the league, that tells you all you need to know about Eric Spolstra.
Yeah.
If he's got the kiss of the king's hand and he's got the king's hand on his shoulder, that tells, and that king is Pat Riley.
Yeah.
That tells you something.
Yeah.
Pat Riley's
There's
got
a
more
lot of
basketball than any of the
That's
coaches in the NBA.
That's a lot of conditionals there. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of conditional arguments there, John Massey. If
But Cheshire, the only way to
But
unless you
I'm
set
with
conditions,
you.
it's hard
I'm
to
with
make
you.
an argument.
As long as Pat Riley is the general manager of the or president of basketball operations, whatever term they bestow in Miami, Eric Spolstra does not have to worry about his job security.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That is a
Period.
beautiful conditional argument. That is beautiful.
We
Fucking
we
love
all
it.
got to
I'm so
agree that
sorry. I'm in like
there-
academic mode right now.
most of the scoring's probably going to be in the second period, right? You can get
the reason
Hintz
third,
or
yeah.
Pavelski at plus 650 to score in the second. I'm taking that. To score in the second period, plus
Wait,
650.
just Pavelski, or was there somebody else?
Pavelski's plus 650 to score in the second.
That's a good price for him. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to take
I feel like if it goes to overtime, I'll bet him to score.
Well,
I really think Dallas might just crush the second period.
if we think that a lot of goals are going to be scored in the second, more than likely it's going to be one of those guys, right? So plus 650, I think I'll take it.
Would you be surprised if this period ends 4-0 Dallas with the way these games have gone?
One team's pulled away in the second period, and so many. Vegas last night, Carolina earlier tonight, and it's the
And
second
Ottinger
period
off
that
the
they pulled
loss.
away. Yep.
Has very good numbers.
Yep.
And he's made a couple good saves already.
Yeah, Ottinger off a loss is really what had me.
It
on
sounds
this
like
one.
John likes a little Dallas -0.5 plus 170 second period puck line.
I do.
There you go.
You're
And
looking at
that's what I just put in.
You're looking at the two highest scoring second period teams in the playoffs.
They look
they
re-
never
they
seem
look
to
they,
do it
they
in the
look
same
they look
second
like they've got a mission on their hands here, Dallas. That first period was a great road period.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I know.
I took the
Of course,
over.
it's an
Oh, I get it.
anti-Kraken bet. I know you can't
Can't
do it.
fucking do it. I just
Yeah,
can't do it.
I'm the same way, Kat. I can't bet against the Leafs in the playoffs. I can bet against the regular season, no
Yeah.
problem. But
Oh, I can
I
bet
think I was
against.
betting against the Rangers.
oh yeah, you go ahead. You're if you bet it this year, you're making bank.
I have no problems betting against the
To,
Oilers.
to be fair though, I haven't bet one Leafs money line this series. I only took the first period, game 2. That's the only bet I've had.
I had the over 2.5 in the second period last night. I didn't expect Vegas to get all of them,
Yeah.
but I was very glad they did.
It was a Jack Campbell sighting last night.
Yeah, soup.
All right, so we got three. At least one or more of us are on 3 different bets currently for this second period. Both teams to score, at a nice plus number for that, which is plus 200 at Bet365, by the way, for that. I can't pass that price up. Over 1.5, which is right around even money, plus 100, minus 105, and Dallas puck line second period plus 170. I think we go 2 and 1 or better with those 3.
I agree. It's about to open up. It's about to open up.
Yeah.
Because if you don't get the both teams to score, you probably got the Dallas puck line.
I got second period, highest scoring period of the game too.
Yep.
How much was that? 280?
Here we go. You want live bets on this Betcast? You're getting them right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got lots of them now.
We're putting the bet.
Sorry, did you mention the plus 650 for Pavelski? I got that.
Yeah, there you go. Pavelski. I like that.
Pavelski, I'm putting a little bit on Pavelski and a little bit on Hintz. Plus
there you go. Get involved. Yep. Perfect.
Oh, I think Carolina just scored again. I'm not ready.
Massey, we were having like a conversation. I think it was about something else, but probably the Leafs. And like in the midst of that like 10-minute conversation, Carolina scored like 3-4 times.
I know, that's when I turned the Betcast off. I'm like, Carolina's scoring and nobody's saying this on the Betcast. Let me actually listen to the game.
So Carolina opened up $1.20 for game 5. Over unders 5.5 still.
They love that 5.5.
What the hell with these 5.5? I'll be on the over again. You know it. Elimination game, especially third period over. I'll put that on the ticket too.
Because
over
the goaltenders are not good in that series. How can you post 5.5? This isn't Shesterkin versus Sorokin.
No, this is
The reason
Anderson,
why is because
who's helped by a great team in front of him defensively, and now New Jersey's got no goalie they can count on right at the moment. Maybe it's time for Blackwood shitting in the dead of night.
Carolina's supposed to be the shutdown team, but I mean, neither goaltender really took the reins. If you've got that defense in front of you, you should have a .930, not a .901. Anderson's got it's
Ian, if they put Blackwood in, I'm gonna have to double up on the over.
I'm taking Carolina team total over first period. Came to over everything Carolina team.
Burlow's abandoned ship. He's off the bandwagon for New Jersey.
Yeah. Well, I liked when Hintz was in there. I was right about that. But then when they expose him, you got to swallow your pride and say, okay, he's not as good as you thought.
I mean, are they going to start Akira Schmid? They have to, right? I mean,
what the hell do they do now?
I think
it's a mess. You certainly cannot go back to him now.
Vanacek is terrible.
Maybe they'll call Brodeur, see if he wants to come back. And
Marty Brodeur. Marty Brodeur at almost 50 is probably better than anybody they've got on the.
But can I say this? What type of saves do you expect? How many wide open guys at Carolina had on the
terrible
spot?
defensive
On the rush?
Yeah.
There was nobody marked. They got to just choose their target and shoot in goal. No goalie's going to stand up outside of Shesterkin, who could stand up off that barrage.
Yeah.
That's true. Save, and then it will go in on the rebound.
That's true, but Vanacek didn't look good at all, though, either. It was a combination of all of it.
Oh,
really.
Schmid was the Martinook goal. He had to have that one. Come on.
Yeah. I don't know. Your choices are Schmid or Blackwood. I honestly, that's how far it's fallen with Vanacek, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
This is why you watch this and you're just like, hey, Rangers, if you tried.
Yeah.
They got shut out twice by this team.
Yeah. This game right now is like every sportscaster's wet dream.
After adding Kane and Tarasenko
and right now, this one right now, the Stars-Kraken, every guy that's on the Stars and loving the Stars, it's like, oh my god, I told you this was gonna happen. Let me jerk off in front of you. I knew it. Now the Kraken are totally fucking dead in the water.
I'm not saying that. I just like
fucking Dallas. So dumb. But it's kind of what they
I'm
just
not
did
saying
right
that
now.
either. Not a good spot for Seattle.
No.
I can only hear it so much though. It's been the whole time. Everybody just jacks off on the fucking Stars right now. Dude, just look at.
I mean, what did you expect after an embarrassing loss? You're down 2-1 in the series on the road. Of course, you should have a good first period. So.
I just saw Dallas do this last series against Minnesota.
Yeah, exactly,
they got
John.
Absolutely smoked on the road in Game 3, and then came out, and in Game 4 played.
Why didn't anybody say that?
Huh?
That. Why didn't anybody say that? That would be interesting. Instead, they're all just I don't know, catastrophizing shit. I don't know if you guys have seen people do that, like the sportscasters. I mean, they all kind of do it to a certain extent, and maybe it's just to keep us entertained and stuff. But
because what's fun is sportscasting if you're not overreacting to everything?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
This is why I'm boring. Because I tend to be far more analytical, and the most recent occurrence doesn't skew my model. That's most cases.
It doesn't add too much
statistics. You all have numbers, and one input does not radically change your model unless it's week 2 of the NFL. And those overreactions are what feed the lines, and why week 2 in the NFL is one of the best weeks to bet in any sport calendar, because so much is put into what happened in week 1. That there's just too much variance, and you just come back on the other side.
The books usually get killed.
I was thinking about this, John. I was thinking about this, and the overreaction is to the public narrative of whatever the public narrative is, right? So if you already have your own narrative of what's happening in the sports world, whatever sport you're betting on, whether it be the NFL, the NHL, the NBA, the UFC, whatever it is, if you already have your own narrative and how things are going to play out, when you get some sort of new information, it's an overreaction would be into your own narrative, right?
Yeah.
Not to the narrative of everybody else. Because a lot of times the sports narrative is totally fucking off. Like the mainstream narrative is way off.
You know, it's
Often
funny
it
though,
is.
because sometimes the inverse is true. In that, and I'll go back to the NFL because it's the first thing that was coming to my mind when I'm thinking of the Green Bay Packers this year and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this year. The books refused to move their power ratings enough to compensate for how bad those teams actually were. So it just became that you were betting against Tampa Bay every week because you're like, no, they shouldn't be 7.5-point favorites against New Orleans. I know New Orleans stinks, but Tampa Bay does too, despite Brady being their quarterback. Their defense isn't as good. Todd Bowles, a good coach. Why are the Packers 7-point favorites against the Detroit Lions at Lambeau? What have the Packers done? They were 7.5-point favorites against the Jets. And it's just like, what have they done to deserve being 7-point favorites outside of their name being the Green Bay Packers for the last decade? What have they done this year?
Yeah.
And we just get so stuck in the model and just not willing to move off of it, and we hold on to the past and don't consider the immediate past.
Cheshka, it was so bad in the NFL. It was so bad in the NFL this year. Dallas was only a 3-point favorite against Tampa in a fucking playoff game. They were 10 times better than the Bucks. Holy.
So I understand wrong sport, but you know what? I'll take the NHL.
So
Rangers and the
you
Devils
said the
series.
invert. You said the inverse, but that's exactly the point that I was trying to make. Maybe I didn't articulate it correctly, but what you had just said right now was like what I was trying to fucking say. Like that's the whole the sports world sometimes is so fucking far off. But if you have your own narrative and like you have how things are going to play out, then you can kind of have an idea of how it's going to work, regardless of all the extra noise.
For me,
right, that's what I was trying to.
Look at me in Calgary.
Yeah, Calgary fucked me, dude. Calgary fucked me.
Did enough fucking
so good.
Thank you very much.
I made huge off of Calgary this year.
Oh my god, the books must have loved the Flames. They must have made a fortune.
Huge.
But you know what? I didn't.
Islanders,
open a new
Calgary, and
casino.
Winnipeg. Islanders, Calgary, and Winnipeg. Just awesome. I love them. Bet against.
I don't bet on Winnipeg.
Yeah, I didn't bet much on Winnipeg.
I bet against Winnipeg. I bet against Winnipeg. That's where I made the money.
I don't do that.
Winnipeg was just my kryptonite.
What was the example in the NHL? Sorry, John. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
The first series of the Rangers and Devils. When you're getting to Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, it was like coin flip odds. What had you seen lately to make you think that the Devils shouldn't have been bigger favorites?
Yeah.
Man, I need to
and
talk
now
to you.
That Game 7 was 120?
Yeah.
115?
I like your viewpoint here.
The Devils are getting like what minus 160. Like, why? This should be pick'ems every single.
Same thing in the Colorado Seattle series. You watch the games; they're evenly matched teams, but Colorado's minus 200 every game.
Yeah, and like and then the opposite thing. Yeah. Like the Devils have gotten way too much respect against Carolina.
Oh, way
Carolina was a plus 120 dog today, 125, 130.
Yeah,
depending on what you got, and it was just like, all right. Yeah, the Devils put the hurting on them, but that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's way too much. I couldn't bet that. No way. No way I would bet that.
So, I mean, I the people I don't necessarily believe are those who say, I just bet off my numbers and I don't watch anything. Because, I mean, they exist. That they're solely input, methodical. What does the computer give me? Numbers, betters. And then you have the arbitrage players. Those I get. That they're just getting the best of the numbers regardless.
That makes more sense to me, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sometimes I'll bet like an underdog in a fight. I know I'm going to lose, but like the number's like, insane. Like it shouldn't be that high. But yeah, one of them will hit eventually.
I mean, the sport to do that in is baseball.
It depends on the odds of what you choose. And as long as you're going positive, you're fine. So if you hit like 1 plus 800, as long as you're doing that every 8 times, you're even.
Well, I bet I get
the idea is that you hit better than that.
My like Shevchenko. I'm like, okay, she's gonna lose in the next year, so I'll bet against her every time. And I lost the first two, and then you hit plus 760, and it's like, okay, you're plus.
It's like going
plus 660.
1-11 on your golf bets, but your one win was Wyndham Clark at 70-1 to win the tournament. And it's just like,
the golf odds are insane.
It's like, well, my record sucks, but hey, I made the one count.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
I hit the Derby on Saturday.
So did I.
Did you?
Nice.
Yeah.
Congrats, man.
Mage. Yeah. I
had the exacta for 2.
I was looking at Mage, and then I was worried about Forte, and then Forte gets scratched, and the odds didn't move, and I'm like, okay.
I have to say, I had so little.
I listened to one podcast, and the guy, like the way he explained it to me, I was like, oh, this sounds like 17-1. Like he had like 2 good arguments why to bet Mage. The first was that like an 80-1 horse won last year, so no horse was 80-1 when they probably should have been. They were like 30-1.
Oh, horses!
You're getting value on you're getting value on the in between horses. Like the 10 to like the 8 to maybe 12. The Mage probably should have been 8 or 12-1, and it was 16-1 or whatever. And then the other one was that it had 2 bad starts and still placed in the previous 2 races.
If he had a good start in the Florida Derby, he wins.
Yeah,
I don't follow horse racing, but who's the number 4 horse? The number 4 that came in 3rd.
I don't know.
Because that was the one Mattress Mac dropped like $2 million on. Remember Mattress Mac?
Damn, Jesus Christ.
I think it was the 14.
What?
Angel of Empire, the Brad Coxworth.
I think Mattress Mac was going to bet Forte, but it got scratched. So
Mattress Mac.
He was going to bet Forte.
I'm trying to think who finished 4th. Because it was Mage, 2 fills, Angel of Empire, Disarm was 5th. Who was 4th? Running on late. Oh, the one horse. I can't remember the name of it. The one horse who actually broke from the 2-hole. He got strike hard, strike hit strike, something like that.
And 7 horses died there too.
Oh yeah, there was like
4 of them died of coronaries because the trainer drugged them.
Well, I also bet the Japanese horse to win because I heard it might be juiced. So I was like, oh, I'll hedge a little bit there.
He had 6th, and he didn't have a great trip.
So. No, yeah, but
I tell you, Tapit Trice is going to be hard in the dirt in the Belmont if they run him there.
Yeah, Angel of Empire was coming down
no
the
chance
straight,
with 20.
Angel of Empire was gaining speed down the last straight.
Ooh, nice hit.
Yeah, it was Disarm was 4 and Hit Show was 5.
Okay. Sorry.
Mage 2 fills, Angel of Empire, Disarm, Hit Show.
Oh, Ian's back.
Yep, I am back. Yep.
Second
period. We're back underway, by the way, in the hockey. It's second period's about 4 minutes in.
15:55.
I don't like the way this period has started to play out.
No, I don't either.
Dallas is sitting back.
I'm getting a little worried there.
I wouldn't say they're sitting back.
I'm thinking about jumping out in Seattle here.
Yeah.
Dallas is focusing on holding their form.
Yeah, they're only sending one guy in a lot.
Yeah, they got 5 guys below the hash marks there.
They want to control the neutral zone. They don't want to give Seattle speed and on zone entries, which is the right thing to do.
That's what they should have been doing all along.
Yeah. See, now Seattle's chipping and chasing now. See? They're not getting rushed through the neutral zone with their forward lines as much to start this period.
Yeah.
Don't know how it's going to turn out.
Oh, there we go.
Whoa,
There's one.
2-0 Stars.
Who scored?
I think it was a defenseman. It was Harley.
Oh, shit.
Harley Davidson.
Harley.
No, I'm kidding.
Wow. 21-year-old kid. He's
Just
solid.
recently been inserted into the blue line for Dallas as well. That was a great shot.
Or is that the 30-year-old? They have
well.
two Harleys. Is that the 30-year-old Harley? They have two.
Yeah, that's Thomas Harley. Yep.
Well, what a move by who was that?
Max Domi with a great feed to him.
Holy!
Oh, beautiful. Max Domi point prop hits.
Yeah.
I didn't do the point prop for Domi.
Beautiful.
Kivaranta.
Yeah, man. He's been cashing, Domi.
There's the guy that's in the lineup with who's out for? Yeah, it's
Harley beat Tolvanen.
Yeah. So there you go, 2-0
Beautiful.
Stars.
Oh, that looks like a second assist.
And remember,
maybe,
John's
too.
also on that for Dallas puck line in the second period, so that's a good
So
start
am I.
there. It's a good start for
tailed
the
him on
over.
that.
Yeah.
I tailed John on that.
Yep.
So I got that one.
Beauty shot.
I gotta add John on Twitter. He seems to be predicting all this stuff.
John's been a late night
this
betting
period's
savant
gonna end
here in the
4-0,
series.
like he said.
Yeah. We got a skirmish in the backdrop here. Vince Dunn and
Is that Domi?
Domi for the Stars. Yep. Max
They kinda
Domi
look like
getting under
Instead of slashing his stick, Vince Dunn now wants to break Max Domi in 3.
Yep.
To be fair, that was a good penalty, though. That saved a good scoring chance.
Not saying that wasn't. I agree. So I didn't bitch and moan about it. He took it, just went right to the box. Like I know exactly what I did.
Oh, did they give Domi the cross check?
Wouldn't be surprised
And
if
there
they
they
got done
go
with
at
that
it
late
there. Yeah,
match.
it just turned into a wrestling match. That's just good old fashioned. I'm going to whack you. You whack me. I whack. Yeah, there you go. Just
Let me tell you, it's nothing on Adam Graves in '92.
no. That 4-on-4. That's the way it should have been called.
Oh,
So good
Thomas
job.
Harley. Yeah, it is the 21-year-old guy. I'm thinking of
This
Joel
game's
Hanley.
actually been officiated well, which is, I haven't seen much of that.
It's not. It's Harley and Hanley. Hanley's the other guy. He's 31.
Yeah, Joel Hanley's this is Thomas Harley, the younger 21
He's
years
21-year-old kid. Yeah.
Yep. 4-on-4 now. Oh, Seattle had a good chance, but blocked.
Adam Graves, eh? Jeez. What a name to pull up.
Yeah, Adam
Graves.
Graves. Rangers legend. Yep.
I've seen
And
Adam Graves. One
Oilers.
thing I remember about Adam Graves was coming down the right wing. He was left-handed. He had his right hand on the stick. And I remember he was so strong. He had the puck and he roofed it for a goal on his backhand with the stick in his right hand. I remember that goal.
Mario
vividly.
knew how strong Adam Graves' wrists were.
Kelly Buchberger taught him that. Do you remember Kelly Buchberger?
That puck's got to get on net for Seattle there. There was just a little extra move that was not
Saved by
necessary.
Grubauer.
You're in the slot.
Holy.
Shoot the puck.
Oh my gosh!
Big save.
And Dallas
Grubauer
came
is
back the
freaking
other way in a big stop.
robbed the
Grubauer. Yep.
shit out of that game.
Goals,
By the way,
goals,
has anybody ever
goals.
seen Philip Grubauer and occupancy in the same room at the same time?
Does he look the same as him?
A little resemblance. Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
A little bit.
Where's Rich? Where's occupancy? By the way, too. Rich,
Now they're
Rich-
not around tonight. I didn't hear from Rich H. Usually he's always joining us.
Yeah.
Probably working a extra long shift maybe tonight at the.
pay for his Mexico trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a busy week.
Is the peso to the Canadian dollar like 1-to-1?
No.
No.
It's not.
It's
The
just
Canadian
Mexico's
dollar's-
got better weather at this time of year. That's what it's all about.
Oh, I don't know. A bunch of hockey fans here on the podcast. I don't see how you say what's in Mexico is better.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. How can you find it any better than this? Yeah.
We need some Mexican soccer fans at Scotiabank Arena. Get some noise going.
Oh, dude, I was there at the Tuesday night, the first home game, Toronto against Florida. Man, me and my sister went, and we had to wave towels. And every time the play stopped, we were jumping up and we were having a few drinks and we were waving the towels, and like it felt like we were standing in front of somebody. that was sitting down.
It was the second game. There was noise. I noticed it on the broadcast. The fans were a little better, I thought.
Yeah, we were 15 rows up, right in the corner, and you look around, and everybody's sitting when you're standing.
And you were doing that when, Rico? You were at the game?
Tuesday night, the first game against Florida in Toronto.
And it was
Tuesday
dead.
night.
It was dead.
Yeah, it wasn't dead. I mean, but it was like a Blue Jays game. The scoreboard and the noise from the in-rink announcer and that make people cheer. They don't just get up and get wild and stuff and get loud and yelling and.
So the Blue Jays games are
party in Toronto. I've
noticeably louder.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason too. It's a hard place to play. Like you have to take that into consideration.
Definitely.
It's a friggin' brutal. You got media all over your ass constantly. You got fans that don't say shit for a whole
It's
game.
an older crowd. It's an older crowd in like down in the lower bowl at the Leaf game, and they just want to sit there and have their drink, and they pay their season tickets, and they're fans, and they like the team because they go to every game most of the time, but they're not loud.
Yeah, actually, the Oilers isn't much different, to tell you the honest truth. They got some. It can be pretty quiet during the regular season for sure. They're very much like, oh, nice pass. They're very much like that. Draisaitl, absolutely beautiful.
All I know is I ordered a tall Coors Light, and my sister had a vodka Red Bull for the in-seat service, and I punched in 10% tip, and it was $58.
Oh yeah.
So I got off my ass and I bought my own beer for half price.
I will say this: MSG in the playoffs has actual fans in most of the arena.
Yeah.
That even the celebrities who show up are actively rooting for the team usually.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they like truly like the team. Yeah. Care about the team. Yeah.
The Kings seem to be like that too.
They are.
Yeah.
I hate to admit it, but they are.
Oh.
Wow, great stop, Ottinger. Ooh, that's probably his best of the night. One of his best.
That was a nice play.
Yep.
He's looking pretty solid.
You're starting to see some frustration from Seattle too.
Yeah.
Just starting to creep in, or maybe it's just done.
Could be just done.
It might just be done. He just wants to slam his stick on anybody.
Dunn's really hasn't. He's been kind of snake bit just compared to the regular season too, right? So he might be getting a little frustrated.
Yeah, not so much in the playoffs, but no, he had a great regular season. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like he's kind of snake bit in the playoffs compared to the regular season.
Yeah.
Like he was really good there.
Ottinger makes some big saves, though. You just hear the announcer with that Ottinger. He comes up with big saves for that Dallas team, it seems like.
Oh, yeah.
He always seems to play a good game when they don't win the game before. Or he doesn't play well, or they don't play well.
Coming off a loss.
Yeah.
So that was a smart shot by Gord. It was a little wrister. You never know when to handcuff him a little.
Oh, sit down, jerk off. All those Cowboys in Seattle.
Yeah.
How are there Cowboys in Seattle? It's a coast city.
He's the one in the cowboy hat. I mean, it could be the 1970s for him. I don't know.
Well,
the cowboy.
Cowboys in
Or maybe he's just wishing that everybody was talking.
Oh, there's the over.
Oh, Dallas goal, although Grubauer is protesting.
Oh, yeah, they're...
That's going to be GI.
Yeah, it might be goalie interference here. Domi would get credit for it, but hold the phone here.
I wasn't looking at the goalie.
There was contact.
Oh, yeah.
Although he's pushed in by Susie. And does Ben try to get out of the way? Ben does try to get out of the way.
Oh, maybe not, yeah.
No way. That's got
interesting call coming up here.
I don't know. He's outside of the blue, too.
Exactly. No, that's
Goaltender.
a good goal. They
The
count.
goaltender's outside of the blue there. He's not even in his crease.
He might have been in the blue to start. Let's just see here. No, he's in the blue to
He
start.
shoots, he
gets
pushes
pushed
him,
out.
and then
Oh,
Ben is
Ben
trying
did push him a
everything he
bit.
can to not bump into Grubauer.
Oh, and Grubauer sold it too. Big time.
But Ben's just huge.
Oh,
I
that's
don't know if he
outside the
sold it,
crease
sold
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was contact before then too, but I
No, he was in the crease when the contact was made, but then he kind of got shoved outside the
but
crease.
Seattle's got to challenge this.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
a big
they have
goal.
no-
Yeah.
They have no
3
choice.
goal
with it.
deficit.
Yeah, they have to challenge it.
Oh, he's got like another stride though after he gets pushed.
Oh, Max Domi loses any more teeth, he's gonna have a smile like his old man.
Oh yeah.
What does Dave Jackson said? It'll probably be the opposite.
Is he not batting a good percentage with these decisions here?
Well, he's better than anybody that does the NFL, which is an automatic fade.
It's an upgrade.
What do you guys think? Goal or no goal? What do you guys think?
It's goal interference. Nobody knows.
Goal. I say goal.
I say goal.
My first thought was goaltender interference, but now that I've seen a few replays, I say goal.
Absolutely. Got pushed.
Which would very
Got pushed, and
that
then
would be
Ben,
over.
look at really is skirting around Grubauer with minimal, if any, contact.
But does anybody here really know what constitutes goalie interference? No, we don't. Like
Eddie Lack doesn't even know. Eddie Lack doesn't even know.
That
so-
doesn't constitute
No.
goalie interference on this.
This
goal.
could be, yeah. This could
I think
be,
it's coming back.
I thought the one yesterday in the Vegas Edmonton game was clearly goaltender interference, and then they scored 20 seconds later.
Yep.
Here, you got a break. On second thought, you should have had that goal.
This is going to take a bit. So
Oh, he gets shoved first though. It looks like.
Yeah, I think they're going to take their time with it.
Yeah,
though,
I think this one's coming back.
I think Grubauer in acting did more to take himself out of position than any of the contact.
Sure. Yeah.
So I say the ruling on the field of a good goal stands, and Dallas with a 2-minute man advantage.
I hope it stands. It cashes the bet.
Yeah.
What I like about this, if it counts, is that Dallas is up 2-0 in the period, so you guys get your both teams to score, and I can still win my puck line of the period.
Interesting.
Now, if this gets called back, do we bet Seattle will score next?
Dallas might score a third one of the period, and then Seattle might fold up and go home and play live under.
Yeah.
Grubauer flings himself out.
He does look like he jumps.
Doesn't Ben do everything in his power to not contact Grubauer
sure.
there? It sure looks that way to me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He's like trying to do a dance on his skates, not to touch
And
Grubauer.
he's not anywhere in the crease.
The one commentator says it's a goal, one says it's no goal. So,
Which means that there's no standard that anybody can figure out for goalie interference, which goes
Yeah.
back to our initial point.
This takes the cake right here.
Yeah.
Sean Avery says that's a good goal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is a goal. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
and it's gonna be a power play Stars. Yep.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they gave a goal to Seattle. That's how much I just don't believe in anything about this goaltender interference shit.
Yeah.
They would just say, no, Seattle gets a goal. Yeah.
Well, there's the over, the second period.
Grubauer should have backed into his net initially when he put his glove on Ben, when he saw him coming across the top of the crease, not in the blue. He should have just backed into his net a little bit more.
That's a good analogy there from our guy SSP Diving in the chat. This is like the Fail Mary in Seattle Green Bay, right? One referee signals touchdown, the other's saying.
Oh, good call. Yeah, Fail Mary.
That's a charge.
Yeah. Yeah. They did a skit, I think, one of these late night shows where it was touchdown, incomplete, and then someone does the charging. The single.
You don't see him do the charge motion much anymore.
But yeah, because too many people were concussing themselves with the hit to the head.
Yeah.
You get too excited on a charge, you'll concuss yourself. Whack. Oh.
So there's over 1.5 as a winner for the second period. Dallas puck line is in pretty solid shape right now.
Oh,
Is it a
we're
power play?
halfway there.
Oh, there's a fight.
Shocked. Is Dunn involved?
Hintz, Robertson, and Ben are all involved there.
McCann, too. I don't know if he should be fighting. Oh.
Yanni Gord in the mix. Heiskanen.
Robertson wants to go at Gord. I don't know if that's a fight you want to pick.
And Ben as well, yeah.
He's bigger than him, but I mean.
Ben will beat the shit out of anybody on either team.
Yeah, and if worse comes to worse, he socks somebody below the belt anyway.
Yeah. Jamie Oleksiak against his former team, of course, yeah.
He's a big boy, too.
He's
okay.
biggest guy.
Okay, there was a little swipe at the glove after Grubauer had it covered, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they didn't like that.
Oh, and Grubauer with the old stick whack, too, to Hintz for that, yep.
I think Hint's helmet just kind of fell off, and that kind of escalated the situation.
Yeah. Grubauer, he got been. Grubauer is in this for the last couple minutes. He's already on a short fuse because the goal was allowed, and I don't think he liked that it was allowed just because he was the one calling for the review. Yep. Yeah, once in a while, I sex the reverse puck lines or the alternative puck lines. Like this would be one game where it probably should have been worth my while. We talked about it. Games have suddenly in these playoffs turned lopsided in this second period in so many games.
Unless the Leafs are involved.
Yeah.
Well, no, the second periods the games have flipped over to.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
they
only lose by one. But the thing is, they had the lead, so it doesn't end up being a blowout.
Right. Yes, they just yak it up.
Yeah, exactly. The usual.
That's why Ian's smart to get in and get out. First period Leafs, and that's it. I don't have to deal with you anymore.
Yeah.
Ian, are you going back to the well tomorrow? First period Leafs?
I probably am, believe it or not. Yep.
Hey,
they've had no problem starting games, finishing them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jamie,
and if anything, don't they have to start strong tomorrow night because it is like
I might just stick to the money line on the first period. It might be cheap enough because I can see no score.
Yeah, that's like I've been going puck line, but it's going to be a really good price now because they're a shorter favorite this time. Yep. Like I said, I bet to win. I don't bet to push. So I'll probably just take the puck
I think Wall's gonna play well in the first period. So yeah.
Like plus 200 at Bet Rivers for first period puck line tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, plus 175 for first period puck line tomorrow for Toronto.
Interesting what Keefe does with the lines tomorrow. I think he's thinking Yankruk and Matthews and Marner again. Tavares, Nylander, and Bunting.
Keefe should stop touching lines. He should stop trying to match lines. He's done a terrible job the whole series. Just play the lines as they are when it's their turn. Just don't worry about it because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's not Scotty Bowman. He's not a line matcher.
He's not. That's why they've been playing so much better on the road because he doesn't get to match. He just puts his guys out.
No. Yeah, I think they're going to even this up here, even strength here with the penalties. It'll still be Dallas power play, but they're not going to give one team an extra penalty here on this.
I like
skirmish that developed.
Both teams to score tomorrow. Florida, Toronto. That first period, both teams to score.
Oh yeah, you got Joseph Woll in net, so he's probably going to let one in the first.
Toronto probably scores first.
Every game in that series, guys, has gone under. It's 3-0 to the under in that Leafs-Panthers series. It's been the opposite of the Dallas, Seattle, and the Carolina, Jersey series. Every game's gone under in this series.
6.5.
But it's generally started fast. It just slows down afterwards.
Dallas almost put a Grubauer just made now. on the Stars.
This should be like 6-0 or 6-1.
No, they've had a hell of a game tonight, Dallas. Yep.
Still need 13 more shot saves from Grubauer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in trouble there. He might get yanked.
Maybe.
Oh.
There it is, Pavelski. Power play goal.
Pavelski.
Oh, you got it.
There we got
goal.
Score, yeah.
There
we go.
52nd period, yo.
I got the Pavelski point prop. Didn't get the goal prop.
You can pull Grubauer all you want now.
Maybe give him a rest, too, if this game gets away. See, this is exactly what we talked about with fucking Grubauer's save prop. This is head down Lost City because he's going to get pulled in the third period.
Yep.
And that's when the coaches have been doing it. They've been pulling the goalie in the second intermission.
I wouldn't wait that long.
Yeah.
And this is nothing about you. Look at how many Stars are in near the crease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it, but they do it so that it's like under the radar. They don't want to, throw the guy under the bus.
You know why that shit happens? Like what Seattle just did? They allow 3 stars to buzz around the goal crease like that. That's because the game's getting away from them and they're losing some of their defensive structure and their confidence a little bit.
I think they're also just feeling defeated.
Yeah.
Just
in this game anyway. They're not defeated in the series. This is a long series. Got a long way to go. But
Dallas came out with a good
How
game
does this shit
tonight.
keep happening? How is it that like each team that's winning right now is winning by like 2 or 3 more goals?
Yeah, it's just it's an onslaught for whoever wins. Yep.
Yeah.
This is such a spot.
I know.
Series.
I get it.
Every spot wins and wins.
It's a good game. You guys are having a good game. There's
Like
nothing
it feels like we're going to be getting rich the rest of the playoffs, just betting the team that got their ass kicked the last game.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
the second highest scoring period of the game.
Oh, you bet them in the first period, Ian. You got the right idea.
Common.
That's what Jeff O'Neill on TSN radio in Toronto said the other day, and it comes back to what we're witnessing. Edmonton has a bad game 1, bounces back, wins game 2. Vegas has that bad game 2, bounces back, wins game 3. Jersey, after 2 bad games in Carolina, wins game 3 at home. Carolina, after a bad game 3, giving up 8 goals for the first time in eons, bounces back tonight. Where's your fucking Toronto bounce back?
But can I add something about that Carolina game? Much like the Rangers-Devils series, where the Devils got dominated on the power play, shorthanded.
Right.
Rangers scored power play 5-on-5. It was even a Devil's edge. Where it was different in this series is just like even when the Hurricanes created a lot of opportunities in Game 3, and generated a lot of shots, got a lot of breakaways, a lot of shorthand. There was a lot of Devils sloppiness feeding it, and so you enter Game 4 and. Will Carolina be as bad in goal? And at 2 minutes in, you're thinking maybe, they're going to be as bad in goal. And then the turnover before the first goal of the game, where the puck's just thrown out to the middle of the ice and picked up by the Devils, and they can skate it in and take the shot, and then gets deflected. I think they gave it to Jack Hughes, right? So he did get a piece down low. But then as that first period went on, after about the 10-minute mark, the Carolina noticeably settled in the game. I even said it in the chat. And I'm just like, Carolina's settling in now. And it felt like the Devils missed an opportunity to go up 2. And then last 2 minutes of the period, Nietzsche scores. It's 1-1. And you just have that feeling that this feels like Carolina's game now. It felt like the Devils had their push early and Carolina got their foot into the game, equalized it before intermission, and then really the second period they just turned the faucet and it came out. And Dallas kind of did the same thing today, where Seattle had an early push, but they didn't score. They forced Ottinger a couple saves, but
there's one.
There we go, Seattle. There's both teams to score.
Yeah.
4-1 Dallas, and there's our both teams to score with Schwartz getting Seattle on the board.
Man. All 3 of those live bets.
By the way, we wait until an opportunity to put in live bets, and now Ian said, "Oh, I feel at least 2-1." Nope, sweep.
Highest
Sweep
scoring
the first
period of the
intermission
game.
players.
Well, we think sweep. We, you know,
Oh, you never know. Yeah. There's still
I hope
8
it
minutes.
goes into
least 2-1.
OT 4-4.
yeah,
At
we got
least
2-0 for sure. Like the over is cashed. Both teams to score of cash. We should be
And
safe with
4-3
Dallas
is a
puck
loss
line.
for me,
but
Cheshire.
I should be
Watch out
safe
on
with
the
this
next
being the
shift
highest
there.
scoring period too.
Seattle's going to get a lift. The building's alive again. Let's see what happens now. Yep.
I got full. We all got full game over on this too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, one more.
Yeah.
I can't believe they lined at 5.5 again.
I couldn't believe it either.
Believe
It's
it.
my best. It's my biggest bet of the night. Is over 5.5.
It should have been 6.
Holy shit, dude! I was just saying that they had 4 goals.
Yeah.
What in the second period of the second game? Yeah.
Mhm.
Crowd's
goals.
into it a little now.
God damn it!
Well, there's your over 4.5 there, Canadian capper in our chat. And all you need is Dallas to win in regulation and over 4.5. He gets $5 same game parlay, wins $2.20.
Oh, that was a good. Why didn't I think of that one? That's a good one, dude.
Yeah.
ML and over 4.5.
Yeah, the combo bets like Dallas and over 4.5, or Carolina and over 4. If you don't like the 5.5 for whatever reason, yep.
That was. Why didn't I think of that? I like those.
I think there was a boost on that too, but I mean, you can't bet much of that.
I never trust the boosts.
Some of them are all right. Usually, I don't bet the boost.
Oh, there was a wide open net there for Seattle, and the puck just wouldn't settle down.
Some of them, it's just like, okay.
Fucking go.
This seems
If you believe in momentum, if you're into Alex B. Smith's next goal momentum plays, you know who you're betting right now, and it's Seattle because they've got it at the moment.
That helps Perlow's saves prop too, because Grubauer's staying in.
Yes.
Now he's staying. If
right.
they score one more, he's staying in. Yeah.
Yep.
Good point.
That's true. That's like don't yank him now. Yeah.
Oh shit, dude.
That goal, if it stays a 3-goal
I have a
spread
bunch
going
of
into the third period, that one Seattle goal might be enough for Grubauer to start the third period.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He should start that.
Yeah, let's
I
fucking
don't
go.
think the scoring's
I
down
also
this
had
period.
both teams to score 2.
See, now the pace is just a frantic.
He scored
pace.
2 goals.
And that favors Seattle.
Yeah.
Crowd's getting into it. Team's getting a little bit of life in them.
Dallas had
Let's get
really
some
shut Seattle down. Seattle gets the goal, and now Seattle's had a couple of real close chances and good ozone time, ozone shifts.
They're
Some
hitting.
life, boys. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, puck wouldn't settle down for Schwartz there.
I was getting ready to go to bed.
Robertson is, like I say, they've gotten this far, and they're winning tonight in spite of Jason Robertson, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, the
I think
most he's done is shove Yanni.
He's got to be injured, right? That's what I'm starting to think. He's got to be hurt.
I think
right?
he's hurt. Yeah. I think he's playing hurt. Yeah. He's got it.
Maybe. That was a tough series against Minnesota.
Yep.
Maybe
One of these
Foligno
days,
injured him
Minnesota
playing on
will-
track.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's a big 5.5 minutes here. If it stays 4-1, Dallas is still in firm control. If Seattle makes it 4-2 before we get to the end of this period, the door's open just a little bit for them.
So I'll be satisfied if it's only 4-2. Then I might come back and play the live draw.
More goals the better this period for me. Second period, highest scoring period of the game. Plus 265.
I think Game 5 might be a draw.
That was a really
Dallas.
smart look there, especially at that price, knowing the history of this series where we've had these big second period outbursts since Game 2.
I'd like to see Hintz score.
Yep.
Now I get Pavelski and Hintz. That'd be freaking beautiful.
You wait for the third period for that.
Man, that was plus 200, that both teams to score. Man, that's such a great hit. Wow.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh,
That
both teams to score.
both teams to score, plus 200 it was, yeah.
This is the value of the Betcast. And it's tough with only 2 games to stay disciplined. But when you see the opportunity and you've been following the series.
Yeah. And you
Good
see the
chance.
pattern. Yeah.
Should have laddered the second period over.
Really never got an opportunity to do that, though.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to find alts live.
Yep. Good surge here by the Kraken.
Because the goals came so quick.
Yeah, that too.
Up, they got the schedule on the screen. I can tell you, by the way, tomorrow night we've got Steve Levy and AJ Malesko calling the Toronto, Florida game for ESPN tomorrow night.
You can watch Cuthbert.
Yeah, well, of course. Cuthbert and Simpson is always on Sportsnet. Yeah, but
is there any way you can just mute Simpson?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Simpson's absolutely horrendous, man. How has he been the lead analyst in this country for this long?
Because nobody knows hockey in Canada, clearly.
He's got naked pictures of somebody.
You know who should be the lead analyst now, and he's way better than Simpson on that network, is Louis DeBrusque. It's not even close.
The Edmonton group is so good.
Yeah.
Him and
Louis needs to get promoted, I think.
But Craig
Louis
Simpson
just got more life to him, too. Craig Simpson sounds like he's, announcing crochet or something,
Dog show.
Yeah, or a grasshopper race or something. Like it sounds like he's bored stiff half the time when he's talking.
By the way, there's far more excitement at the Westminster Kennel Club dog show than there is when you were listening to Mr. Simpson give his commentary.
Yeah, that last episode was pretty nice, I have to say.
Simpson sounds like he just doesn't care sometimes.
Well, he's got that.
Well, he's not excited by the hockey that's
voice.
being played now.
Yeah.
There's nothing exciting happening in today's NHL.
No. Yeah, this is not an exciting sport, I'm calling. Yeah. It's Mike Monaco and Ryan Callahan. Callahan Auto Parts for the Vegas Edmonton call on ESPN tomorrow night.
If it is exciting, I'm going. It's his job. It's his goal to take all the excitement out of it as possible.
I'm surprised it's not with Shusen and Boucher, but you know what? They worked Bob and Brian 2 nights in a row. I don't think they want to work them 3 nights in a row. That's why they've got another crew working the Edmonton game tomorrow night.
It used to be that if you couldn't get in the town the night before, that they wouldn't let you do it.
Yeah.
And that was true even for local broadcast crews.
Yeah.
Like if it were back-to-back, you'd frequently have a different television person or at least one extra announcer meeting the team in the second city just in case.
Keep in mind, it was an earlier start last night. So for Wischusen and Boucher to go from Edmonton to Seattle, they had the earlier start last night, and then tonight it's a little later and probably makes it a little more difficult.
Why would having the earlier start on day 1 and a later start on day 2 make it more difficult to travel? The other way around, a later start day 1 and an earlier start day 2 is hard.
Yeah.
Earlier than later is not. And you get an extra hour going west.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe the U.S. to Canada travels tougher than Canada to U.S. Yeah, that's probably it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off. Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you.
All right, good stuff, Cheshire Cat. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Congratulations on finishing the semester.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
Ugh, it's been a long one. All right,
they
thank you.
Never feel like they're getting shorter.
See you, Cat.
Later, Cat.
Yeah, no, all good, Cheshire Cat. Thanks. There he is, Cheshire Cat. Rooting on his Kraken uphill battle again? In Game 4.
Has he always been like? He just took the Kraken this year, or like what was it that? He's gone now, right? I gotta ask him that. What were you a fan of before the Kraken? Do you know?
I think he said he'd been watching hockey for like 3 years. I don't know if he's been watching hockey for a long time.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I thought he said that earlier.
Well, look at this guy.
Off topic, though, Brett Burns only had 1 shot on goal tonight, and I think he missed his shot prop
on goal run is
last game too.
Yep.
Well, maybe the Devils had so many players running at Burns that he then just decided to pass it to the guys open right in the slot instead of taking the long shot. There were
Domi, how did he miss that?
How did he miss that? Yep. There's an
Oh
open
my
yawning
God.
cage there on the wraparound.
Wow. Actually, all three,
Yep.
but especially the last one. Who was that? Don't tell me it was Hintz.
It was Domi.
Domi. Yep.
Oh, it was Domi. Okay.
It was Domi Hintz.
Domi's playing like the best hockey of his career, life right now for sure. He's playing really, really well. I wouldn't even doubt if they re-sign him.
Yeah, the ice is tilted back in Dallas's favor now.
Yeah, they've steadied the game. They had that little wobble after Seattle got the first goal. A couple of really good shifts for the Kraken. They're starting to steady the calm the waters, if you will. Yeah. All these ship analogies here. Yeah.
Ship analogies.
Yeah. Most of the stuff we talk about is based on like ship travel. So
yeah. Steer the ship back on track and calm the waters. Yep. Stem the tide. Yeah.
Stem the tide.
Are we just going to bust out to a Gordon Lightfoot song now?
Yeah. The wreck of the Seattle Kraken. In a game 4 at home, had a chance to take a series stranglehold, and they just couldn't get another goal. And they just gave up the 5th goal of the game.
Oh, there's the over.
Rope hits.
Highest scoring period
Rope
of the
hits,
game.
baby!
5-1.
Was it?
Yep.
Roping them in.
My
Another goal
God, I
prop
just
too,
hit
yep.
freaking 12. I just hit 13-1. 650 and 650. Boom. Nice.
They have officially,
brother.
Right there, rebound, and now, wait a minute though. This is bad news for those save prop bettors of crew power all over.
Yeah, I don't care about my save prop now.
Got to sweat that third period start to see if look in the net, see if they've replaced him with Marty Jones. Yeah,
I don't care.
We got to look for the beach ball.
Dallas live over.
Yep.
If it's Marty Jones, this is going to be 8.
It's going to be 9-8.
Jones. It's going to be like
9-1
freaking 11-1.
They might put Grubauer back in.
Well, I might as well throw a sliver back on both of those guys to score in the third too. Why not? Maybe I'll even pick a bigger one. I think about it, because they're not going to play the big guys as much in the third, right? So if Jones,
I can't wait to see those odds makers roll out that 5.5 for Game 5.
Unbelievable, man! Unbelievable.
Exactly.
The only series you've been able to go over/under, or to go under, is the Leafs and the Panthers.
Yeah, which everyone would have predicted the most likely to go over, believe it or not. Yeah.
I think it goes under again tomorrow.
For Toronto, they ain't scoring. They ain't scoring goals.
Yeah. I'm just going to go third period over in that game tomorrow night with Leafs and Panthers because of the elimination game angle.
I gotta say, tonight's been tough. I haven't had a lot of material to work with for comedy, so I'm sorry about that. Just haven't stepped up my game, brought my game, and I didn't want to go back to the old shit that I used to make fun of. Like
these jokes don't write themselves. Yeah.
Or goalies.
Yeah.
I mean, last week was so high because of talking about Brizgala, Eddie Lack, and Cheshire sharing a conversation, sharing a wall, and just thinking about being a fly on the wall there. And it was also high because all the 3 of those characters probably are. So just trying to figure it out. But it just really hasn't been coming to me today. Yeah, I had to tune it out earlier because the Canes and the Devils was just unwatchable, and it was just way too much Leafs talk. I just can't. I mean, when there are that many Leafs around, I gather them, bag them, and then throw them in an incinerator. So I just couldn't handle it. Too much Leafs.
Don't worry, Massey. It might be over tomorrow.
Yeah, but you should know something by now that
it's not. It's not over. It's not over.
Better fodder for making fun of them.
It's not over.
The Calgary Flames.
I think they're gonna give some hope, and then they're gonna show up like they did in Game 3.
I think they might push it to 6, just to get the Toronto fans back on the bandwagon, make them think that there's hope, make them think, and then 7-1 Florida.
Well, they're 6-0 or 6-1 in the Matthews era in games that they can be eliminated, but the opponent can't.
There we go. 3-0 sweep, fellas. I just posted the tweet. Let's get it out there. Let's let people know what they're missing on this.
I think it was better than 3-0 because we also had the Pavelski in the second period Perlo bet.
Yep.
And hints.
Second period.
And hints.
Yep.
And I think I'm safe with the highest scoring period, 5 goals in that period, plus 260.
Never know if Marty Jones is coming in the game.
Yeah, look out. Mr. Jones, stop the puck. Yeah.
But yes, I did like Dallas in the second period, Ian. Every once in a while, they just give you trends.
Yeah.
So what do we have to talk about now? What are we doing these intermissions when there are no other games going on?
Talk about Toronto, probably.
Nah.
Just fucking.
I mean, we could talk about Edmonton.
Next time I hear the word Toronto will be too soon, or say the word. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you have to go like Draisaitl, McDavid, and Bouchard over 1.5 points tomorrow?
Yes.
Edmonton first period.
Yeah.
Maybe Edmonton second period, because that's the way these games have been going. Yeah. Like tomorrow's a clear, dead nuts, stone cold Edmonton spot tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
At Vegas first period. Got it.
I like Oilers over 1.5 first period team total.
Yeah.
Mason Marchman hasn't returned either.
Yeah, he got roughed up a little earlier in the game, and you're right. And he played a little after that, but you could tell he was not 100%. He was ailing.
He didn't have he hasn't got a point yet, has he?
Yeah.
No.
How nice of the Mets to lose again.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, what's going on the Diamond?
Oh, the baseball, yep.
Here you go, your out-of-town scoreboard.
There you go.
Oh, 10-1 Rockies. Where did that come from?
Yeah, the Pirates have been sliding, man. 2-8 in their last 10. The Pittsburgh got
they
out
were
to
never
a pretty
20-9. Who the fuck really thought they were a 20-9 quality baseball?
And they signed Reynolds, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, the Pirates are in. Okay, St. Louis doesn't have a catcher, and they're shit in the bed, but that division's not the Pirates' division to win.
So
Pirates still
midnight in
first.
Kansas City with the late start. White Sox 4-2 lead on the Royals. Astros going bottom 8 in Anaheim with a 3-1 lead over the Angels. Mariners blanking Texas 4-0. Maryland 6-1 in the desert over Arizona in the top of the 8th. Bottom 7 by the Bay. Giants 4, Nationals 1. Guardians beat the Tigers 2-0 earlier behind Bieber. 10-1 Rockies. Orioles 4-2. Adley Rutschman a 2-run homer. Reds beat the Mets 7-6. Phillies over the Blue Jays 8-4. Yankees double up the A's 10-5 in the Bronx. Braves triple the Red Sox 9-3. Cardinals over the Cubs 2 in a row in Wrigley for the Cardinals 6-4. Padres over the Twins 6-1, and the Dodgers again over the Brewers 6-2 in Milwaukee. By the way, you want the profitable baseball betting angle. Playing against the Sunday Night Baseball road team.
Oh,
when they
the road team.
These absolute shitty scheduling spot. Dodgers last Monday have to go play in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It's just like after playing Sunday night in San Diego. It's like these
brutal.
spots. The Phillies have been fucked twice with that.
Yeah.
Playing in Texas and then having to go play in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Playing in Houston and then having to go play the Dodgers the following night. Like, so be just mindful of that.
I don't think it's just road teams that have to travel. It's the home teams that have to travel also after Sunday.
They've been treating the home teams better.
Like the home teams get the day off or
giving them a day off. Yeah. They put these road teams a couple time zones away.
Yeah. On the next day with no day off. Yeah. And you can tell they're just not there.
And,
part of being a good team And you know where they lose these games? They lose them at the plate. There's no plate patience because when you're tired and you're worn down,
they couldn't hit anything.
Not as good. Yeah, your judgment on when to swing, when not to swing is impaired. It is when you're not feeling it mentally.
So it's just something to keep an eye on moving forward.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of these games too, the Sunday night baseball team that's traveling and has to play the very next night, 24 hours later or less than 24 hours later. Not only do they lose, they don't score a lot of runs. Like the under and the team total under is probably a good look.
Here you go. The Cardinals are in Boston Sunday night, and the next night they play home against Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So they're going to be huge dogs, probably. But I think it's pitching.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah.
Everybody still loves St. Louis, except me. I hate Cardinals.
Yes.
Well, they're awful.
Good.
Everybody loves St. Louis. Why?
What's his face? Mitch Keller had a complete game shutout yesterday.
In under 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty impressive.
I got a 200-1 Cy Young ticket on him.
Yeah, I hit
I don't think it's gonna cash, but
I hit a stupid baseball parlay yesterday. It was Cease over 5.5 strikeouts, McClanahan over 6.5 strikeouts. What else did I do yesterday?
Probably the Milwaukee pitcher.
Milwaukee to win.
Yeah.
And one other thing. Diamondbacks over 4.5 runs.
Oh, you just got that one too.
I just got that over.
Garrett had a good game. I was shocked.
Yeah, I know. You got to watch out after the. I mean, you get inflated numbers after the Braves destroy a pitcher to start before.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Braves are the best team.
I'm still iffy on their pitching, and I'm a Braves fan.
Well, yeah, I don't trust Strider. I don't think he's as good as people think he is, but
he's not. There are just a lot of bad lineups in Major League Baseball. He struggles against good fastball hitting teams. Yes, Ice X. I don't trust Boost either. That is correct. Well, you're Mr. Fade the noise, fade the public, fade the team taking all the money. I know that. You're Mr. Play the dog. You're Dr. Doolittle the way you talk to dogs.
He does. He likes his underdogs, Ice X, sometimes to his detriment.
Yeah. He's actually, I find Ice X is better on his puck lines than he is on his dog pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's good on puck line pick.
Yeah.
But you take shots on dogs, and if you take shots on dogs, it means you're getting plus money, and it doesn't hurt nearly as much when you lose. And that was my key with Calgary. I played them live when to come back and win. I was taking them at plus 300, plus 320 after 2 periods when they were down 2-1. So then I'm taking a shot on them. I'm not laying 270 on Calgary as a favorite. God no.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to bet Calgary, I'm going to do that, but I'm not betting the Sternums to score 3 goals in the third period.
Yeah, we just couldn't get enough of making fun of them this year.
But there were still spots in which they would do it.
You still hit some, John. You hit some. I got to say, you hit some. No doubt about it.
And I came closer to hitting a lot more.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good big.
The annoying thing would they would get in front.
Yeah.
And then blow it late. That Boston game killed me because I got like 5-1 on them to win in regulation. They had a 3-2 lead in the last minute, and Zadorov friendly fire taking out his entire team.
Zadorov.
Hey, game 82 hat trick. I was a teacher. I am not anymore. I hate people.
Oh, look who said that. Asked that question. Henry. I recognize that name. One of my subscribers for Dub Club, which is where I've started the daily. That's just the Ian Cameron Action Bonanza. I know actually he gets it via email, but yeah, I mean, been a subscriber of mine for a little bit. Henry, welcome to our chat. Appreciate it.
You're an action better, Ian? I had no idea.
Yeah. Who would have thought that? Yeah. You don't place that many bets, Ian. Yeah, you really? Yeah, an action better. Yeah.
I don't even. I think I might be up there, at least with hockey. Anyways, I'm pretty close.
Well, the thing is with being high volume is when it's a bad day. It's a really bad day, and it sucks. It's a horrible feeling when you have a lot of bets, and I have a lot of bets every day in every sport, and it goes bad. It's not a good feeling. But you have nights like this, especially in the NHL, when it goes really well as a high volume bettor. You notice it. You know,
I don't really. It doesn't really bother me anymore because I know in the long term I'm going to hit way more than I don't.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really bother me if I have a really bad night.
Yeah.
If I have a bad week, then I start.
Yeah,
it's
people can see that every day when I send out my wagers to everybody with me. They see like there's just this pages and pages of bets, and they're ready. What the hell? How much money have you got in? Well, if you actually look at the unit sizes, they're all 0.1 units, 0.25 units, 0.5 units. I keep them grouped in the same way, close to the same level, so that if there's a really bad day, it's not going to totally cripple the bankroll. You have to bet that. Like if you're going to go extreme high volume, you can't be 10 units every bet. It's just and one bad day wipes you out completely. Can't have it.
Are we?
I think my biggest play, unit wise, this year. Oh, Georgia in the national title game. I was actually 5 units.
Yeah.
The minus 13 was cheap as
that line, and it was lower when it came out. It was like 11 when it came out, or 10 or 10 and a half, I think. And I just pounded it immediately, and I made a withdrawal to deposit into my account to go on to it.
Yeah.
And that was locking it up for 2 weeks, and I didn't care. I had such an immediate opinion of that game.
Oh, it was It was every like media person. Oh, TCU is gonna keep it close. I'm like, yeah, okay, no, not a chance.
I think my biggest bet was Oilers San Jose over 2.5 second period in the regular season. I was like so all over that.
Yeah, congrats, Canadian Capper. Good night. Good to hear that. Yeah, player props, Henry, with those, I keep them very small, but they're very, very streaky. You're going to have, the player props can go south, and player props can, like tonight, player props, like in the Carolina, New Jersey game tonight weren't terrible. They weren't great. This game, they've been good. We've had 3 goal props for Dallas, Pavelski, Hintz, and Seguin so far tonight.
It's also the key, like you have certain games, like where you have a feel for the game and what you think is going to happen.
Yeah.
And if it happens, you are likely going to do well. Like if it happens as you see it and it's being played as you see it, this is how you have second periods, the way we're talking it up on what we've seen in second periods, what we've seen in this series. It's just like, I think this is going to happen. I think this is going to happen. I think this is going to happen. And I think that's the value of talking aloud and kind of campfiring the live bets. And when there are fewer games, you can really hone in on what's going on, about what people are seeing as the game's going on. And those are things that you miss when there are 8 games going on at the same time.
No, that's what I love about playoffs. Yeah, you could really zone in on the few bets, the few games that there are. Yep, definitely.
I love bouncing ideas off people and talking about that. Help. If I can have the opportunity to do that, I get way better. I do way better, I find.
Did you guys bet anything for the third, or waiting to see if it's Jones?
I don't know what to do with the third.
We don't know yet. That's the thing about it, because we just don't know at the moment who's going to be.
What's the live total?
The live total is
what, 8.5?
What are they adding 2.5 to this? So is it 8.5?
7.5 is what I'm seeing right now.
Oh, that's it. That's frozen for me.
Me too.
That probably means beach ball, man.
Mine's suspended, yeah. If beach ball is in, man. Cold beach ball?
Yep.
Cold beach ball.
150 over 7.5. Around there.
Looks like Shohei Ohtani just passed Babe Ruth in Ks in strikeouts.
Wow.
Who's in for the Marlins? Oh,
yeah,
Matt
Ohtani,
Barnes.
that Ohtani guy is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear he's all right.
Every time I watch him, it's just like, really?
Yeah.
Like if he ever signs somewhere, he's signing as a pitcher and a hitter.
Yep.
It's like you're getting two players.
BetMGM has over 7.5 minus 175.
This might be a Carolina, New Jersey period.
This
where it
stuff,
just stays
I was looking the under.
same.
I got
the under and the draw. The draw even like 5-1 ends 5-1.
The third period
That's a good
draw.
bet. That's
Yep.
a great bet.
Third period draw. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I could see it.
I am not betting the game draw.
It's 6-1. Yeah, absolutely. That's six.
Now
yeah,
remember,
this-
don't bet the not the plus 2,500 game draw. Make sure
That's all that is?
clarify that. Yeah. Not the 25-1 draw for the game. We're talking
Maybe if Martin Jones is coming for Dallas, but not.
plus 180 third period draw. By the way, yeah.
Plus 180. I'll toss shit on that.
You think Grubauer starts at third?
We're gonna find out
hope
right
so.
now.
Yeah.
I hope so. I don't really care about that save prop anymore after hitting that Pavelski hit.
That's a reasonable bet because we saw it hit. We saw it hit in Game 2 of Vegas Edmonton 5-1. We saw it hit in Game 3 Vegas Edmonton last night 5-1.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it hit tonight Carolina New Jersey 6-1.
Draw, yeah.
We have to just keep monitoring this. Playoff game when one team leads by 4 or more going into the third period. What are the results? Unders and third period draws. I would.
Jones is in.
Are okay in those. Yeah.
Jones is
that
Jones
could
is
really
in.
screw up the under.
Bye-bye draw. Bye-bye draw.
Oh,
Dallas team total over 1.5 third.
Dallas
period.
could just, you know what? Let's just get the puck out.
over
Yeah,
7.5 minus 145.
Oh, good
Actually,
job,
what they
Henry.
should
Enjoy
do-
that game. Henry will be at the Vegas Edmonton Game 5 on Friday night. Good
What
stuff.
they
That'll
should
be
do
good.
is go all sternum on Jones and try to get the shot total as much as possible and make him look amazing. So just maybe they'll start him.
Hey, bro, that would go against the Dave Haxtell is a genius thesis.
Yeah.
I do. You watch. Hextall is a great coach. I think he is a great coach. I know I say shit. I say shit a lot of people that I definitely go on the contrary to a lot.
Yeah,
of
there's the
people.
adventurous
It's not going
takes.
to the
Some of that frolic
contrary,
that he
it's
throws
you
out
go
there.
too
Yeah.
far with your comments.
What's that?
You just go too far.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
you are too flattering on their behalves.
Maybe. You could have a point
You
there.
talk about them as if it's your daughter, the bride, on her wedding day.
That's right. Especially with
They
Schmidt at the
can
beginning.
do no
I thought you were
wrong.
talking about Marty
She is
Brodeur
your-
at the Devils.
She is the
for a minute.
fairest virgin in all the land.
I think I'm just trying to get my point across.
All right, I bet the over 7.5 went down to minus 130.
Yeah. I'm not betting the under. I'm just going to bet the draw. Hope for the best. Plus 180 was just too good of a
I
price.
didn't bet the draw when I found. I didn't bet the draw. Jones is in now. I'm not doing it.
It's not like they need to pepper him with shots.
Oh,
Yeah.
big
I already
hit.
lost my save prop. So that was a huge hit. That was freaking awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if Dallas is gonna pressure, but
Those hits where you just like completely fall backwards and your skates are like out like that. That's freaking amazing. Those are killer hits.
you ever
gotta
see one of
go
those live right in front of
right
you?
on it. Oh yeah, yeah.
That guy just goes. Oh.
As much as I'm not a fan of Trouba as an overall player, you gotta love his hits, man.
I'm jumping on
Those
the third
hits are
period draw
freaking
too.
amazing.
They are. They just mean nothing to me. Down 3 goals in the third period.
Yeah, and he puts himself out of position half the time when he doesn't. But man, they look good.
He can do that without any hits. He's slow.
Yeah.
You know what's
That's
funny
true.
about this game? Because I have both feeds, ESPN and Rogers is only picking up ESPN for this game. Sportsnet doesn't have their own crew for this Dallas-Seattle game. They're just picking up Wischusen and Boucher from ESPN. But the ESPN's got their own virtual graphics, of course, electronic graphics on the boards, and Sportsnet's got their own. You know, Harvey's. I'm seeing Harvey's and Tim Hortons on the boards in Seattle for the Rogers Sportsnet broadcast, and Tylenol, and I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing others for ESPN.
Geico, Truly.
Yep.
For ESPN.
Yep.
Oh,
so Sportsnet can put their own board graphics on there, even though they're picking up ESPN.
Ooh, Ottinger just.
How did Seattle not score there?
I don't know. They drew a penalty anyway.
Oh, that's good.
And they have a goal now.
Oh, yes. All right. One more.
Who scored?
Bjorkstrand, I think. 5-2.
Oliver.
No, this is great because now Dallas might put some shots on Jones.
Yeah, that's going to wipe out the power play too for Seattle. No, Bjorkstrand fed it in front. No, it was Schwartz again. Bjorkstrand with the feed to Schwartz. Yeah.
Perfect. Top corner.
He's got both of their goals now.
Where Mama hides the cookies.
What a play, though.
So now we're going to see what we saw after it was 4-1. You're going to see a Seattle surge here. You just got to manage it if you're Dallas.
Which they're not always great at doing, so they need Ottinger to make a couple of saves.
Yeah.
They were saying Seattle only had 10 shots going into the third. It's like their season low.
Yep.
That's something I expect out of the Rangers. You know who I wouldn't expect that out of? The Calgary Flames.
Well, they'll have more shots than that, but they'll all be saved.
Like, they would have gotten one.
Yeah.
I can't believe they actually fired him.
Thank God. You know how many preseason futures I want to play on Calgary Flames players for offensive categories?
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, like, here come all the goals. Now playing with this freedom, who gives a shit if we lose game 6-5? Let us be entertained.
Yep.
If I'm going to put a future, I don't know if you can find it, but if you can find Calgary to make the playoffs and lose in the first round, that's what I would buy.
For next year, yeah.
Yeah. Make the playoffs and lose in the first round. They're going to find some coach that's going to they're going to have fun, and they're going to play the Huberdeau way, which is basically.
Yeah, they're going to have a players coach coming up for sure.
Yeah.
That's who it's going to be. Yeah.
They get in the first round. You're like, I don't understand. I don't know what happened to them. Well, they never learn how to play in the playoffs.
Maybe the Leafs can trade Sheldon Keefe to Calgary.
Sheldon Keefe, yeah. Oh, I bet you. He'd actually be perfect, probably. Yeah, they love him. You know, what's he really going to do? Nothing.
He is just snake bit Robertson with a great chance in it just now and stopped by Jones.
Now, maybe he's not injured. I mean, I don't know, because, like, it seems like he's getting everything on his shots. Let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, Anthony Duclair is not a bad prop for that game tomorrow. We'll talk about it tomorrow on our Wednesday show. I think Alex will be back tomorrow, at least for tomorrow's show. And we got Chad Naring back on tomorrow as well from Las Vegas. He was with us I think it was a couple weeks ago. And again, if you missed it earlier today, watch our Jason Williams episode. It was really good.
Ian, that was amazing, man. I was a Wings fan still back then too, and he was there. I think in a couple of years in the mid 2000s. I think that's right when Yzerman was retiring. Then the next year Lidstrom was retiring. I think he was there right at the end of their tenures in Detroit.
Yep. Yeah, he was. He was there. His first seasons in Detroit, his first full season in Detroit was the year they won the Stanley Cup, 2002.
And he got a lot of points that year.
Yeah.
Do you think Calgary's just going to hire Mitch Love from the AHL?
There's a lot of Calgary fans that want the Wrangler coach promoted. Yep.
Oh,
He's had a great year down there.
Yeah, I think Williams had the most points as a Red Wing, I think, in the 05 season, did he not?
He had a great season that year. The President's Trophy year they had. Now they got upset in the playoffs, but they had an incredible regular season. But
they got Rollisand.
Yeah, they did by Edmonton that year. Edmonton just got to that magic run. They sneaked in as the 8th seed, and they just took it all the way to the Stanley
Chris
Cup.
Pronger, man. That was a Chris Pronger.
Chris Pronger, Pekka, Fernando Pisani. I mean, pretty good team.
Yeah,
Hemsky.
You trade
Horkoff.
any defenseman for Chris Pronger there, and they don't make it.
Marchand.
Yeah,
the Oilers traded in the next year.
Remember how good he was for a few years for them offensively, Ales Hemsky. I remember.
Yeah. Hemsky,
yeah.
He never got love in Edmonton either. I freaking didn't understand why that was. It's like he's the most skilled guy we got. Yeah. When it was like
Captain Canada was still playing, Ryan Smith. Yep.
Yeah, Ryan Smith, Doug Waite, Hemsky.
Yeah.
Didn't Ryan Smith have like a straight stick because he would always tap it in? He had like a no curve on it.
Straighter stick. Straighter.
Straighter.
Not straighter than most. Yeah, he didn't.
It was the guy in Detroit by like an actual straight stick.
He didn't pick the corner from the circles too much. No.
No. Most of his goals were right in front.
Oh yeah, he was a tough mother. That's for sure.
I can't.
Wow, Seattle! Oh my goodness!
Oh my!
Inches away from suddenly making things quite interesting.
Yeah, let's not make this interesting.
No,
Dallas is
coasting.
They definitely are a little bit now. Yep.
Yeah, it was a nice day in Barrie today. I was outside painting the windowsills of my house. I had the ice guys on my phone. I had these beats in my ears, and I was outside today painting the windowsills, listening to your show today at 2
o'clock. Very good.
Yeah.
Better than a lot of music you'll hear on the radio. So.
Oh, for sure, man. No, it's awesome. I love it. I listen to it every day.
Oh, Martin Jones. Oh, can he find it? Yes, he finally gets the oven mitts on it.
What, Ian, you're not a Taylor Swift fan?
You know what's funny is the one song she did with the Shake It Off. Believe it or not, that stupid thing, if you hear it enough, it gets in your head.
Oh, I'm a big Taylor Swift fan, actually.
Yeah. I'm a Swift fan, too. I think she's a great songwriter. I think it's better when other people cover her songs.
Yeah.
The arrangements that other people use for her songs, because she does straight pop, but
Ian knows his music, man. Wait till
I even like some pop. I'll be honest. Pop music, I like.
I do too, but hers is a little poppy for me. A little too poppy. For me.
I said he wants you to sing "Shake It Off," Ian.
Have you ever heard of Ryan Adams?
Shake it off, shake it off.
Have you ever heard of Ryan Adams? Not Brian, Ryan Adams.
Ryan Adams. Oh
yeah.
He covered her whole album, and it's really good. Like really good. I love the way he arranged her stuff. They're good friends with each other, but it's really good.
Ian kept us all entertained, man. COVID New Year. He basically put out his New Year's Eve mix on Twitter. Twitter,
I saw that. Yeah.
When we were all locked down in our houses and we were doing nothing on New Year's Eve, and like Ovando threw it down.
That reminds me.
All right.
I'm due for another daily classic track postings on Twitter. Long overdue. Cool. I've missed all of April, so that's coming in the next few days for sure.
I have a Facebook group called the All Genres Music Group, and we have a theme that goes on every 3 days, and you can post whatever you want.
I've had enough, Henry, of being burned by the over 6.5 in that Toronto series, so I might just look at third period over tomorrow. That's probably what I'm targeting more than the full game.
I'm not touching the full game. I got hit.
Third period over because it's an elimination game, so that I will definitely be on tomorrow for the Florida game.
Well,
Vegas Edmonton looks 2 games in a row. It's 5-1 going into the third, and it stays under. So that was tough.
Yeah.
But the first period overs cashed in every game in that series.
I seriously just can't see Toronto mustering up enough to win that game tomorrow. I just can't see it.
Yeah, I think Edmonton might kick the shit out of Vegas, though.
Yeah, first period for sure. First period.
Come on, Perlo.
First period Oilers.
Yeah. They haven't lost 2 in a row in the playoffs this year, Edmonton. Keep that in mind as well.
What were you saying? My Oilers?
The Leafs Oilers parlay tomorrow.
Leafs
the Canadian parlay.
Yeah. Leafs. So I'm not betting that. I'm not betting the Leafs to win nothing.
But it's boosted. Got to get the boost. The boost.
If Florida's the favorite, I'll bet the Leafs.
Yeah, they're auditioning next year's starting goalie in Toronto tomorrow night.
I don't even care. I don't care if you can put it. You can give the Leafs plus 250. I'm not betting. Yeah.
You can put it on the board.
I'll tell you what, the Florida-Carolina series, I are really going to have to dive into that shit. Carolina's got a better system. Florida's got that's going to be one hell of a series.
It's a penalties.
You got penalty to Seattle. Yeah, high sticking on McCann, I think. Yep.
Or is that Suter? Oh, yeah,
interference.
He high sticked Suter.
Oh, 4-on-4.
Oh, 4-on-4. No, they're going to give Dallas a penalty too. Yep.
They give Suter interference.
Yep. I think this is going to be.
You got to say Seattle did come back and show some pride in this third, though.
Yeah.
They didn't just freaking melt.
Now, you know, Henry, I've been on Toronto first period in that series now. What, 2 games in a row? First period Leafs. I will be on first period Leafs tomorrow because that's been the way to go with them. And the one thing we can probably count on is their usual good first period in a game where there's no tomorrow. But that's it. You trust them for 20 minutes, and then whatever they do after that, you don't have to worry about it. And it's some of the best handicapping decisions I've made in this round is the last 2 games only looking at Toronto first period.
Best I've did is take Florida to win the series. That's
What was that number?
Oh, it wasn't as good as I would have liked it to have been. 140.
Was it plus 175?
145, 140, 145.
Yeah. Yeah, Florida money line. I mean, for anyone's been on Florida in that series, you stick with it. If you've been on Florida the first 3 games, you definitely take them again.
Florida's been good to me.
Full game, I do lean Florida. I mean, I'm not trusting Toronto full game after what I saw the other night. That was supposed to be the night for those core players to step up. Now I'm going to trust them to step up? No, not happening.
They should know it for Mitchie Marner's birthday party.
I hope you get that 0.5.
You know what's funny? If they scratched Marner tomorrow, I'd 100% bet the Leafs.
I hope they get the first goal. Toronto gets the first goal for you because I'll be.
Oh, then you can live bet Florida. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Play Goose's other bet that he bet the other night. He had a bunch of the Leafs to score a goal, or there was the other box that said other, and he picked other, and it was Lafferty.
Goal. Yeah. That was a good bet. He's telling us that today. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I think the Leafs have just been hanging out on Miami Beach, and they're home already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
He's already got his shorts picked out to hang out with Bieber at the next UFC fight.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's hard to take New Jersey in Game 5 because Carolina is just so good at home. Very hard.
I can't take them.
Carolina beat the Islanders in a different fashion, and they're beating the New Jersey Devils, which are a totally different team than the Islanders too. It's like Carolina could adapt. They're well coached. They're deep. It's going to be tough to bet against them.
Without Svechnikov and without Teravainen.
Yeah, I take Carolina over Florida.
That's what's impressive. Yeah, because Martin Nuke and Foster and Coach Kanyemi have given them that extra punch after
Yeah.
Aho and Natchez and Jarvis.
Yeah, everybody stepped up, and that system is solid. And you no matter what, you still got that defense.
Yeah, just have the goaltending held up.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't trust Anderson for the next round. I'm leaning Florida in that series.
I am too. If it was Florida, Carolina, I got to admit I'm leaning Florida. Yep.
Just because of the goaltender?
What do you need to break down a team defensively that's as good as Carolina? A hard-ass, fucking relentless, tenacious, dog on a fucking bone forecheck. Who's got that right now?
Yeah.
Florida.
Yeah, Florida.
Yeah.
Florida's full of warriors.
You know the one interesting thing about it though is Carolina can also forecheck with more than one or two lines.
That's true.
And Florida has not seen that yet. Boston, top heavy. Toronto, top heavy. What happens when you have a Carolina team that has depth at the blue line and depth in their forward court?
Yeah. That's the one that concerns me is, are they going to be able to do that to that defense? You know, Pesci and Slavin. And I mean, that's going to be freaking – you want to play that way against that defense? Man, oh, man.
It's an intriguing series. I know it's going to make Canadian hockey fans vomit that your Eastern Final is going to be Florida-Carolina, but –
it makes TV executives vomit too.
Yeah.
Didn't they play each other last year, Florida and Carolina?
No, not in the playoffs.
Or 2 years ago.
Carolina lost to the Rangers.
Oh, 2 years ago.
Florida lost to Tampa.
Yeah.
That's right. I think 2 years ago, Florida played Carolina.
It's going to be one interesting series, that's for sure. But you're probably going to get such a good number on Florida that I can't at least have to put something on it. Because they're going to get undervalued for sure.
What also makes it tough is Carolina home ice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Well, Florida has no home ice.
Yeah.
But unlike these other teams, like Carolina has played well on their home ice and has a track record of doing that in the playoffs.
Yeah. But
the difference this year for Carolina has been winning one of the road games, getting smoked in Game 3, and then coming back Game 4 against the Islanders, Game 4 against the Devils, and winning that road game. They did not do that at all last year in that 2 7-game series. They went 0-6 on the road last year in the playoffs and lost one home game, Game 7 against the Rangers.
So what are you saying, bet on Bobrovsky for Conn Smythe? Might be worth a little.
I think they're gonna give it to Kachuk.
I think that's been I think that's been the biggest surprise to me about this. Like one of the biggest surprises to play a Bobrovsky this year.
Guy's won 2 Vezinas, hasn't he?
Yeah, I know, but I mean, he has. It feels like that was back when Dominik Hasek was playing. Like,
Jesus. They also didn't ride him.
What's that?
They didn't ride him in the regular season. You know, he's
they didn't.
The postseason fresher than he has been ever.
Fresh.
I guess
He is fresh.
You know, it's not a 60.
I think I remember on listening to everybody say they couldn't believe they were playing him as much as they were, though.
Puck over the glass penalty.
Yeah,
that looked like it went off the side glass.
Because Maurice kept on putting him in.
That let me
for
see.
For a while there.
Oh no, that's clear out. Yep.
Yeah, Pie Guy needs another goal here.
Yeah, come on, let's get a.
Well,
yeah, actually, got
I wouldn't mind seeing Seattle.
I put it smaller than the second period over. So
he's waiting on this team total for.
That is gone. Goodbye, Jamie Benn.
Yep.
Well, he's not killing any penalties. So.
All right, Seattle power play with less than 9 minutes left in the third.
And Dallas has what, 2 shots this period?
I mean, Seattle's got 5 in 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Eberle. Has Eberle got his shots yet? Probably not.
Oh,
Eberle got 15 shots. So. No shots. Eberle has no shots. So,
Wow.
Does he have a point?
No.
No.
All right, come on,
No.
everybody.
The under cash is.
Yeah, I guess the
Can't
odds
do it.
makers knew something on that one because it was plus 145 for over 2.5 shots.
Save Ottinger.
That's a real good save Ottinger made there.
And
Yep.
shot. Schwartz dives. That's cleared. Dallas gave Seattle 2 extra opportunities there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Couple
Short's
failed
looking for the
clears.
hat trick.
Gotta get your zone exits here when you're talking penalty kill.
Also, when you're talking 3-goal lead, just get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Grip
don't
and
try to
rip.
be fancy. Just get the thing deep. That's what you got to do. So Seattle set up in the umbrella again.
Hold on. Yeah, you're on TV, asshole. Sit down.
Oh, there was some guy putting his fucking beer in front of the camera the other day. It was driving me nuts.
Holden blocked and out of play. With 19 seconds remaining on the man advantage, 7:12 remaining in the third period of regulation.
Speaking of play-by-play, as John's given us a little here in this third period, another Jarek Rubel assignment. He's calling this game, USRN, with Dallas and Seattle. Yep.
I got to message him and tell him to send the link because I always forget.
Yeah.
So,
I try to listen to him whenever I see he's calling the game. Yep. I'll listen to at least a portion of it. Yep.
I lost my feed.
And the penalty's killed.
Yeah, 6 and change.
Yep. 6:40 to go.
So you're 10 seconds ahead of me.
Ian's even ahead of me. Only by about 3 seconds.
I know John Massey's behind someone for a change. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Don't have the old job. Don't have those feeds anymore.
No.
It hurts.
Yeah.
I'm a mere mortal man now, dependent on cable TV.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely enough to make you mortal right there. Anything with the word cable in it. And TV.
Yeah, I still refuse to go entirely with streaming. The delay's too much for me when I depend so much on betting live.
Yep.
I need to be close. I can't lose half of a commercial break just in delay.
Yeah. I'm rooting for Dallas now to get this draw again back on track. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you could.
Yeah, that highest scoring second period is Cash and me tonight.
Yeah.
How many goals is it?
I want more
5?
goals just to get
5
my
in the second period, 4-1.
Yeah.
Oh,
one
yeah,
in the first, one in the third so far, and 5 in the second. Yeah.
Maybe pull the goalie.
Maybe.
That's what Lindy Ruff did to get us over when it was a 3-goal deficit in game 1 of that Devils Carolina.
Ooh.
Say what you will about Max Domi. He's certainly been noticeable tonight for the.
He's had a good. Oh, he fell down there though.
He's playing the best I've ever
You jinxed him, Ian.
He's playing the best I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, he's capable of being impactful, effective. He's just got to, have the right channel it the right way.
You can't give him too much ice time. He poops.
I thought that was a great trade for Dallas.
Yeah, it was a good. The one that surprised me that turned out well for them was Dodonov. I didn't see that coming.
Well, they get him for peanuts.
Speaking of channels, tomorrow's games on ESPN. First, 7:00 Toronto, Florida.
There it is.
There it is, Seattle goal. Yep, Adam Larson, a point shot. I don't know if Ottinger saw it completely. I don't think he did.
Got it.
4 minutes left.
Good job, bud.
The draw ship has sailed. There it is, Matthew Green. Congrats. Kraken team total.
Go head to the port side. I'm trying to come up with other ship shit.
Oh, he
Doesn't make any sense.
Just straight in. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I should have had that.
Cartier with a screen, but I don't know. Let me see. It was
No, I didn't touch it.
even Andre might admit that. Yeah, maybe I could have tracked that one a little better.
Yeah, I don't think he saw it.
Unassisted too.
Unassisted?
Good shot.
How was that unassisted?
He got over late.
There's still 4 minutes left, so 5-3 now. Yeah. And now they'll definitely be pulling.
The building's still no one's left, or not many have left.
No.
I don't know. There are plenty of empty seats there.
Oh yeah, okay. Still for what was it, 5?
Oh, done assisted.
Yeah.
I didn't have done.
Off the face off. Puck
Well,
comes
they're
up.
pulling Jones. It
Seattle
looks
controls,
like.
Seattle
I need
wins.
Gord.
Yep.
Here we
I need
go.
Gord for a
Pull him now.
point and Eberle to do something. Jesus. Eberle for a point.
Oh, here it is.
But I don't want it now. First things first, Dallas wins this game. It's not get stupid here.
3.5 minutes left. Net is empty
That's a
for
wide
the
empty
Kraken
net.
Is that
as they
ice?
try to mount a late rally. And we got icing. Yep, icing Dallas. 3:14 to go.
Man, Suter is so good at giving Seattle opportunities tonight.
Suter's horrible. I've been talking about that all year long.
My
That might have been your best one of the
Shooter's
night.
like that milk carton. Expiry date was like 5 years ago, and you're still got it around. Yeah.
And they're still
you watch
playing
this game, and it's enough to leave you soury. Holy smokes!
And
Like,
they're
that
still
milk is
playing him
fertile.
23 minutes a night, for fuck's sakes. Like,
Yeah.
that's like, what are you doing playing that guy that long? I'm watching it. It's
Oh
unbelievable.
my god! They like his grit, Perlo.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
The grit,
Apparently,
just like
he
the curdled
apparently-
sour milk at the bottom of the carton. You
has
just
a grit,
can't,
yeah.
you
Yeah.
just can't get him off the ice.
Yeah, well, apparently he whines
Mostly
like a
because he can't
bitch. too.
fucking skate.
Apparently he whines like a bitch too if you don't play him. That's what happened in Minnesota.
I mean, just ask the referees; they know that.
Yeah. And he used to be able to skate, but he's lost a freaking 3-4 strides, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Best move
I
Garen could have
mean,
made.
slightly in his defense. How old is he now?
38, I think.
Yeah, well,
I know, but it's not in his defense. Like,
no, but I
Yes.
mean, most people lose strides when they turn 38 years old.
well, yeah, that's fine, but don't play him 24 minutes a night or whatever the hell you're playing.
Threw up.
This is Dano Chara playbook.
Oh, Benier's
Skate
got the
slowly and
apple on
carry a
that
big
goal too.
stick.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 3 minutes left.
Seattle wins the draw, but it's drawn out of the zone.
Well, that took a weird
I will
hop.
not react to anything that happens, by the way. We'll let everybody see it for themselves.
Okay.
The same.
Seattle goal in 3, 2, 1.
False.
Fake news.
Oh,
Oh, opportunity for the empty cage going all the way down. Race centering.
Dallas has honestly missed 3 chances at the open net so far.
Like wide open. Like
Well,
unbelievable.
it's usually how the cage is when it's an empty net.
all right.
Ottinger's so hard to beat, man. When he's on.
This is it.
Is that Domi again?
Yep.
Jeez.
Yep.
There we go. Everybody's seen it.
Oh,
There it
there
is.
it is.
Yep.
Perlo
Max
doesn't
Domi.
have any money on him.
And that punctuates his pretty solid night. Just work ethic, hard to
Absolutely.
play against. That's playoff hockey for
Oh,
me.
what a nice! He got the deflection too to
Yeah.
break up the Oh,
What a play.
all right, guys, it was great. I got to get up early.
Oh, all right, Pie Guy. Yeah, we're signing off right after this game, so all good. Thanks for joining us.
And
Great
now
times.
all the other fans
Pie
are
Guy.
talking like they got an LIRR train to catch.
Yep. And keep the faith with Toronto. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
No, we'll see. One game at a time.
Goalies go.
You're going to be like
I
Mike and the
think
Miracles.
Wall is our chance to get back in the series.
Buddy, I'm with you. I'll be watching tomorrow night, buddy.
All
Let's
I
go.
need is a miracle.
Let's go.
All I need.
No, not a miracle. Not a miracle. We're still favored tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
right.
later, guys.
All right, Pie Guy. See you.
Bye, Pie.
There we go. All right, we're a minute 53 to go. This game wrapping up 6-3 Dallas. Let's go around the horn with our final comments on the night. Perlo, final words on the night.
Am I commenting? I don't know. This is a hell of a good time, guys. I just love it. And next, are we going to be doing? You said you might be doing a weekend one somewhere down the road.
Is a Saturday one at some point. We just don't know which Saturday yet, but there will be one coming.
Okay. But thanks for coming on, John, and making us all money again in the twilight time, like you always do. And pretty awesome to meet Eddie Lack.
He's a cool guy. I mean, he joins us now. He's interested. He's big in betting, like a big time bet, or not like I don't know amounts, but he's like me. He's like betting the basketball, the hockey. Some baseball, football, he's into it big time, soccer. So Eddie dips his beak into a little bit of everything. Yep.
Oh, I did not know that. Anyways,
yep.
It was good times. Thanks for having me on like usual. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Eddie Lack has been, like I say, he's a better like the rest of us now. Rico, now that he's retired. Rico, final thoughts.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, thanks for having me on. I love all your content. Follow you guys on Twitter. Love the betting and analysis you guys put out. Love the Ice Guy show in the afternoon. Massey, I know Rangers, buddy, you're gonna suffer like us Leaf fans for a little bit, but we're in this together. And, as long as we're making money,
they've won
we love our teams, but if we make money, we're making money. So you know what? I appreciate the bets you put out too, and all the content you guys put out. Love hanging out with you guys. It's fun on a Tuesday night. So I appreciate you having me on. And playoffs are fun. It's the best time of year.
Absolutely. Good to have you, Rico. And of course, the late night vampire, John Massey. Have at it.
I like garlic way too much to be a vampire. I'd write a song about being a Leafs fan, but the notes on a piano don't go that low. So, thoughts on tonight? Oh, God, I'm glad Carolina beat the crap out of the Devils.
Thoughts on tonight is why the hell don't we just bet the team that lost badly the last game?
Because, you lose one out of every four. Toronto.
I knew that was coming.
Well, I mean, it's facts. It's facts. But, I mean, Carolina looked themselves, despite the start of the game, despite the first 10 minutes, where the Devils had an opportunity to break it open. And Dallas controlled a lot of this game through the first two periods today. They took away a lot of the speed, and I think that's as much of a key. It's what Vegas did to Edmonton last night, of like taking away the speed through the neutral zone. And it's not trapping, it's just making sure that the puck is safely cast away.
Yeah.
Like, don't give them space, don't give them the live play turnovers. Don't let them just come in with a full head of steam. And part of me thinks, I know that I thought, I didn't credit the Islanders enough defensively for how they mitigated Carolina's speed in that entire series. The Islanders were able to dictate tempo in every game of that 6-game series. Everything was low scoring. Everything was a 1-goal game. Everything had to be this nasty, gritty, puck bouncing off somebody's ass, goal, miss a penalty call. There was very little open ice chance.
Yeah.
And you compare that now with what Carolina is seeing against the Devils. They're seeing a lot more space. They're seeing a lot more open ice, and they have the speed to just attack the net. And much like Dallas, much like Seattle, Carolina attacks the net downhill. They drop the puck off, but when they drop the puck off, they continue to the net. They don't vacate the slot. They're getting bodies in front. They're making it very difficult for goalies. That's what makes it a tough out. It's curious to see. They didn't finish out the Islanders in 5. They needed to go back to Long Island.
Yeah,
because the Islanders control Game 5. So it's interesting to see what will happen in Game 5 and see if Carolina can win on home ice. But
that's a good point. Carolina missed a chance to close out in the first round in Game 5. Yep, against the Islanders. Yep.
And can we see a close game tomorrow night from anybody?
From anybody? Yeah.
I mean,
that's the big question. I'm not sure we will get it. I think Toronto, Florida actually will be close, but
I mean, that's the only series that's had it.
Yep.
I mean, would you be surprised if Edmonton wins tomorrow 5-0, 5-1?
5-1, yeah, or at least 4-1, 5-1, 6-2 or something. Yeah. Wouldn't
I think that Edmonton game is going to be the first one that goes over.
You think tomorrow night we're due for a close game in Edmonton? Vegas is, is Vegas going to get whipped again? That's the big question. And do they immediately turn back to Skinner again? They every time that Skinner's at a little bobble, they've come back right to him. So
yeah, they're going.
I would think so.
Yeah. Are how many overtime games have we had in this round? 2?
Not many. I mean, the first round was a ton, but yeah, this round.
Dallas, Seattle, Game 1.
Yep.
Toronto, Florida had 1.
Game 4. Or Game 3.
Game 3.
Yeah.
Weird playoffs that way.
That is it. That's the only 2 overtime games. Yep. Game 1, Dallas, Seattle. Game 3, Toronto, Florida. That's it. So maybe we're due for a close game tomorrow. I think Toronto, Florida will be. I'm not so sure about Vegas and Edmonton, but bet Edmonton early. I'll be doing that.
Edmonton's gonna. Yeah, I think Edmonton's gonna take that pretty good.
That's what it is. It's 2 good teams, and good teams respond in the right positive light after a bad game. Vegas did.
And also, the goalies aren't good enough to be consistent.
Yeah.
Even Aiden Hill. If Aiden Hill is starting again, which I assume, because I don't think Laurent Brossoit will be able to return for Vegas tomorrow night. Let's see him for a full game. Do it against that firepower of Edmonton, right? Who are going to be chomping at the bit. And they're probably going to get a few more calls, unlike Game 3, where Vegas, stayed out of the box. See Vegas stay out of the box again, in Game 4 tomorrow night. That's going to be the challenge for them.
Like Perlo said earlier, what did you say earlier, Perlo? Look at the starting goalies left in the NHL playoffs right now. Put them on a list. And can you believe these guys are here right now? These teams in front of them. There's a massive goalies right now.
I take Jake Ottinger as my favorite goalie still left right now. Honestly.
Oh, by a long shot. That's the thing is like if you said in the beginning of the year that the goaltenders that are going to be in the second round are Hill, Skinner, Brossoit, or whatever, like
Hill, Skinner,
Schmid, Vanacek, Joseph Woll in Toronto. Like, man, look at the lineup.
Yep. Yeah. Wall and now the Toronto series. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just good Bobrovsky. That's
Bobrovsky.
Bobrovsky and Ottinger could be going at each other in the final. It's a battle of the best goalies.
Yep.
Bobrovsky's the only one who hasn't been pulled in this round.
Yeah, it's true.
Point.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. I think that's true.
Even Florida is the only team that hasn't had to use their backup goaltender in this round.
Yeah.
Or second goaltender or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
Everybody else has pulled their goalie or a goalie's gotten hurt.
We saw Alex Lyon in the first round, not this round though, for the Florida Panthers. He's the forgotten man now. Alex Lyon, the guy that actually played so well, he really helped get them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
To begin with for the Florida Panthers. All right, great stuff. Another awesome Betcast. Really ended it on a high note with the winning wagers at the end. Sometimes we limp to the finish line. We don't have a great finish in terms of our results, but man, that game was especially that second period. What more can you ask for with the sweep there? Dallas puck line, Dallas, Seattle, both teams to score plus 200 in the second period and the over 1.5. So that period treated us well in that game. The Betcast treated us well. Hope it treated you well. Hope you enjoyed it. Hit the like button on the way out. We appreciate it very much. We will have our next Betcast announcement very soon. It might be a Saturday. If not, it'll be next Tuesday again, but we'll determine that later in the week. Great stuff. Appreciate everybody joining us. Perlo, Rico, John, everybody that joined us earlier. We appreciate it very much. I'm Ian Cameron. Have a great rest of your Tuesday night, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the regular daily show. 2 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, another edition of the Ice Guys presented by National Hockey Now. Have a good night.